Douluo. Starting from the spirit of time worm, this video is purely for entertainment and does not infringe on copyrights or laws. The rights to the novel and image belong to the original author. We do not claim ownership. Don't like waiting and want to listen to this fanfic in full now? Subscribe to our Patreon, where you'll find the best fanfics. Chapter 251 Emperor Tian and -039 S Trunkbone. Tang Heo flicked his wrist, and a dark hammer with golden patterns appeared in his hand. The patterns on the hammer faintly formed the shape of a bat. Yan Jin did not use the new powerful moves she had acquired immediately. For her, Tang Heo was a good sparring partner recently. Her level had increased too quickly, almost jumping directly from Soul Saint to the level of 98 Super Douluo, so that she was not very proficient in her own power apart from using the new powerful skills to mindlessly hit others in the face. She did not make any progress in close combat. She did not like this feeling of being awkward with her own power. Fire. A large amount of magma gushed out from the underground of the god's domain, forming a huge lava fist, waving towards Tang Heo in the air, like an ancient giant god waving his fist to the sky. Tang Heo had a calm face, holding the clear sky hammer firmly in his hand, turning his body and twisting his waist, and his arms swung naturally along with the twisting of his waist. A phantom of a hammer appeared behind him, moving synchronously with the same trajectory as the clear sky hammer in his hand. The phantom of the hammer hit the side of the magma fist from the side, breaking it apart. At this moment, a figure rushed out from the collapsing magma. It was Yan Jin. After launching the big fire spray, she used elementalization to turn into magma and merged into the magma fist. With this cover, she approached. Tang Heo was slightly startled, but quickly regained his composure. The dark hammer collided with the fist covered with lava, making a deafening explosion. A fierce and domineering force, a fierce and violent force. The conflict between the two soul powers formed waves of airflow that spread outward. The wind blew the clothes of the two people. Tang Heo's pupils showed some horror. There was almost no magma in Yan Jin's hand. She just took the clear sky hammer with both hands. He looked carefully and found that a layer of fine scales had appeared on Yan Jin's hands at some point, and the same scales were also distributed all over her body. This was the ability of the external soul bone and skin bone given to her by the red lotus snake, which could form snake scales for defense. Although the snake scales were thin, they had extremely strong defensive power, and were one of the red lotus snake's signature skills. Steel scales. The scales on Yan Jin's body were similar to her skin color, but the scales on her hands were thicker, showing a darker red color, which was consistent with the overall color of the red lotus snake. External soul bone. With Tang Heo's eyesight, he could tell what it was at a glance, and his mood became even heavier, although it was not strange for the opponent to have an external soul bone with this kind of soul ring configuration. The more he saw, the more he understood the fear of his opponent. Even the treasures that the top figures in the soul master world, such as the masters of the three upper sects, could not get seemed to be just ordinary things on the opponent. After adding steel scales, Yan Jin's attacks became more wanton and violent, using his fists, elbows, and knees to fight against the top weapon spirit, the clear sky hammer. During the fight, Tang Heo initially relied on his exquisite skills to firmly suppress the opponent, but as time went on, Yan Jin's movements became more and more fluent, and he gradually began to be unable to resist. Yan Jin was already one level higher than him, and had a full configuration of fierce beast spirit bones and 3 external spirit bones on her body. Her body was terrifyingly strong, far beyond Tang Heo's reach. Tang Heo deliberately sold a flaw, fooled Yan Jin, and hit her chest hard with a hammer, knocking her away. He took a breath. His face was extremely ugly. He had also discovered that the opponent was just using him to hone his fighting skills, but he was frustrated to find that he had no way out at all. While Tang Heo felt angry in his heart, he also had a glimmer of hope. He saw a glimmer of opportunity to turn defeat into victory from the opponent's arrogant mentality. Yan Jin casually pushed away the rock pressing on him, stood up from the pile of rocks, and patted the dust off his clothes. Not bad. When I saw you, Tang Zio, Kyanjin and Jiangmo fighting, I was very envious of you. I admired your exquisite fighting skills. In a blink of an eye, I also stood at your level. After experiencing it myself, I found that I really have a lot of shortcomings. Yan Jin said with a smile. Yan Jin's performance made Tang Heo feel that she was a monster. Not only in soul power training, her talent in fighting was also terrible. Tang Heo calmed down and began to perform the chaotic cloak hammer method. Yan Jin narrowed her eyes, used soul power ejection to give herself extremely high speed, and rushed towards the opponent. What came towards her was a powerful hammer, which made her arm numb. Yan Jin shook her arm and continued to attack. Tang Heo's mastery of the chaotic cloak hammer method has almost reached an instinctive level. He can do it while fighting against the enemy. However, some of the power will leak out, resulting in a lower efficiency of superposition. After several collisions, Yan Jin could no longer withstand the increasingly powerful hammer blows and was knocked away again. She got up from the ground as if nothing had happened, wiped the dust off her face, and frowned slightly. She did not choose to use a powerful soul skill to forcibly interrupt the opponent. The opponent only used skills and not soul skills, so she would not use soul skills either. Yan Jin was a little stubborn and wanted to fight with him in close combat. But the result was that she was hit away like a baseball again. Tang Heo used the chaotic cloak hammer method to superimpose the power, and at this moment it had reached a very terrifying level. The terrifying force stirred up a violent wind, clearing away the thick volcanic ash in the air. Even the trajectory of the volcanic bomb spewed out from the volcano was greatly changed, flying outward in a spiral shape. Yan Jin showed a serious look on her face for the first time. She felt that the power contained in the hammer was enough to break the steel scales. Moreover, the hammer was accompanied by a layer of extremely condensed soul power, so she could not completely avoid it through elementization. If it was Lei Yin, he would definitely turn around and run away without saying a word in the face of such a situation, but Yan Jin felt that he could try to block it head on. Tang Heo shouted loudly and made continuous shouts. Cracks appeared on his skin, and his body was somewhat overwhelmed by this huge force. Every muscle of his was trembling, and every bone was wailing. A huge shadow of the clear sky hammer felt like a mountain. After superimposing the chaos cloak hammer technique to the limit, he used the secret of the great Sumeru hammer technique at the last moment, exploding ring. This was also the first time Tang Heo did this with a certain gambling mentality, because he knew that even the completely superimposed chaotic cloak hammer method might not be able to shake the monster in front of him, and he only had one chance. He must seize this opportunity, use his strongest attack, and strive to defeat the enemy in one move. If he fails, he will die. He exploded all 9 soul rings at once, in exchange for the unparalleled power of this moment. Yan Jin's pupils shrank, and she felt the threat of death from the shadow of the Haoshan hammer that fell like a mountain. Boom. The terrifying power burst out like a dragon turning over, and the entire god's domain trembled under this blow, and even the space lock appeared. Black cracks spread throughout the air, which was the broken space. If Tang Heo still had the strength, he could leave the space lock through the larger cracks and escape to the outside world. But after using this move, he also spit out a mouthful of blood and flew backwards. He felt as if his whole body was torn apart, and the pain was unbearable. Besides, the blow just now exhausted his physical and spiritual strength, and now he couldn't even raise his arm. Did it succeed? Tang Heo coughed up blood while looking at the sky. But the space lock still existed, and the divine domain did not disappear. The volcanic ash that was blown away by the force of the chaotic cloak hammer method gathered again and covered the sky, and the black cracks were gradually repaired. Everything pointed to one result. Yan Jin was not dead yet. Tang Heo smiled bitterly. He had tried his best, even surpassing his previous peak, but he still couldn't do anything to the monster. Thick darkness rose from the big pit smashed by the Haoshan hammer and quickly spread, replacing the volcanic ash and becoming a curtain covering the sky. A graceful dragon slowly rose into the sky. Her body was covered with dark red scales similar to the red lotus snake, and her dark red pupils flashed with fierce light. The horns on her head were bent backwards, and her ferocious bone spurs were lined up one after another. She had sharp claws and sharp teeth, and her body was slender and graceful, but she was filled with an extreme sense of power. She stretched her dragon wings and roared. This was the ability of Emperor Shine's trunk bone, transformation into a dragon. At this moment, Yan Jin was almost a replica of Emperor Shine, and she also had the steel scales of the red lotus serpent on her body. However, she was not in a very good state at the moment after bearing Tang Heo's terrifying blow head on. One of the horns on her head was broken, and her scales fell off in a large area. Her whole body was covered in blood, and some broken bone spurs pierced her body like steel needles. It was a close call. I was almost beaten to death. Yan Jin's voice came with a trace of lingering fear. Tang Heo turned his head with difficulty. Although the huge red dragon looked a little miserable, it still looked lively. Her injuries were not even as serious as his own injuries that were backfired by the soul skills. What a terrible defense. What a tenacious vitality. Tang Heo even suspected that she could kill the entire Haoshan sect by herself. No, even the entire Xiandao Empire. The red scales on the dragon's body retreated, revealing the original black scales, and the muscles squirmed, squeezing out the broken scales and broken bone spurs. Then, a flash of green light passed, and her injuries healed at a speed visible to the naked eye. In a blink of an eye, she recovered as before, as if she had never been injured. This is the ability brought by the left arm bone of the 10,000 Demon King, which can absorb the vitality of the surrounding creatures, store it, and release it when needed to heal itself. Tang Heo's eyes were dull, and the opponent's endless powerful soul skills made him numb. Chapter 252 Haoshan dies. A huge emerald green swan flapped its wings and flew across the sky. Its body was covered with blood, and a hideous wound extended from its shoulder to its back. Emerald swans are soul beasts with extremely strong vitality. The vitality they contain is even equivalent to the gold of living beings of the same volume. Even a fatal injury like losing a heart is just a minor injury that can be healed in an instant. But at this moment, the emerald swan could not heal its wounds, which means that it has reached the end of its strength. Its vitality has almost been exhausted, and it can no longer heal itself. You can't run away. A voice like a ghost came faintly, and the demon-slaying Douluo in red had a cold look. No matter how much you struggle, you can't change your fate. Become the Lady Soul Ring obediently. Yan Jin Douluo followed closely behind. After them, it was Walter and the golden crocodile Douluo with Yan Ringsu. Sorry second priest, miss, I underestimated the power of the beast, and was not well prepared, so she ran away. Walter said with a hint of apology. No, your layout is good enough. If it weren't for the trap you set, we would have no chance to seriously injure her. Now she is just struggling to death. Golden Crocodile responded. They originally wanted to hunt sea soul beasts, but they accidentally found Biji, who was resting at the seaside and preparing to fly to the Sun and Moon continent, so they changed their target. Then Walter quietly laid a trap to besiege and restrict, and Yan Jin and Jiang Mo appeared to drive Biji to escape into the trap. After successfully trapping her, several people surrounded and killed her together. Biji struggled to escape from Walter's restrictions, but was also seriously injured. She couldn't die yet, she must live, and let the Shine's bloodline continue. With this idea in mind, she stubbornly continued to flee. When her vitality was almost exhausted. The loss of vitality made her eyelids heavier and heavier, and her consciousness began to blur. Looking at the enemy behind her getting closer and closer, she felt deep despair and helplessness. At this moment, she sensed a slight fluctuation in space. The fluctuation was so familiar that it gave her a glimmer of hope. It was D-Shine. D-Shine was not dead yet. Biji slightly adjusted her direction and flew in the direction where the spatial fluctuation came from. Yan Jin's space lock is based on the real space and is semi-open, allowing entry but not exit. So when she noticed a big swan flying into the space, she was still shocked. When she saw the familiar but somewhat strange black dragon, Biji finally reached her limit. Her consciousness was so blurred that she could not tell whether it was D-Shine or not. She barely cheered up and used her last strength to inject vitality into her abdomen, and then spit out an emerald green egg with mysterious and complex patterns. The egg turned into a stream of light and shot towards the black dragon, but she herself fell down powerlessly. A golden long sword flew from a distance and accurately pierced the dying Bridget's head. Yan Jin grabbed the light flying towards him, and found it was a swan egg. Looking a little confused, she looked at the swan corpse falling from the sky again, and a silly smile appeared on her face. Hey, this can be used to feed the big cat. She twisted her body and slowly flew towards Bridget's corpse. Yan Jin, Jiangmo, and Jinyu stood in front of the huge black dragon with a serious face. It's trouble. It's Dishan. Jinyu said in a deep voice. Walter, let's stop him. You take the lady away first. When saying this, Jinyu had already taken on a sense of death. They knew that Dishan's powerful strength was not something they could fight against. If they killed Bridget in front of Dishan, the other party would never give up. Grandpa. Jinyu. Kyan Ringsu's face was complicated. While worrying about Jinyu and the others, she felt that her luck was extremely bad. Not only did the soul ring that was about to be obtained fly away, but she also had to face the pursuit of Dishan. Whether she could escape was a problem. Roar. Yan Jin, in the state of a black dragon, roared at them. Jinyu and the others were facing a great enemy. Only Walter had a strange expression. He did not feel the danger at all, but felt a little familiar. The fierce and confused look of the black dragon was familiar. Old man. Yan Jin shouted and rushed towards Walter excitedly. Walter's face changed drastically. In the past, she would shout like this and rush over directly, but don't you look at your tonnage now. He quickly grabbed Kyan Ringsu's shoulders and used the silk thread connected to the ground to move quickly to avoid the impact of Yan Jin. The huge black dragon crashed into the volcano behind it and collapsed the volcano. Magma flowed out of the broken mountain and covered the surface of the black dragon. She climbed up, shook off the lava on her body like a dog that had just come out of the river, and ran to Walter with a bang. Old man. Although the look in the black dragon's eyes had given him a hunch before, when he was really sure that this was Yan Jin, Walter still showed a bit of disbelief. What level are you now? Walter asked with a dry mouth. Level 98. Just a little bit. Just level 99. I have a hunch that it shouldn't be too far away. Yan Jin replied with a smile. Walter just felt that this world had become so strange that he didn't recognize it. In level 98 Super Douluo in his 20s, Yan Jin and Jiangmo looked at each other, their eyes blank. The golden crocodile, who was thinking with his chin in his hand, almost pulled out his beard. What kind of talent is this? Such an outrageous thing would not appear in the craziest folk legends. Kyan Ringsu widened her eyes. Are you Yan Jin? Her impression of Yan Jin stayed when they parted in Night City. At that time, Yan Jin was a capable general under her and played a huge role in fighting against the Xingluo army. But how long has it been? How did Yan Jin suddenly change from a soul saint to a super Douluo? Who are you? Yan Jin came over, stared at Kyan Ringsu for a few times, and then asked, Old man, is this your new apprentice? No, she is Her Highness Zhu. Walter replied. Her Highness Zhu? I seem to have heard of her somewhere. Yan Jin tilted his head and showed a thoughtful look. When the huge dragon head came over, Kyan Ringsu felt a little nervous. She could even feel the heat from the other party. She managed to calm down, collected her mind, and smiled. Yan Jin, it's me, Zuking. Actually, my name is not Zuking, that's my disguise. My real name is Kyan Ringsu. Zhu. King? Prince Xiandao. Yan Jin was shocked, and then she suddenly laughed. Ha ha ha, Bing Lan, that idiot, was actually fascinated by a woman. Walter took a deep breath, calmed down the shock in his heart, and asked curiously, why are you in this state? This is my soul bone skill, dragon transformation. Yan Jin responded. Soul bone. Is it a soul bone from the Black Dragon clan? It's a bit similar to the Black Dragon King Dishan. It's really a powerful soul bone. Walter couldn't help but admire. Of course, because this is what fell from him. Yan Jin casually said something that almost made Jin Crocodile and others have a cardiac arrest. What did you say? Walter's eyes widened, and he said in a lost voice, say what you just said again. Did I hear it right? Yan Jin was confused for a while, then realized that they were surprised by his soul bone, and boasted, hey, that's it. I killed him, absorbed his soul ring, and fused his soul bone. Awesome, isn't it? No wonder the great worshipper tried so hard to find Dishan before. It turned out that you killed him. Jin Crocodile muttered in his heart. Yan Jin, Jiangmo, Yan. Jin lifted the dragon transformation and turned back into human form. She took Walter's hand. Old man, you came just in time. I'll show you a surprise. She pulled Walter to Tang Heo, who was lying on the ground and unable to move. Look, I avenged you, and you're still breathing. Do you want to do it yourself? This is Tang Heo. Seeing his enemy lying in front of him without any resistance, Walter was not as happy as he imagined. Because Yan Jin had brought him a shock before, it all diluted it. So, you are here to kill him and avenge me? Walter's face showed a look of relief. Yes. Yan Jin nodded and said sincerely, I will not forget your help to me. Without you, my road would not be so smooth. Walter nodded, then looked at Tang Heo. You know, I have been waiting for this day for 20 years. In these countless days and nights, I can dream of the miserable state of my wife and my son's bodies, and I want to tear your tendons and bones. Wife, son, the people of the spirit hall should die. Facing death, Tang Heo was not afraid at all. He looked at Walter calmly, and his eyes revealed deep hatred. If you are hostile to the entire spirit hall because of what some people in the spirit hall did, then I think I should also say the Haitian sect should all die. Don't worry, I won't let you be alone. I will send them to accompany you soon. Walter said in a cold tone. You. Tang Heo's eyes widened, but he couldn't say another word because a spear condensed from silk thread had pierced his head. Old man, are you serious? Yan Jin asked. Haitian sect is your enemy? Do you want me to kill them all? No, I'll do it myself. It's just that I suddenly have no enemies, and I have no goals in the future. I feel a little empty. People always have to find something to do, right? Walter smiled and said softly, oh, then I won't intervene. Yan Jin scratched his head, then waved his hand, and took out 6 soul bones from the space point. Her space lock is actually a huge alien space. At present, only a part of it has been summoned to overlap with reality, and some have not been summoned, which are used by her to store items. This is. Walter looked at the 6 soul bones emitting a bright light, and showed a moving expression. Chapter 253 The Price Paid. Hey, old man, here you go. I asked for it from Amon. Yan Jin smiled widely, because I don't know which parts you are missing, so I just took a whole set. Looking at these soul bones of more than 50,000 years, Walter didn't know what to say for a while. After a long time, he asked, what did you pay? What did you promise him to get these things? Walter felt a little uneasy. He was a little unpredictable about Amon, but there was one thing he didn't doubt, that is, many of the other parties' actions were based on interests. Amon could invest so much in Yan Jin, so he would definitely get more. If it's just these 6 pieces, there's no price. Yan Jin scratched his head. Walter looked suspicious. Amon doesn't care about these at all. Any soul bone in my body is worth far more than the sum of these pieces. Although Yan Jin looked calm, Walter still didn't believe it because it went against his common sense. So he thought it was a white lie that Yan Jin told to make him accept it. He sighed in his heart. It's really hard for her. She is a person who can be seen as a liar at a glance, but she pretends to be so good for me. Yan Jin has grown up. Walter's mouth moved, wanting to remind Yan Jin that the strategic attitude of the spirit hall towards Amon has changed, but the word came to his lips and was swallowed back. He sighed and shook his head firmly. Take it back. You helped me kill Tang Heo. That's enough. We may meet on the battlefield in the future. I don't want to use your kindness to me to deal with you. So, don't help the enemy and don't hold back. Golden Crocodile looked over fiercely, and Walter greeted him calmly. I admire the Great Priest, and I'm loyal to the Spirit Hall under the leadership of the Great Priest. I will not betray, but I will not give up some principles for this. Golden Crocodile nodded and asked, can you convince her to come to our side? It's unlikely. They have a good relationship since childhood. Then forget it. Golden Crocodile did not force it. Just make your position clear. At this time, a huge soul ring with 5 golden lines has condensed above Bij's body. Kyan Rinksu said, Yan Jin, I'm hunting this soul beast for its soul ring. Yan Jin glanced at the soul ring that was faintly glowing with starlight in the red color, and smiled. Oh, if you want to absorb that soul ring, okay, I won't disturb you, but you have to leave the body and soul bone to me, Kan. Rinxu was silent for a moment, hesitated for a moment, and nodded and said, okay, Kan. Jun and Jiangmo looked regretful. That was a soul bone of a fierce beast. Even they had never seen it before, but Yan Jin was too strong. The black dragon form that exuded boundless power just now gave them the illusion of facing Emperor Shan directly. In order for Kan Rinxu to successfully absorb the soul ring, they had to make some compromises. Yan Jin waved his hand, and ripples appeared in the space. Bridget's body gradually became illusory with the ripples of the space, and then disappeared. A human-shaped phantom with golden light appeared behind Kan Rinxu. Her face was somewhat similar to hers. Under the light, it looked a little blurry, and not very real. She used her soul power to pull Bridget's soul ring and let it approach her own martial soul. The soul ring moved slowly, and at the same time shrank rapidly, and finally shrank suddenly, covering the figure with golden light. The surging energy flowed into Kan Rinxu's body along the soul ring like a river bursting its banks, making her face change. Even if she had a god level martial soul, even if she had absorbed several parts of the angel's divine suit, her body was greatly strengthened, and it was still too difficult to absorb Bridget's soul ring. There were cracks on her white jade body, and blood was flowing in the cracks. She was like a porcelain doll that fell to the ground, and it seemed that she might break at any time. Miss Yan Jin, Jiangmo, and Jinai looked worried. Walter couldn't help but look at Yan Jin. How did you absorb Dishan's spirit ring? Well, I just absorbed it like that. Amon didn't help me share the energy. Yan Jin shrugged. Sharing energy. Does that mean Amon can help others absorb spirit rings with a higher age? Walter was surprised. He sighed and regretted it in his heart. If I had agreed to accept Amon as my apprentice at that time, if I had brought both of them to the spirit hall at that time, would the current situation be a little different? Every time Walter thought of Amon's intention to become a disciple, he wanted to go back and slap himself twice. Kan Rinxu groaned in pain. Blood flowed from the corners of her mouth, and the cracks on her body became larger and larger. Oh, no. Miss seems unable to absorb BG's spirit ring. Her body can't bear it. Yan Jin said worriedly. There is no way. I can only trust Miss. This can only rely on herself. Jinyu said softly. Just when Kan Rinxu's consciousness began to blur, and she felt that she was about to collapse, the energy flowing into her body suddenly became gentle. The pain of her body being filled was relieved a lot, and then the original pain turned into a kind of pleasure of life level improvement. Suddenly, her eyes went dark, and she suddenly came to a starry void. This is your soul space. A beautiful woman with green hair and a green dress appeared in front of her. Who are you? Kan Rinxu looked wary. She felt a sense of familiarity from this woman. My name is Bridget, the emerald swan you hunted. What? Kan Rinxu looked like she was facing a formidable enemy. Bridget said softly, you are still too careless. The souls of ferocious beasts are not so easy to destroy. Some powerful ferocious beasts can absorb the soul master of his soul ring through soul backlash, but you don't have to worry too much. I have no interest in devouring your soul. I just want to ask you a favor. Seeing that BG was not hostile, Kan Rinxu relaxed a little and asked, what's the matter? Bridget said with a bit of pleading, I hope you can help me raise my child. On the contrary, I can help you absorb the soul ring. You should also be aware of it. On your own, if this goes on you will only be suffocated by the energy contained in my soul ring. Did you help me share the pressure? Kan Rinxu suddenly understood why the energy became calmer. Yes. If I weren't worried about that child, I would take you to death with me, but with it, I have to consider more. The promises of the angel family should be worthy of belief, right? Bridget seemed to be asking, and seems to be asking myself, but your child is not in my hands. You threw it to Yan Jin yourself. Kan Rinxu said. A wry smile appeared on Bridget's face. I thought it was Dishan. This requires you to replace him. A soul beast that has not yet grown up should not be of much value to you soul masters. Kan Rinxu pondered for a moment and said, okay, I swear to the angel god that I will take good care of your child during my lifetime. Then It's settled. Don't tell him about me and Ishan. Just let him grow up in peace. BG's figure began to become illusory point after a long time. Kyan Ring-Su ended her training. The huge energy contained in Bridget's soul ring helped her upgrade several levels in a row. Reaching level 85 she couldn't help but show a hint of joy, as this saved her countless hours of hard work. She suddenly understood why Yan Jin's soul power level was able to increase so quickly. If he absorbed soul rings beyond the age limit every time, and all the soul bones were the soul bones of ferocious beasts, then he would become a super Douluo at such a young age. It doesn't seem to be very difficult point. After coming back from the joy of being promoted to contrap, Kyan Ring-Su heard the sound of water boiling point. Looking around. What caught his eye was a large pot. Yan Jin was holding an emerald green swan egg, and was about to throw it into the pot point. She stood up suddenly and shouted, "Stop, huh." Yan Jin glanced at her, and raised an eyebrow. "What is your name, Yan Jin? Can you give me that egg? I can exchange it for something." "No." Yan Jin shook his head decisively. "I want to replenish the old man's health and make soup." Kyan Ring-Su had experienced Yan Jin's stubbornness many times before. At this moment, she only felt that her head was 3 times as big as usual. "Miss, what are you?" Jin Crocodile was a little confused. "Anyway, that egg is very important to me, and I promised others to take good care of it." Kyan Ring-Su thought for a while, took out a few herbs, and said to Yan Jin with a pained expression, "Don't you want to make some soup? I have some herbs here that are definitely more nourishing than a swan egg that hasn't hatched yet." Walter smiled and said, "If this egg doesn't have a very important role, just give it to His Highness Snow. It would be a pity to eat an egg left by an emerald swan." "Okay." Yan Jin threw the swan eggs to Kyan Ring-Su, took the herbs, and threw them into the pot point. Since Chairman showed up to indicate that Amon's arrangement in Hanhei City had been almost cleared up by him, Tangson and others acted much bolder. They asked everywhere about Poseidon Island, but the information they got was very few. Poseidon Island seems to be a taboo, with only a few words circulating among sailors. They finally turned to Clean for help. "Clean, I heard you say that you have been to Poseidon Island before. Can you take us there again?" Tangson asked. "I have a sea map here." Clean's face darkened slightly. "Poseidon Island? It's not easy to go there. I roughly remember the location. I need to pass through many dangerous sea areas along the way. There are areas with abnormal ocean currents, areas where sea spirit beasts gather, and pirates. It's not a touristy area. To be honest, we have to go because of some reasons. Although this may be a bit difficult, please, what price do we need to pay before you are willing to take us?" Ning Rangran pleaded. "This danger. My crew members are not just my men. They are also my brothers, my beloved relatives and friends. They want me and them to risk our lives to take you to Poseidon Island." Clean's face became extremely serious, and he said in a low and solemn voice, "We need more money." Tangson was silent for a moment, and opened his mouth, not knowing how to answer for a moment. "Brothers and sisters, beloved relatives and friends, just to add money." Ning Rangrang smiled sweetly. "It's simple. Just ask. Any problem that can be solved with money is not a problem." Chapter 254 Going out to sea. Under the clear sky, there were no clouds in the sky, and the sea breeze brought a light coolness, which made people feel relaxed and happy. At the dock, in front of a grey ship, Clean stood close to the ship, and next to him were the Shrek 7 devils. In front of them was a group of sailors. "Captain, didn't you say that you won't go out to sea in the near future? Have you changed your mind?" asked a man who looked to be in his 30s. Clean smiled and replied, "It's not going out to sea to fish. For some reasons, these friends want to go to an island and pay us to take them to that island, because this trip is extremely dangerous. I need to ask everyone's opinions in advance. If you are willing to go, you will be able to get 10 times the reward of the usual trip." 10 times. This is a very exciting number. Generally speaking, there are only 2 or 3 trips a year. In other words, this trip can earn the equivalent of 3 years of normal income point, but they all know that high rewards also mean high risks. Although Captain Clean is generous, he will not give a remuneration far higher than the market for no reason. He is a person who advocates equal exchange. "Captain, which island are you going to?" A young man who looks to be in his 20s raised his hand and asked, clean. Did not hide it and immediately responded, it's Poseidon Island. Those who don't want to go can quit now, don't feel ashamed, and I won't have any opinion on it. If someone has a lot of concerns, and losing you will have a great impact on your family or certain people, then I don't recommend you to take risks. After all, you should have heard about the dangers of Poseidon Island, where is there no danger on the sea? When we go out to sea to make a living, we always put our heads on the line. Isn't it a good deal to earn 3 or 4 years salary by taking a risk? And you, the captain, must have a certain degree of confidence in taking this job. A middle-aged man said nonchalantly, yes, we don't have too many concerns. On the contrary, if you, the captain, die, it will be a big loss. After all, there is still so much money to be spent. Another person joked, ha ha ha. The sailors suddenly burst into laughter. Of course, although I like taking risks, I don't like to die. Clean responded with a smile. A young man thought for a long time, then raised his right hand hesitantly. Sorry, Captain, I just got engaged to Lee, and I don't want to do anything too risky. Clean nodded gently. You have considered your responsibilities, which is beyond reproach. You are still welcome to join me on my next trip. In addition, congratulations. Remember to treat me to a wedding banquet when the time comes. I will. The young man nodded heavily. Seeing Clean's gentle attitude, 2 or 3 people with families and concerns withdrew. Is there anyone else withdrawing? Is there anyone else withdrawing? Clean asked twice in a row until he was sure that no one else withdrew and everyone was willing to go to sea. He nodded with satisfaction and then began to board the ship. Riding on the ship to the depths of the ocean, Shrek and his party all felt different emotions in their hearts, with some anticipation and excitement. The sea surface was sparkling, and occasionally small fish jumped out. At a glance, there was an endless sky and a vast sea. Being in it made people feel particularly small. Ning stared at the sea surface, which was gradually getting darker. I don't feel grounded, and I feel a little uneasy. Yes, I always feel that there seems to be some huge monster lurking under the water, which will suddenly pop up and eat us all. Zuking rubbed her arms, and the slightly cool sea breeze gave her goosebumps. The unknown always causes people's fear. Compared with land, we know less about the sea. But at the same time, it is precisely because of the mystery of the sea that people yearn for and are fascinated, isn't it? Clean walked over with a faint smile on his face and said softly, welcome everyone to the Golden Jackson again. It's a pleasure to serve you. Just then, a group of soul beasts shaped like dolphins kept jumping up and down on the side of the ship. They made a woo sound, as if they were greeting everyone on the ship. Mahanjan waved to the dolphins with a warm smile on his face. Bei Chengxiang revealed her martial spirit, spread her wings, and flew towards the sea soul beasts. She looked down at the group of soul beasts from high in the sky with a hint of vigilance in her eyes, although the soul power fluctuations on their bodies are not very strong. They are indeed soul beasts. Don't you feel nervous? Tangson looked at the crew members who looked calm and could not help but ask questions. This is a white-backed dolphin, a very gentle sea soul beast. In addition, they are also very friendly to humans and often rescue sailors in distress. If they get closer, we will throw some food down. Clean replied, is that so? What if we encounter those powerful and unfriendly sea soul beasts? Tangson asked. Clean responded smoothly. Generally speaking, sea soul beasts rarely attack ships actively. Only a few guys with violent personalities will do so. If they encounter one, most ships can only consider themselves unlucky. This is also a major source of danger at sea. Many people die every year because of it. In addition, experienced captains and helmsmen can often remember the territories of powerful soul beasts. We will not go to certain specific areas. There are several such places on the route to Poseidon Island. We can only take a detour. Although this increases the journey a lot, it is safer. Tangson glanced at him thoughtfully and said, it seems you know the spirit beast very well. Clean nodded. Of course, I'm also a soul master. Huh. A look of surprise appeared on Oscar's face. Are you a soul master? But if you are a soul master, why do you have to engage in hard and dangerous work at sea? Clean responded with a smile. I should have said before that sailing is my hobby. If we just talk about money, my property is enough to support me to spend the rest of my life richly. Well, that's true. Oscar scratched his head and said with a smile. Time passed slowly as they chatted. At noon, when the meal was served, Mahanjan grabbed a big crab and ate it with gusto. Wow, do you all eat so well? I'm a little envious. You can enjoy the beautiful scenery and eat seafood every day. Clean shook his head. This is specially prepared for distinguished guests like you. We don't usually have such luxury. After lunch, some people from Shrek gathered in a circle on the deck, enjoying the sea breeze and basking in the sun. After the initial excitement of going to sea, they gradually felt a little bored. The sea surface is that unchanging blue, which looks extremely monotonous. After looking at it for a long time. Oscar, Ning Rangrong, and Zhu Zuking suddenly ran to the edge of the boat and vomited, covering their mouths. Tang San, Damu Bei, and Mahanjan also felt a little uncomfortable. Damn it, did you tamper with the food? Mahanjan immediately suspected that Clean had evil intentions. Wait a minute, Hanjan, that's not the case. Tang San stopped Mahanjan, who was about to attack, and explained, this should be a reaction to seasickness. The food is not poisonous. A faint look of displeasure appeared on Clean's face. I have no motive for doing this. Tang San apologized to Clean. Sorry, Hanjan didn't mean it. He just overreacted because he felt uncomfortable. A shadow suddenly moved, slowly growing, heightening, deforming, and finally forming a human shape. The facial features of the black figure gradually became clearer, and he changed into the appearance of Jamin. He still had the stern look on his face, and his eyes scanned everyone, and finally landed on Clean. Jamin, have you always been on the ship? Tang San's eyes revealed a trace of surprise. I thought you weren't coming. I said, I will follow you all the way to the sea near Poseidon Island, Jamin replied. But what makes me a little surprised is, why did you choose to take this guy's ship? Do you turn a blind eye to the many abnormalities in him? What's wrong? Tang San frowned. He is the owner of the auction house next to the Hanhei Soul Fighting Arena, and the auction house and the Soul Fighting Arena are actually one. So you still think he is an ordinary soul master? Jamin said lightly. Tang San's pupils suddenly shrank. If you want to run a spirit fighting arena, you can't do it with money. There must be extremely strong forces behind it. Otherwise some unruly spirit masters may not abide by the rules they set. He couldn't help but look at Clean, who smiled and nodded at him. It's no big deal. I told you, I'm a soul master. It's normal to have some connections. This is not something that ordinary spirit masters can do. After Jamin reminded him, Tang San became a little more suspicious of the identity of the person in front of him. It's true that ordinary spirit masters can't do it, but what about Contrap? Clean smiled slightly, and an aura erupted from his body that even surprised Tang San. Contrap, Shrek and the others were shocked by the power he suddenly showed. Damu Bei snorted coldly and asked with some vigilance, what is your purpose of concealing your strength? Clean pretended to be innocent and spread his hands. I never concealed anything. It's just that you didn't ask. Damu Bei hesitated and was about to retort when he heard Clean continue. Okay, I admit that I do have some connections with Poseidon Island, but that has nothing to do with you. It can only be said to be a coincidence. Well, I'm also surprised that you want to go to Poseidon Island, but you actually found my head. Contact? What contact? Tang San frowned, feeling that this trip might not be peaceful. Actually, many of the soul masters in Hanhei City have a background on Poseidon Island, or even originally from Poseidon Island. Clean calmly told Tang San the information that surprised Tang San. Chapter 255, Deep Sea Demon Whale King. But if many of the soul masters in Vast Sea City come from Poseidon Island, then why did we get nothing when we first inquired about the information? Tang San asked. Clean replied smoothly, they just don't want to tell you. The soul masters on Poseidon Island are basically very united and will not disclose a situation on the island to outsiders at will, although Hanhei City is Wuhan Palace's bridgehead against Poseidon Island. Poseidon Island also uses Hanhei City to judge whether the mainland soul masters have the intention to attack again. The invasion decades ago caused the souls on the island to the master is very wary of land soul masters. I was once lucky enough to participate in Poseidon's trial, but at the last moment, I gave up on my own initiative. Because I didn't want to be trapped on that island for the rest of my life. But I still have very deep feelings for Poseidon Island, so every year I send a batch of supplies to the island. Well, like other people who failed the trial and are not qualified to stay on the island, they are full of love for it together with the Soul Masters. Due to the situation on the mainland in the past 2 years, my side has also been affected. I originally planned to deliver supplies in the next few days, but because several of my fellow travelers from previous years did not arrive, I was still thinking about whether to postpone it. Coming, as he said that, Clean looked at Tang-san, and others with a strange expression. Ning Rang Grang reacted and screamed, "So, in fact, you were originally going to Poseidon Island. You lacked Soul Masters to ensure the safety of the ship, and you happened to meet us. Then you still charge me so much money." "Ah, well, I'm a businessman," Clean said with a smile in his eyes. "Profiteer," Ning Rang Grang muttered. Clean smiled. "You can't say that. Most of my crew members are ordinary people. They are only afraid of Poseidon Island, and they have to be paid." At the stern of the ship, a crew member pinched his right eye socket and said with a chuckle, "Would you like to add some drama to the script? It's better not to make matters worse. According to the original plan, let them feel a little pressure from Amon and increase their sense of urgency." At this moment, all the crew members on the ship, except for Tangson and others, pinched their right eye sockets in unison and slowly raised the corners of their mouths. Golden Jackson sailed smoothly on the sea, and the atmosphere on the ship became slightly tense. Shrek and his group are no longer separated. Originally, they thought that everyone on the ship posed no threat to them, so they could be relaxed and casual. However, after discovering that Clean was a contra, they couldn't help but be more vigilant. In a room, Tangson and others gathered together. "I didn't expect that. He turned out to be a contra, and he doesn't look very old," Mahanjan muttered. "He said it was because he took part in some divine test. Although he failed the last test on purpose, he still gained a lot of benefits from the previous tests. And he is already in his 30s, but he looks young." Damube responded. "Can the divine tests have such a big effect?" Oscar's face showed expectation. Tangson pondered for a moment and said, "I don't know. In short, you all try to stay together and don't be alone. I'll go find German and ask. He seems to be a little hostile to this Clean. Third brother, you must also pay attention to safety," Ning Rang Grang said with concern. Tangson smiled slightly. "It's just a contra. If it were a contra like Kan Ring-Su, I would be a little more wary, but ordinary contras are no match for me." Deep in the ocean, on a sea area, the waves are sparkling, and it looks no different from other places, but in this huge area, there is no trace of the spirit beast being active. This is the sea area that is regarded as a taboo place by countless sea soul masters and soul beasts. The demon whale sea area. In the deepest part of this trench lurks the true terror of the sea, a super soul beast that has been cultivated for nearly 1,000,000 years, the deep sea demonic whale king. At this moment, the island-like beast slowly opened its eyes. Its left eye was blind, leaving only a dark hole. The remaining right eye revealed extreme coldness and ferociousness. A young man wearing a black classical robe, a pointed soft hat, and a monocle on his right eye, stood quietly in the deep sea. The transparent soul power barrier drained away the sea water and looked like a small bubble enveloping the man. The originally dark sea floor was illuminated by light, and the bright light came from nowhere and filled the sea area. The illuminated sea floor reveals its mysterious true face. It is a valley-like area, surrounded by towering cliffs on both sides, covered with all kinds of strange plants that cannot be named. Various creatures with flat, soft bodies that seemed to have no bones were swimming in the sea water. It may be the first time they feel the light. These creatures seem to be a little panicked, moving up and down in the water, looking very frightened. The deep sea demonic whale king squinted his eyes. The slightly dazzling light under the deep sea reminded him of some bad memories. Once upon a time, someone who blinded its left eye also exuded such brilliance. Human. The deep sea demonic whale king made a deep voice. This sound carried a strange frequency and spread along with the sea water. causing the surrounding cliffs to tremble. It originally disdained communicating with humans, but the person in front of it showed the power that made it have to be cautious. Just by illuminating the deep sea with light, it knew that the other party should not be underestimated. He felt some power of rules from it. The deep sea demon whale king is worthy of being the one who once competed with the sea god. This aura of the vast sea is even stronger than Emperor Xian, and second only to Xian Meng. Amon praised softly, Emperor Xian. Hearing this familiar name from the other party, the deep sea demon whale king was slightly stunned. That little black dragon, forget it, these are irrelevant. You dare to come to this trench and make such a big noise. That is a provocation to me. I can't sit idly by. The huge body of the deep sea demon whale king slowly left the seabed. Large pieces of mud and sand were stirred by the water flow brought by it when it moved, and the sea water below suddenly became turbid. Watching the huge body like an island approaching him, Amon's face was calm. Back then, even the sea god who had not yet become a god did not dare to fight me in the seabed. He designed to lure me to the surface of the sea and blinded one of my eyes. I didn't expect that there would be someone as stupid as you who dared to challenge me in this deep sea. The deep sea demon whale king exuded a continuous but terrifying soul power, which merged into the surrounding sea water and continued to spread to the distance. In an instant, it became the master of this sea area. This huge sea area is its domain. The vast sea water was like a huge palm clenched tightly, squeezing him from all directions. Cracks appeared on Amon's soul power barrier. Although the soul power materialization was a magical skill brought by the soul bone that surpassed 1,000,000 years, it was not completely defensive after all, and could not resist the attack launched by the deep sea demon whale king. By taking advantage of the terrain, Amon stretched out his right hand and made a grasping motion forward. It's very simple, isn't it enough to make the surrounding no longer the sea? In an instant, the seawater within a radius of thousands of meters dissipated, revealing the seabed below. All kinds of strange-looking fish on the seabed exploded one by one because of the sudden change in external pressure and the imbalance of internal and external pressure. Bang, 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 bang. They exploded into pools of meat paste. The sea was separated, and the disappearing seawater formed a huge hole, but the seawater next to it did not rush over to fill the hole, but surrounded this area like a vertical high wall. After a brief shock, the deep sea demon whale king calmed down. Although without the seawater, its movement speed would be much lower. It could still swim in the air with the help of soul power, but the speed would be much slower. Humph, do you think I will be helpless like this? Naive. The deep sea demon whale king snorted coldly and spread his power further away. The water flow was controlled by it, forming a series of dancing dragons and snakes, as if they had life, twisting and bending from the air at the same time. Dark clouds formed thick clouds. Thunder exploded between the clouds, and a purple lightning fell from the sky. Amon chuckled. Not bad, but compared to the thunder and lightning of the sea god, it is still a little worse. It does not have the power of divine power to degrade the rules. He unfolded a thicker and more defensive barrier, then took a step forward and instantly came to the back of the deep sea demon whale king and stepped on it. At this time, the high-speed water flow that twisted like a dragon and snake had also arrived. These streams of water rushed in twistedly like a drill. Amon took another step and his figure was already hundreds of meters away. But those water flows seemed to have self-awareness, chasing after them and violently hitting the barrier. The barrier began to break, but under the burst of Amon's soul power, it continued to repair, and another layer rose immediately after breaking one layer in this continuous breaking and rising. The volume of the barrier shrank rapidly, and it seemed that it would not be able to accommodate Amon. He raised his right hand and pinched his monocle, and the light on the glasses bloomed, and the surrounding water and thunder disappeared instantly. The eyes of the deep sea demon whale king sank slightly, and it let out a long roar. The melodious whale song was like the horn of an army. More water rushed in under its command, like the ministers surrounding the king. These water tornadoes carried the huge body of the deep sea demon whale king and crashed into Amon. It was the most primitive and thorough brute force. Watching the terrifying figure falling from the sky, Amon's sight passed through the body of the deep sea demon whale king and focused on something farther away. He took a step forward, and when he appeared again, He was already above the deep sea demon whale king point then. Amon snapped his fingers, and a red cyclone with a hot breath appeared on his right, and a blue cyclone with a cold breath appeared on his left point. The two cyclones were like thrown flying discs, drawing a graceful arc in the air, and crashing into the deep sea demon whale king point. The pupils of the deep sea demon whale king shrank, and it felt a fatal crisis from the two small cyclones. It let out a long cry, and its soul power surged, turning into countless thunder and lightning that spread all around. Amon pinched his monocle with a smile on his face. He cheated the rules and created a logical error. He had stepped on the back of the deep sea demon whale king before, which was his attack, and the ice and fire cyclone was also his attack point. So through this connection, the ice and fire cyclone suddenly disappeared and suddenly appeared under the loophole of the rules, avoiding the countless thunder and lightning, and appeared directly on the back of the deep sea demon whale king point. The two cyclones collided where Amon had just stepped on, and collided with unparalleled power. Amon opened his mouth and slowly uttered a word: ice and fire extinction. Chapter 256 Heavenly Obstacles and Shocking Star. The all-consuming power produced by the intertwining of extreme ice and extreme fire instantly tore the thick skin of the deep-sea demonic whale king, and a huge tornado of ice and fire raged, turning its muscles, blood, and bones into nothingness. A huge wound appeared on the huge island-like body of the deep-sea demonic whale king point. The blood flowed like a waterfall, dyeing the still moist seabed red. It let out a scream and fell heavily to the ground. Boom, accompanied by a loud sound that shook the earth and the earth. The deep sea demonic whale king plunged into the sand and made a big pit. Although ice and fire extinction is extremely powerful, it can only destroy a small area where its power rages. Due to the huge size of the deep sea demonic whale king, losing that part of its body tissue is not fatal to it. Of course, this is also related to Amon deliberately avoiding its vital points. He needs a living deep sea demonic whale king. After all, this is the 8th test of the Poseidon test. It is its mission to die in the test. The bright stars lit up, and streams of light flew towards the deep sea demonic whale king from different directions like raindrops. When the first stream of light flew into its body, it roared, "You are looking for death." An extremely powerful spiritual wave suddenly spread, and that powerful spirit made the sea quiet. The streaks of starlight instantly shattered, revealing the translucent worm corpse inside. The body of the deep sea demonic whale king bloomed with blue-purple light, which was the brilliance of rich energy that spontaneously escaped. A whirlpool of energy continued to shrink and rotate violently in the air. The huge, island-like body of the demonic whale also continued to shrink and disappeared into the energy vortex. The strange phenomena caused by the energy vortex gradually disappeared. The blue-purple light also gradually receded, and a middle-aged man with a simple face appeared where the deep-sea demonic whale king originally was. He is more than 3 meters tall, with long dark blue hair hanging down his back. He wears dark purple crystal-shaped armor. The armor is one piece without any gaps. A tall neck guard protects his neck, and he wears a semi-enveloping helmet. Energy transformed into armor. This is a sign of becoming a god. When Poseidon became a god, he turned his own energy into armor and his martial soul into a divine weapon. At this moment, the deep-sea demonic whale king is only a hair away from that true integration. HMPH. Parasitism. Do you think you can deal with me with this little trick? That bat is no worse than you. The deep-sea demonic whale king snorted coldly. Although he said it with disdain, there was a solemn look in his eyes. This weird method is undoubtedly scary, and the original blood-red 9-headed bat king left a very deep impression on it. Amon clicked his tongue and said calmly, "It seems that I haven't hurt you badly enough. It's really too hard to control you in your current state. Let's beat you half to death first." As he spoke, he reached out and grabbed it from the side, and a heroic woman wearing a red robe, fiery red hair, and dark red eyes appeared next to him. Amon, are you okay? Yan Jin quickly ate the swan meat in his hand and touched the oil stains on his mouth. "Leave it to you. Beat him seriously, but be careful not to kill him," Amon ordered. "Oh, okay, I understand." Yan Jin nodded. "Don't be careless. This is a soul beast that is close to 1,000,000 years old." Amon reminded. Yan Jin made a fist with his right hand, hammered the fist into the palm of his left hand, and showed a wanton smile. "Hey, 1,000,000-year-old soul beast shouldn't be that easy to kill. It's just a good time to try a new trick. Tang. Heo had correctly guessed one thing before. That is, Yan Jin is now extremely powerful. Even Amon may not be able to do anything to her in a head-on confrontation. Of course, this is limited to head-on head-to-head battles. 9 soul rings of yellow, yellow, purple, black, 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 red, red, and red unfolded. The 9th soul ring shone, and an invisible wave spread instantly. The space lock immediately blocked a large area around it, and then the sea disappeared, and was replaced by active volcanoes. Volcanic bombs fall from the sky from time to time, and lava lakes and lava waterfalls flow freely around. Looking at this area, the deep sea demonic whale king frowned. He felt a little familiar. After a long time, he seemed to remember something, and he screamed, "God's domain. This is that stupid snake's God's domain. How come you have this domain? Could it be that?" A horrifying guess emerged. For these long-lived and powerful soul beasts, the world is so big, and many of them basically know each other. The stupid snake died in your hands, and you were able to kill it. The deep sea demonic whale king had a look of horror on his face, but after a while, he calmed down again. "No, that's not right. You are the inheritor of the god of fire. If that's the case, that's normal. That stupid snake must have let go. Otherwise, except for the real gods, I'm afraid no one can kill it. Haha, it is indeed what it can do. That idiot was loyal to a human who defeated it, and later became a god. After death, can you go to the god realm and share eternal life? It's just a trick, but you actually believe that the only way is to become a demon god yourself." Yan Jin gave him a slightly surprised look. "You know Hanglian, it's not an idiot, it just wants to accompany that person. But, since you know it, let's try this." A fiery red circle suddenly appeared in the sky. It was a passage connecting a magma world. The circle expanded rapidly, and boiling magma gushed out of it. A giant snake stirred up the magma sea and slowly crawled out of the hotness. God's descent was the second soul skill of Yan Jin's 8th soul ring. It could transform a corpse into a state of neither life nor death, and then use its own spirit to control it. The transformed corpse was almost the same as before, except that it had no soul. Looking at the giant snake, whose momentum was not inferior to his own, the ancient face of the deep sea demon whale king became more solemn. Countless seawater appeared out of thin air and submerged half of the volcano. The seawater gathered to form a giant whale of the same size as the red lotus serpent, and a layer of crystals gathered on the surface of the giant whale condensed from the seawater. The two giants, the giant snake and the giant whale, collided with each other, making bursts of roars. After a struggle, the seawater giant whale was broken up, and the red lotus serpent was also covered with scars. After all, this is just a puppet controlled by Yan Jin, and many skills cannot be used. The circular space door opened again, and the big snake slowly retreated, drilling into the magma, and disappeared. Yan Jin flew high into the sky, and she looked up at the sky. An invisible wave spread out. The deep sea demon whale king saw a small red dot suddenly appear in the sky, and the red dot became bigger and bigger, and in the blink of an eye, the entire sky was illuminated with a fiery red. It was a huge meteorite. Yan Jin's mental power became extremely powerful. After absorbing the Cheyenne Mengai's silkworm skull, she condensed her mental power into a line and locked the meteorite outside the planet. Then she unfolded the space lock on it to wrap the meteorite. By connecting the space lock in the sky with the space lock on the ground, the space lock in the sky and the objects inside were pulled down together. After approaching and adjusting the angle of the meteorite's fall, Yan Jin took back the space lock that wrapped the meteorite and let it fall freely. The deep sea demon whale king looked at the huge meteorite falling from the sky with horror and roared in disbelief. "How is it possible? How could you do such a thing?" He tried to escape in a panic, but found that the surroundings suddenly turned into a world of ice and snow. "Snow. Dance extreme ice domain." He gritted his teeth and said the name. The extreme cold froze the body of the deep sea demon whale king. It was not difficult for him to break free, but after removing the ice crystals from his own restraints, the meteorite was already close at hand. He roared, and two huge purple warhammers suddenly appeared in his hands before and after the deep sea demon whale king held the warhammer horizontally. The huge meteorite came crashing in. Boom, boom, accompanied by the terrifying shock of the earth and sky. The space lock broke, and the god's domain also broke. At this moment, Amon's theft of the sea domain had ended, and they returned to the sea point after the meteorite hit the deep sea demon Whale King. It took him to the sea together. The powerful impact swept in all directions, and Yan Jin's body was broken up and turned into a mass of magma that scattered in all directions. These impacts did not contain soul power, but were pure physical damage, which had no effect on her after elementalization. The terrifying power generated by the meteorite impact set off a tsunami hundreds of meters high, which spread to the surroundings. The Earth's crust was cracked, and a series of geological movements occurred in a chain. A large area of submarine volcanoes erupted, and rolling magma flowed on the seabed. The high temperature boiled the sea, and countless fish and shrimps floated out of the sea, exuding a faint aroma of grilled fish. If you look down from a high altitude, you can see the bottom of the deep sea, with a faint red glow. Looking at this doomsday-like scene, Amon showed a look of astonishment on his face. He knew that Yan Jin was very strong now, but the power he showed at this moment was really beyond his expectations. The magma dispersed by the shock wave gathered again, and the embers floated in the air, scratching their heads somewhat embarrassedly. Amon, I seem to have messed up. I didn't kill it, did I? Poseidon suddenly looked up and looked into the distance. She stood up, walked out of the sea god's hall, and looked into the distance with a solemn look. She felt an extremely terrifying force erupting in that direction. That force was so terrifying that it didn't seem to appear in the human world at all. Is it a god? She murmured to herself. Kind Douluo and Bibidang also came out of the worship hall, and the Pope hall at the same time, flew into the air and stared into the distance. Is that the direction of the sea god island? Yan Douluo frowned. Did she become a god? It shouldn't be possible. She and I are both priests of the gods, and we have lost the qualifications to become gods. Bibi Dang's face was gloomy. It doesn't seem like someone has become a god. But what happened? I even felt that the entire Wuhan city seemed to shake slightly just now. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story, and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 257 HERMAN and -039 S Backstab. Bosaixi came to the coast and looked solemnly at the junction of the sky and the sea in the distance. Sea Dragon Douluo, Starfish Douluo, Sea Ghost Douluo, Sea Illusion Douluo, Sea Witch Douluo, Sea Spear Douluo, and Sea Horse Douluo were all by his side. Hi, priest, what happened? The sea witch stared into the distance with a trace of worry in her eyes. Bosaixi sighed faintly. A huge disaster is coming. You can go back to your hometown to take a look afterwards. It is very likely that it has also been affected. Disaster? The sea witch was stunned at first, and then looked at the distance in horror. A silver white line appeared on the distant sea surface, and the line became thicker and thicker from far to near. That was a wave. A huge wave hundreds of meters high. A tsunami. This is the sea god island, blessed by the power of the sea god. How could there be such a huge tsunami? Sea Dragon Douluo couldn't help asking. If that tsunami really landed, I'm afraid the entire sea god island would be destroyed. Starfish Douluo said in a low voice. As the waterline approached, a deafening sound came along, and Sea Dragon Douluo could even feel the trembling of the entire sea god island. Poseidon flew to the sea, with a graceful figure, without a trace of smoke and dust. A dark red trident brand appeared on her forehead, and a huge human-shaped phantom appeared. This was Poseidon's martial soul, the sea god. The phantom gradually shrank and merged with it. The true form of the martial soul. Poseidon's face became more heroic, and a golden trident appeared in her hand. She held the trident high, and a beam of light came from the sea god temple, and a trace of divine power mixed with her soul power. Then, a deep blue domain spread out from it as the center sea god domain. Poseidon took a deep breath and slowly waved the trident. She used the trident to outline a circle in the void. This circle was particularly difficult to draw. When the circle was completed, sweat was already flowing from her forehead. The first move of Poseidon's 13 halberds, unstable storm. At this moment, it seemed as if the entire sea was frozen, and the huge waves hundreds of meters high gradually became shorter and finally disappeared. The waters around Poseidon Island returned to calm again. You are worthy of being Lord Poseidon. You can actually calm down such a disaster. The sea Witch looked admiring. Don't relax. Strengthen your vigilance in the recent period of time. This is probably not a natural disaster, but a man-made disaster. Poseidon turned around and flew towards the Poseidon temple. Man-made disaster. The 7 holy pillar guardians looked at each other, and they could see the shock in each other's eyes on the Golden Jackson. Tang San's face changed, and he rushed to the deck. He saw Clean and German looking forward with a solemn expression. What happened before the T could answer? He found the silver-white line surging from the junction of water and sky in front. Is this a tsunami? Tang San's face changed drastically, and he asked, what should we do at this time? Behind him, a sailor calmly took a few sips of wine and replied, wait for death. Tang San paused and couldn't help asking, is there no countermeasure? The sailor shook his head. This kind of huge wave is impossible to deal with. The captain should be able to survive, but we are dead. The rest of Shrek also ran out. Oscar had already distributed the flying mushroom sausage to Dame Yubei, Zhu Zuking and Ning Rang Grang Point Mahangjin, Bei Cheng Xiang, and Tang San can fly by themselves, so they don't need this. You go up to the sky first. I'll try to help the crew get out of the way. Tang San turned around and said to them. Tang San concentrated his mental power on his forehead and tried to unfold the vast sea cover. A triangle flew out from his forehead, emitting a blue light. The blue light curtain enveloped the entire ship, and the ship began to sink to the bottom of the sea. It's done. Tang San showed a hint of joy on his face. The vast sea cover perfectly helped the Golden Jackson avoid the waves, but soon they found another problem. The ship was still sinking. There was no water within the range of the light curtain of the vast sea, and the ship could not move forward. Clean immediately said, shrink the light curtain and expose the bottom of the ship. Tang San understood what he meant and controlled the blue light curtain to shrink slowly. The sea water touched the bottom of the ship again, lifting the ship up and returning to the surface of the sea. Mahanjan landed on the deck, looking at the waves that had passed, and said with lingering fear, is the sea so dangerous? Such huge waves come as soon as they are said. Clean shook his head. This is an accident. The sea is indeed capricious, but this is the first time I have encountered such a situation. The sea surface was surging, and the ship was constantly rising and falling, but there were no huge waves like the first one. These were all within the range that the Golden Jackson could withstand. In the Demon Whale Sea, the huge red lotus snake floated to the surface with the unconscious deep sea demon whale king. Amon, I salvaged it. It's not dead. It's still breathing. Yan Jin said excitedly to Amon, who was standing quietly on the sea. Well done. Amon nodded with a smile. He raised his right hand and stroked his monocle. Then, starlight flickered, and one after another bright light lit up on the monocle and sank into the body of the deep sea demon whale king. The deep sea demon whale king suddenly opened his eyes wide, and it tried its best to struggle, but its body was bound by the red lotus snake, and it could not move. As time went by, its eyes began to become dull, and finally blank. The huge eyes slowly closed, and when they opened again, they had regained their vitality, but there was a circle of white circles on the eyes. Amon's monocle bloomed with emerald green, and the light flowed, covering the huge body of the deep sea demon whale king. The wounds on its body healed at a speed visible to the naked eye, and its internal organs, bones, muscles, skin. When the light faded, its body had recovered as before, except that its breath was weakened. It was almost the same as before the battle. 2 days later, the strange phenomenon caused by the meteorite falling into the sea finally subsided slowly. After calibrating its position, the Golden Jackson continued to move towards the sea god island. Tang San, who was practicing in the cabin, suddenly felt a little cold. He walked out of the room and came to the side of the ship. Staring at the deep sea in the distance, he felt uneasy. His left hand flashed with light and summoned the clear sky hammer. At this moment, the god of death domain engraved on the clear sky hammer was emitting a white halo, and the cold breath emanating from it gave Tang San a strong sense of crisis. This was a warning from the god of death domain to him. He turned around suddenly and strode towards the control room of the ship. As he walked, he smelled a bloody smell. His face changed, and he quickened his pace. Blood flowed out from under the door of the control room. Tangson kicked the door open and saw a scene that puzzled him. The body of the helmsman fell to the ground, covered in blood. Clean faced the bow, his eyes collapsed. An arm pierced his chest from his back and took out his heart. It was German he killed. Clean looking at German with unconcealable madness and murderous intent in his eyes and a cold face. Tang San's first thought was that Clean had a problem. German had been communicating with him since the Slaughter City, and Tang San had basic trust in him. In this case, he would of course first choose to suspect Clean, who he had just met and had many doubts about. But just when he wanted to speak, he found that German turned his head and looked at him. The coldness on his face was different from the usual indifference, but a kind of coldness facing the enemy. Tang San couldn't help but be a little alert, frowning and asked, "What happened? Why did you kill him?" German pulled out the arm that pierced Clean's chest and said coldly, "I met Amon in Hanhei City." Tang San's pupils shrank, and he slowly took 2 steps back, realizing that things seemed to be going in a bad direction. The problem might not be Clean, but German continued, "You overlooked one point. Jacob and I are both members of the Amon family. Our differences are in concepts, paths, methods and means, but Jacob has proved that after he becomes Amon, the family will usher in new glory, and the name of Amon will shine again." Tang San asked, "Aren't you worried that the Amon family will be too prosperous and attract gods again, and be punished by the gods?" German showed a wild smile on his face. "If there is a 1,000-foot light, who is willing to endure darkness? God. Every member of the Amon family hates them." Jacob, "No, Amon showed me his planned path to becoming a god, and I was convinced by him. He gave me a reason I couldn't refuse. This is the most feasible and closest time for our family to be freed from the curse of the gods. I'm willing to bet with him." Tang San took a deep breath and finally accepted the fact. "So you betrayed us? Joined Amon?" "Betrayal? Not really. It just ended our cooperative relationship." German responded. Tang San asked in a low voice, "There is one thing I don't understand. Since Amon once appeared in Hanhei City, why didn't you attack us at that time? If the two of you join forces, we can't escape at all, right? You should solve the trouble you caused yourself. Amon doesn't have time to worry about you little shrimps, and I don't allow others to interfere in my affairs." German forced a smile, showing a sure win, and explained, "In Hanhei City, I didn't take action because I was worried that you would escape. After the miracle of resurrection from the dead in the killing city, my strength has dropped significantly, and I'm not 100% sure that I can catch you all in one fell swoop. I originally thought of taking action on the sea, but the captain you chose is a bit strong. If all of you join forces, I may not be able to win. Later, you showed the ability of the Hanhei Kyankan cover, which made me even less sure. It is simply a magical weapon on the sea, and I didn't expect it to have such an effect. So, I decided to use other ways to get rid of you." "Other ways?" Tang San repeated this with a bad feeling in his heart. German pressed the hat on his head with his bloody palm. "Clean should have told you that sea soul beasts have territories. Generally speaking, they rarely attack human ships unless they think they are threatened or provoked. Have you heard of the demon whale sea?" Chapter 258 Amon, the Deep Sea Demon Whale King. Chapter 258 Deep Sea Demon Whale King. Amon Demon Whale Sea. Tang San didn't realize the seriousness of the matter yet, just frowned slightly. German walked out of the cabin from the other side, walked to the side of the ship, and said calmly, "The Demon Whale Sea is famous because the Deep Sea Demon Whale King lives here. It is the absolute overlord of the sea, the undisputed king. It is a super beast that has surpassed 100,000 years and is close to 1,000,000 years old. In terms of cultivation, it is even above Emperor Shan. It is an existence that once competed with the sea god." Tang San widened his eyes and looked at German with a little more panic in his tone. "Could it be that you?" "Yes, I used illusion to control the helmsman and asked him to sail the ship to the Demon Whale Sea. Claren was keenly aware of the abnormality, so I killed them. Although you happened to see it, it was too late. We were already in the Demon Whale Sea." German turned around calmly, and made a little gesture with his index finger and thumb. I used some tricks to wake it up, and let it think that we challenged it. Behind German, a huge monster was floating up, and a huge shadow appeared in the sea. The terrifying soul beast like an island showed its figure, and countless seawater was pushed away. Tangson only felt that there was a mountain in front of him point under the sunlight. The deep sea demon whale king cast a large shadow, covering the golden Jackson point. Endless pressure poured like a waterfall, and Tangson and the other Shrek people who were still in the cabin only felt a shudder from the soul. What happened? Ning Rang Grang looked terrified. ZHU Zuking looked at one side and out like a frightened kitten. They ran to the deck in a panic, and then one by one showed a look of horror. Their sights just happened to meet the sight of the deep sea demon whale king's unblinded eyes with white circles in midair. Mahang opened his mouth wide and said tremblingly, "Is this a soul beast? Is there such a big soul beast?" Damu Bei's mouth twitched. The deep sea demon whale king let out a melodious roar. Tangson found that it suddenly became shorter. No, it was not the deep sea demon whale king that became shorter, but the sea surface, where the ship was located, was rising. A huge stream of water rose from below, carrying the ship into the sky. The deep sea demon whale king launched an attack. As soon as it appeared, German bowed slightly. "I hope you will have fun next." As he said, a large shadow climbed up his body from the ground and assimilated it. After the shadow squirmed a few times, it sank into the deck and disappeared. The moment he saw the deep sea demon whale king, Oscar realized that something was wrong and made flying mushroom sausages to share with everyone. Damu Bei, ZHU Zuking, Ning Rang Grong, and Oscar himself, when the boat was thrown away, immediately took flying mushroom sausages and gained the ability to fly for a short time. Bei Chengxiang and Mahanjan turned their hands into wings and soared into the sky. Tangson also activated the skill of his right leg soul bone and flew into the sky. Just after Shrek and his party left the boat, almost the next second, the boat was washed and disintegrated by the high-speed water flow and turned into a pile of fragments. Bei Chengxiang looked at a crew member's head being hit by scattered parts and exploded like a watermelon, with a look of pity in his eyes. However, they could not even guarantee their own safety at this moment, let alone spare the energy to rescue those unfortunate crew members. Xiangxiang, be careful. Mahanjan suddenly shouted. The water that rose into the sky rushed again, dispersing several small streams, and the wreckage of the ship that was hit changed direction, and an incomplete table suddenly flew towards Bei Chengxiang. Mahanjan rushed over, hugged Bei Chengxiang, and protected her in front of him. He took the blow with his back and spat out blood from the corner of his mouth. "Fatty, you." Bei Chengxiang stared blankly at the blood splashing on him. "Don't worry, Xiangxiang. I'm thick-skinned and I'll be fine after a few hits." Mahanjan smiled, and his fat face showed some reliability. In fact, if you hadn't come to hug me, I could have avoided it. Bei Chengxiang opened her mouth, but didn't say it after all. German betrayed. This is the beast he attracted. I'm here to attract attention and delay time. You guys go. Tangson said sternly. Zhao Sun, I'll go with you. I'm the boss of the 7 monsters. How can a brother not stand in front of his brothers and sisters when there is danger? Damu Bei shouted. Mu Bei, you go too. I'm already a soul saint. I have a flying soul bone, and I have the vast sea universe cover. I'm alone. The chance of getting away is greater. Tangson shouted. The deep sea demon whale king let out a low, muffled roar. The sound waves were empty, and the turbulent airflow almost made them dizzy. The huge soul power surged. The huge whale tail was raised high, and it slammed down. At this moment, the clouds rolled back, the sea was flowing, and the vast sea water rushed up to the sky. Tangson even had the illusion that the sea was above his head. If the sea pressed down, Tangson himself could rely on the invincible golden body brought by Xiao Wu's soul bone to resist, but the rest of the people would definitely die. Although the second skill of the vast sea universe cover, vast sea body shield, can also play a protective role, he does not think it can block the sea. His thoughts turned rapidly, and he gritted his teeth to activate the second skill of his 6th soul ring. Random point on a rooftop of the Xingluo Empire Palace. Amon sat on the edge without any image. He raised his right hand, pressed his monocle with his knuckles, and chuckled. "HMM, random skills. Let me see which random skill is better." Got it. Let's take this one. Starlight shone on the monocle point along with Xiao Wu's sacrifice. The time worm that parasitized Tang San's sixth soul ring received the skills transmitted by the main body through the thread of fate and fed it back to Tang San. Tang San showed a hint of joy on his face. He randomly got a skill called sharing, which can share his soul skill effects with others at this moment. The sea fell. Tang San activated the invincible golden body and shared it with the rest of the Shrek people. In an instant, they were all covered with a layer of light golden light. Invincible. Golden body can block any attack below the god level, but it will still be pushed by the impact point. They were hit into the sea by the seawater. Tang San immediately activated the vast sea of universe cover, forming a light curtain to cover the rest of the people. The blue triangle kept spinning. Tang San inputted a small amount of his mental power into it, urging it to carry several people away from the sea. He himself teleported to the back of the deep sea demon whale king. The 8 spider lance unfolded from behind him, piercing the deep sea demon whale king's skin and flesh. In order to make the deep sea demon whale king have no time to care about his companions and focus all his attention on himself, Tang San used all his strength to activate the devouring ability of the 8 spider lance to absorb the life essence of the deep sea demon whale king. The deep sea demon whale king roared in pain, twisted its body, and kept jumping up and down, trying to use the water flow to rush Tang San off its back. But the barbs on the 8 spider lance fixed Tang San firmly, and his body was strengthened by the soul bone, plus the protection of soul power. The impact of the water flow was still within his tolerance. The deep sea demon whale king seemed to have run out of tricks. Its huge body became a weakness at this moment, and it couldn't get Tang San off its back. After a long stalemate, when Tang San absorbed enough vitality and almost filled his body, the deep sea demon whale king took effective countermeasures. A little late. It plunged into the sea and swam towards the deep sea. It wanted to crush Tang San to death with the huge water pressure under the deep sea. Tang San also discovered its intention and reluctantly let go of the 8 spider lances and swam to the surface of the sea. He knew that he could not withstand the pressure underwater, and he could not hold his breath for a long time like the deep sea demon whale king. If he followed, he would die. The deep sea demon whale king noticed Tang San's departure, swam a circle in the sea, and locked the target again. Tang San activated his left arm bone and teleported upwards. A blue halo swept by, and he suddenly felt like he was trapped in a quagmire and could not move. Endless water pressure squeezed from all directions. Tang San spit out a mouthful of blood and hurriedly activated the blue silver domain in the killing god domain, struggling to resist the oppression brought by the deep sea domain of the deep sea demon whale king. A strong blue light condensed on the back of the deep sea demon whale king. The blue light was spherical. As time went by, it gradually deepened and turned into a dark blue close to black. A large amount of seawater gathered in the dark blue ball. The terrifying mass and energy made the space slightly distorted. Tang San radiated his mental power, ready to activate the invincible golden body at any time. The deep sea demon whale king let out a long cry, as if reminding Tang San that he was about to launch an attack, and seemed to laugh at his overestimation. The surging water shot out like a cannonball, and the terrifying force hit Tang San's body. Although he had already activated the invincible golden body, he still felt a dull pain when he was hit by this water cannon. This made him horrified in his heart. The invincible golden body almost failed to block the opponent's attack. The water cannon pushed Tang San to fly diagonally upwards, rushing into the sky like a retrograde meteor. He quickly moved away from the deep sea demon whale king and disappeared into the sky. Tang San was in great pain and could not move while flying in the air. Although the invincible golden body blocked the huge impact of the water cannon when it first came into contact with his body, after 3 seconds, the impact continued to come, but it was not as strong as at the beginning. Even so, Tang San's bones were almost broken. Tang San barely cheered up. He knew that, if he fell at such a high speed, whether he landed in the sea or on an island, he would be dead. He needed to activate the invincible golden body for the last time 3 seconds before landing to save his life while being carried by the water in the air. Tang San sneered in his heart. You didn't expect it, deep sea demon whale king, your fatal blow to me, but helped me escape successfully. You wait for me, I will come to avenge today sooner or later. German, you too. When I become a god, I will let you see with your own eyes how the glorious dream of your Amon family is shattered. Chapter 259 Tang-san 039's Adventure. Amon's body at the Douluo Palace curled his mouth and smiled. German's betrayal can bring pressure, and swallowing the blood and flesh essence of the deep-sea demon Whale King can promote the growth of strength. This alone is not enough. Don't be anxious. There are many adventures waiting for you. Take it well, this gift of fate. He raised his right hand, pinched the upper and lower edges of the monocle with his index finger and thumb respectively, then supported the tiles with both hands, jumped forward, and disappeared into the void point. After flying in the sky for half an hour, Tang-san's consciousness gradually blurred, and he couldn't help wanting to fall asleep. But suddenly he realized that he began to fall slowly. He woke up with a start, twisted his body with difficulty, turned over, and faced downwards. There was a small island in front, and according to the flight trajectory, he judged that he would land on that island point. In order to more accurately grasp the time when the invincible golden body was activated, he emitted mental power. Almost there, almost landing. A layer of light golden light suddenly bloomed on Tang-san's body, and he activated the invincible golden body. Then he fell to the ground like a meteorite, making a loud bang. Tang-san climbed out of the pit he had landed on, patted the dust on his body, and looked to his side with some curiosity. He felt that he seemed to have hit something just now. Then he saw two bloody things, although the main body had been smashed to pieces from the 8 long legs and the desire from the 8 spider lance behind him. Tang-san still judged the true identity of these two things. These are 2 human-faced demon spiders, and their cultivation is very high. Both of them are close to 100,000 years. Tang-san couldn't help but feel a little scared. If he hadn't been lucky enough to hit them when he fell, he might not be their opponent in his current state, and might become their food. However, this also made him understand more about the horror of the deep-sea demon Whale King. The power he carried when he fell was only a tiny part of the remaining attack, but even so, he easily killed 2 human-faced demon spiders that were nearly 100,000 years old. How terrifying is this? Tang-san followed the desire from the 8 spider lance behind him, and inserted 4 spider spears into the bodies of the 2 human-faced demon spiders. The cold energy passed through the 8 spider lance into Tang-san's body, and condensed on his back. When these energies entered his back, they gave Tang-san an extremely burning feeling. The body of the human-faced demon spider became shriveled, and the carapace on its body gradually softened. After the 8 spider lance completely devoured them, it began to change. The length of the 8 spider lance began to shrink, and blood-colored lines spread. At the same time, a layer of something like an exoskeleton began to extend from the 8 spider lance, wrapping Tang-san's chest, abdomen, and back. Tang-san showed a hint of joy on his face, and the 8 spider lance had evolved, become more powerful and more perfect. He felt that the quality of this external soul bone had reached 100,000 years, which was equivalent to the left arm bone provided by Xiao Wu. Then he began to process the essence of blood and flesh that he had devoured from the deep-sea demon Whale King. The huge energy was even more powerful than his own soul power, so that it became the master and suppressed his soul power so that he could not move. After a little thought, he decided to guide this power into the 8 spider lance, because just now when the 8 spider lance absorbed the power of the human-faced demon spider, part of the energy from the deep-sea demon Whale King also entered the 8 spider lance along with the energy of the human-faced demon spider. This shows that the 8 spider lance can fully store and carry this energy. Tang-san used his mental power to guide these extremely pure but incompatible energies with his soul power bit by bit. For some reason, he felt as if there was something in his body that was helping to guide the energy, and the guidance was extremely smooth. He thought that this process would be more painful and longer. In the end, it didn't take much time and there was not much pain. After thoroughly digesting these surprises, Tang-san also began to wonder, how could the human-faced demon spider appear on such an island? Shouldn't they live in the Stardao Great Forest? Puzzled, Tang-san didn't dwell on it too much. He began to explore the surroundings. The top priority now was to determine his position, find his companions, and then go to the Sea God Island. However, Tang-san didn't act blindly. He was in a bad state now. Although he had swallowed 2 human-faced demon spiders, to make the 8 spider lance evolve, and digested and absorbed the blood and flesh essence of the deep sea demon whale king. He became stronger than before, but his spirit was very tired. If it wasn't in this unknown environment, but in a relatively familiar and safe place, he could fall asleep. After he made sure there was no great danger around, he found a big rock and took a nap on it. Half a day later, Tangsen woke up slowly. The sun was setting, and it was almost dusk. The setting sun burned the sky red, and the white clouds were painted golden red, like a giant dragon hovering in the sky. The sky in the east was shrouded in deep blue, and that color suddenly reminded Tangsen of the deep sea demon whale king who almost killed him not long ago. After searching for a while, Tangsen found 5 men with rough faces and wearing sailor clothes. They were talking. Have you heard? One of our ships was hijacked. What? Hijacking? A look of astonishment appeared on the other person's face. Our Purple Pearl pirates are the largest pirate group of this generation. Who would dare to hijack our ship? This outrageous thing always happens. Now the captain is summoning the soul masters in the group to show off to that group. Tangsen patiently eavesdropped for a while, and after they stopped mentioning any useful information, he used the Tangsek's special skill ghost shadow tracking to quietly come to their side. What is this place? Tangsen said coldly. The pirates were startled by the sudden appearance of the figure. They took a look at Tangsen and judged at a glance that the clothes he was wearing were expensive. When they saw the belt 24 bridges on a bright moon night, their eyes lit up. Although they didn't know that 24 bridges on the moonlit night was a soul guide or its specific value, they knew from the gems decorated on it that it was definitely a valuable thing. Brother, don't you know where this is? A pirate smiled maliciously. Well, I encountered a shipwreck and got separated from my companions. Tangsen nodded. Several pirates made eye contact and felt that Tangsen was dressed luxuriously and had a calm temperament, unlike an ordinary person. They were not sure of winning, so they decided to stabilize him first, trick him into their lair, and then make a good deal. That's such a shame. Do you want to come to our village as a guest? Let's ask other people if they have met your companions. Tangsen smiled slightly, knowing from the overheard information that they were pirates. Now that these people invited him to be a guest, it was obvious what their intentions were. But Tangsen happened to need someone to lead the way. He didn't think that as a high-level soul saint, he would be in danger when facing a group of pirates, so he said, "Then I'll trouble you." Several people were delighted. Although this young man looked calm, he didn't seem to be very wary. As they walked, they talked about various things. Are there many people in your village? Tangsen asked. There are more than 2,000 people, and more than 1,000 of them are capable of working. They are all people who make a living by fishing. A pirate answered. Tangsen's heart moved, and he had already decided to let this group of pirates help him find partners. As for whether to rely on transactions to reach an agreement or use force threats, it depends on the situation. Passing through a dense forest, 5 pirates took Tangsen to a village composed of large wooden houses. The location of the village is relatively secluded. There is a river running through the village. It is surrounded by mountains on 2 sides and a large forest on the other side. Is this your station? Okay, we're here. Let's ask your boss to come out. After arriving at the destination, Tangsen stopped pretending and said straight to the point. Is it possible that you can meet the master whenever you want? A pirate said subconsciously, and soon he realized that Tangsen seemed to have realized that they were no ordinary fishermen. It seems that you have already guessed our identities. You dare to follow us. You are very brave. The pirate's eyes showed a fierce light. He whistled 3 short whistles. This is the code they have agreed upon, and different levels of prey correspond to different whistles. Tangsen was judged by him as a somewhat dangerous prey, so after the whistle sounded, dozens of people with knives, swords, harpoons and other weapons immediately poured out of the village. They surrounded Tangsen, and a tall and thin man came out and smiled slyly. Hey, it looks like a fat sheep. Tangsen felt the fluctuation of soul power from him. This was a soul master. He showed a smile. Let's go together. After I beat you all down, your boss should come out. As he spoke, Tangsen's soul saint aura erupted from his body. The powerful soul power pressure made the thin man twitch his face. His expression changed again and again, and finally turned into a smile with a hint of flattery and flattery. Sir, I mean that the village was just cooking roasted whole lamb. What kind of flavor do you like? Do you want to see the boss? Please wait a moment. I will send someone to report it right now. His arrogant and respectful attitude made Tangsun burst into laughter and nodded. Tell him to come out to see me quickly. I'm not very patient. Yes. Yes sir. Thin Man winked at the person beside him, and the person immediately ran towards the village point in the center of the village. In a 3-story building that was obviously higher than the other houses, a well-proportioned woman wearing purple robes, with purple hair and eyes, was cursing. It's he fucking stupid. He failed to rob, but was captured instead. Now, people are asking us to redeem people. Are we pirates, or are they pirates? These are useless people. Boss, it's not good. A higher level soul master is coming from outside, and he wants you to go see him. Boss, high level soul master? How tall? Purple Pearl raised an eyebrow. Soul saint. Oh, soul saint, lead the way. Purple Pearl answered simply without saying anything more. But, boss, that's a soul saint. Why don't you call more people? What should I do if I don't have enough patience? This is my territory. It's not too late to deal with him after I'm sure of his intentions. Purple Pearl responded with a confident look point under the leadership of her younger brother. She came to the entrance of the village. Chapter 260, Reunion. Is it you? You want to see my soul saint? Oh, and a handsome boy. Zizenzu crossed her arms and smiled point looking at this hot and heroic woman. Tangsun was surprised and asked, woman, Z. Zenzu raised her eyebrows. What's wrong with a woman? Can't a woman be the boss? Tell me, what do you want to find me for? My companions and I have been separated, and I hope you can mobilize people to help me find them. Tangsun replied, it's not easy to find people on the sea, so what can you give? I won't do a loss-making business. Zizenzu stared at Tangsun. Tangsun smiled and said, what do you want? If possible, I also hope to reach a consensus peacefully. I will accept a certain price, but don't think about asking too much. Zenzu tapped her left arm with her right index finger, and after a little thought, she replied, I got it. I just happened to have a boat intercepted by someone recently. You help me deal with those people, and I will search for your companions for you. Is it another group of forces that hijacked your boat? No, it's a group of guys who suddenly appeared. They won't let you do it alone. We will go there too. I just need you to help me deal with the stronger ones among them, so that my casualties will not be too great. Tangsun pondered for a moment and nodded. Okay, Zenzu showed a generous smile on her face, then set off tomorrow morning, and have a good rest in the village today. Guys, why don't you quickly take out the strongest seller to entertain the guests? Yes, at night, in the small building where Zizenzu was, she held a banquet for Tangsun. All kinds of grilled fish, shells, and prawns were served on the table. Try this. This is the strongest wine made from the best fruits. Zizenzu pushed a large cup of full fruit wine in front of Tangsun. Tangsun did not relax his vigilance. After all, this was in the pirate's lair. He sniffed the wine and lightly touched it with his tongue. After confirming that it was not poisonous, he drank it with confidence. The wine had a strong fruity aroma and a mellow taste, which made people linger. Seeing Tangsun's cautious look, Zizenzu smiled. Don't be so nervous. I won't do such a wasteful thing as poisoning such a good wine. She crossed her slender legs, leaned on the chair, and pulled off a crab leg, and ate it in big mouthfuls. Tangsun didn't care. He looked around, and his eyes suddenly froze on the potted plants behind Zizenzu. There were 2 plants with dark red palm-shaped flowers blooming, with slender roots and stems, but very straight. He had seen the record of this plant in Zhuanshanbao ghost hand flower, which has the effect of opening up the meridians and increasing power. However, it needs to be mixed with another very common herb, otherwise it will only cause people to leak power and lose control of their bodies. Why are you staring at me? I admit that you are handsome, but if you want to have something with me, you'd better give up this idea. I'm not interested in men. Zizenzu said carelessly. She looked at Tangsun's face for a while and sighed. Alas, what a good face, but it's a pity that it's a man. Sen's mouth twitched. I'm not looking at you, but the two flowers behind you. Oh, you are talking about this. I'll give it to you, if you like it. Zensu waved her hand nonchalantly, indicating that the two men should take it to Tang-san. Then, I will be disrespectful to refuse it. Tang-san arched his hand. He was still thinking about finding a reason to take it from the other party, but he didn't expect Zensu to be so generous after the banquet. Tang-san came to the room arranged by Zensu for him with a little drunkenness. He activated his soul power and suddenly became completely awake. He took out some herbs from the Ruai treasure bag and began to prepare medicine with the ghost hand flower he had just obtained. Tang-san crushed several herbs into powder, mixed them thoroughly, and kneaded them into pills the size of an index finger. Then, he used a small stove to steam the pills until they exuded a refreshing fragrance. Tang-san looked at the brightly colored pills with satisfaction, took one, and began to practice his soul power. After a sleepless night, Tang-san replaced sleep with meditation and stayed alert at all times. After all, this was the territory of Purple Pearl and the pirate's lair, so he did not dare to be careless. Early the next morning, Zensu kicked open his door. Get up, get ready to go to sea. Tang-san, who was interrupted from practicing, showed a trace of displeasure on his face. He changed his cross-legged posture, got off the bed, and said coldly, "Don't you know that soul masters hate to be disturbed when practicing?" Zensu looked at him dissatisfiedly. "Didn't I tell you yesterday that we will set off this morning? You asked me to come and call you specially, and you still have reason." Tang-san glanced at the hazy sky and felt that the morning Zensu said might be different from the morning he thought. "I didn't ask clearly, and you didn't say it clearly, so it's even." Zensu didn't continue to argue about it. She gathered the people and boarded the Purple Pearl and prepared to set off. She brought more than 100 soul masters and 200 non-soul master pirates as the vehicle of Zensu, the leader of the pirate group. The Purple Pearl is definitely huge, several times larger than the Golden Jackson of Clean that Tang-san and his friends rented before. But the facilities inside were much worse, and the speed was far slower than that of Golden Jackson. After sailing for more than an hour, the lookout suddenly shouted, "Beware!" A sea soul beast appeared ahead. Tang-san walked to the bow and stared ahead, only to see a huge spider floating on the sea blocking his way. Its 8 spider legs stepped on the water, as if it was stepping on the ground, and would not sink. When its spider legs were spread out, its body looked very huge, more than 10 meters long. He recognized the species of this soul beast, which was a close relative of the human-faced demon spider, the sea demon spider. According to the information he learned, in relatively rare cases, the human-faced demon spider and the sea demon spider will form a mate. Tang-san suddenly remembered the 2 human-faced demon spiders that he fell from the sky and killed, and wondered if there was any connection between them. "All members, be alert." Zensu gave an order. "All soul masters with long-range attack skills, go to the side of the ship to attack." Tang-san did not rush to take action. He wanted to see the methods of these pirates, and then he found that these pirates were unexpectedly weak. Facing the sea demon spider, they would only launch long-range attacks one by one. Although the sound and light effects looked good, they did not cause substantial damage to the opponent. The sea spider leaped high and landed on the deck of the Purple Pearl. It suddenly sprayed out water arrows, hitting the pirates and causing them to bleed. There were screams. Purple Pearl solemnly summoned her martial spirit and immediately possessed it. Her body twisted slightly and her whole body became soft, with blue-gray scales at the corners of her eyes. Her martial spirit was the CVI, a sea snake with deadly venom. 6 soul rings of the best proportion of yellow, purple, black, and black appeared, which surprised Tang-san a little. Purple Pearl looked young, although not as old as the Shrek 7 devils, but not far behind the golden generation of the Spirit Hall. But such a genius would actually be a pirate on the sea. The 6th soul ring lit up, flashing a black halo. A huge shadow appeared behind Zensu, and it stretched out like lightning, splitting into 9 large snakes of more than 10 meters, and pounced on the sea spider. The sea spider had a white circle in its eye, and a bit of disdain appeared Its body surface was glowing with sea blue light, forming a layer of lens. The snake shadow bit the lens, but failed to destroy the defense. Zenzu's face changed. After roughly understanding the strength of the pirates, Tangsun moved. He raised his hand, and a blue-silver cage instantly engulfed the sea spider. Taking advantage of the moment when the opponent was restricted, he activated the teleportation skill of the right arm bone of the soft bone rabbit and came to the opponent's back. The 8 spider spears with blood-colored lines in the black stretched out, piercing the clothes and the body of the sea spider. The terrifying devouring power was activated, and he quickly absorbed the vitality of the sea spider. The sea spider screamed in pain and struggled hard, but the poison carried by the 8 spider lance, which was beyond its resistance limit, had already invaded its body, making its resistance increasingly powerless. Soon after, it was sucked by Tangsun, until only a piece of skin was left. Seeing such a domineering and evil method, the pirates took a breath of cold air and looked at Tangsun with a little more awe. The sea spider and the human-faced spider are close relatives, and their life sources are very similar. After swallowing the sea spider, the 8 spider lance was once again improved. Purple Pearl glanced at Tangsun and said with a bit of charm, "Thank you. If it weren't for you, I'm afraid more people would die. To express my gratitude, I'm yours tonight." It's over. The captain finally got the upper hand of man. A group of pirates who admired Purple Pearl glared at Tangsun. Sensing the hostility of the pirates, Tangsun refused with a smile. "No, I already have someone I like. Don't worry, you don't need to be responsible. Just have fun." Purple Pearl said indifferently. Tangsun's face was dull for a moment. His love for Xiao Wu made him insist on being a pure man, and he refused again. "What? You don't want me, even if I give it to you for free? Do you despise me?" "No, not really. I've said that I have someone I like, and I will only love her." "Damn, you wimp," Zenzu said with a gloomy face. "Our leader is so beautiful, how dare you refuse her without knowing what's good for you?" A group of pirates who admired Zenzu glared at Tangsun. Tangsun, Zenzu felt a little embarrassed to be rejected and vented her anger on the other pirates. "What are you idiots still doing? Clean the deck and take the wounded down for treatment. We will contact that group of people in a while. Don't lose your momentum." Not long after, the lookout standing on the observation deck found their ship hijacked by others and shouted to the bottom, "Boss, I saw them, just in front. Keep a steady speed. Pay attention to alert. We will go to meet those guys." Zenzu's face showed a solemn look. Tangsun saw a pirate ship approaching slowly in the distance, and there was a small black dot in the sky that was someone conducting reconnaissance. The vision brought by the purple demon pupil allowed him to see the person in the sky clearly. That was his cousin Bei Chengxiang. Tangsun was stunned at first, and then he understood what was going on. The people who hijacked a pirate ship of Zenzu were none other than his lost companions, Damu Bei and others. Chapter 261 Demonic Great White Shark. After being sent away by Tangsun with the vast sea universe cover, Damu Bei and his companions were also affected by the huge waves raised by the deep sea demon Whale King and were washed away for an unknown distance. Then, they happened to meet a pirate ship, so they boarded the ship. After learning that they belonged to the Purple Pearl Pirates and had a large number of people, they had the idea of using their power to find Tangsun. However, the people on the ship did not cooperate very well, so they used force a little. Then it evolved into the current situation. Little ones, all of you cheer up and remember to give those guys a blow later. Purple Pearl shouted. "Oh." The pirates responded to him. The two ships slowly slowed down and then stopped together. Mahanjan dragged a burly man out and shouted with a bandit look on his face, "Hurry up and agree to our conditions, otherwise I will kill you." "Conditions? What are your conditions?" Purple Pearl looked puzzled. Didn't I tell you about the people I released? We just need to find our lost companions and exchange their information for them." Mahanjan responded. Zenzu was stunned when she heard this familiar condition. Then she looked at Tangsun in confusion and then said in a strange tone, "Is the man you are talking about a man with sea blue hair, handsome, and in his 20s? Yes. Have you seen him?" Mahanjan said happily, "No. Our damn Purple Pearl pirates do not accept any threats. I don't want that shameful idiot anymore. Be prepared." If you dare to hijack my ship, you will have to pay the price. Zensu shouted. The ship Mahanjan and his crew were on was shorter than the Purple Pearl, so he could not see Tangsun in the center of the deck of the Purple Pearl, but Bai Chengxiang flying in the air could see it clearly. She had a look of laughter on her face. This was completely a lie. Tangsun also felt a little funny when listening to the conversation between Zensu and Mahanjan. He walked up and said, "Fatty, let them go. This is a misunderstanding, Zensu was still sulking about Tang San's rejection of her, so she immediately shouted, "Misunderstanding? There are so many misunderstandings." Tang San didn't care and shrugged at Mahanjan. Mahanjan and Amube looked at each other and felt that the atmosphere was a bit strange. They let the people go and came to the Purple Pearl. Zhao Sun, what happened between you and this woman? Damube said with a wink. Don't slander me, I'm still pure and innocent. Tangsun said seriously, I understand. Mahanjan looked like he understood. Tang San's face twitched. Purple Pearl grabbed the ear of the sulking captain who was released. You have made a difference. You are such a disgrace to me. As a pirate, you were robbed by others. Boss, don't. It's these guys who don't follow the rules. I obviously saw that they were in trouble and rescued them out of kindness. I just saw that they were wearing valuable clothes and wanted to collect corresponding rewards. The captain who was robbed explained. Purple Pearl made a TSK sound and then looked at Tangsun and others. Okay, now you are reunited. You can get out. Humph, I asked you to go to my bed, but you didn't go. Now don't stay on my ship. Hangjin and Amube secretly gave Tangsun a thumbs up. They didn't expect him to be really chased. Seeing Purple Pearl saying this again, Tang San's expression froze. He took a deep breath and asked, "Can you please take us to the Sea God Island?" After the deep sea demon whale king made a fuss, Tangsun and others had completely lost their judgment of their location. After all, they had not learned the corresponding skills. Moreover, they were afraid of the sea at this moment, worried that they would accidentally enter the territory of some powerful sea soul beast. As for the deep sea demon whale king, they still had some lingering fears when they thought about it now, and felt that it was a miracle to escape from that guy. Sea God Island? Zensu frowned. What are you going there for? It's not a good place. We have reasons to go there. Now the entire Douluo continent is threatened by a certain evil force. Only by going to Sea God Island can we find hope to defeat him. Tangsun responded, "What? The world's people are none of my business." Zensu shrugged, looked at Tangsun with a firm face and said, "But since you want to die, I can send you there, but I have to make it clear in advance that I can only send you to the sea area near Sea God Island. We cannot land on the island. If we enter without permission, we will be attacked by the island guardian beast." Island guardian beast. Damube was puzzled. A 100,000-year-old demon soul great white shark. It is said that it was once the mount of the sea god. In addition, there is a large group of demon soul great white sharks guarding the island. Zensu answered. Her lustful eyes wandered over Ning Rang Grang and Zhu Zuking. By the way, let me remind you, never hurt any demon soul great white shark. This race is very united. Once you hurt one, you will be regarded as an enemy to the death by all demon soul great white sharks. Ning Rang Grang and Zhu Zuking felt uncomfortable under her gaze. They crossed their arms and subconsciously made defensive movements. Why do I feel that the way she looks at me is a bit similar to the way Mubei looks at me? Zhu Zuking muttered. Tangsun smiled and said, "She prefers women." Mubei and Oscar looked at each other and firmly stood between Zensu and the two women. Purple Pearl curled her lips. Boring. A large sailing ship was sailing fast in the sea, and the huge purple sail was filled with wind, pushing the ship forward. After 2 days of sailing, the lookout found a small black dot on the way forward. "See, it's an island. Sea God Island is here," he said nervously. Because the sea where the demon soul great white shark lives is further ahead, he was worried that the ship would be attacked. "I can only take you here. The front is Sea God Island. You can walk the next section by yourself." Purple Pearl said, "Thank you." Tangsun nodded. Purple Pearl looked at Tang San and others with the look of watching a good show, and was a little curious about how they would use this last section of the road. Tangsen stretched out his hand and wiped the belt-shaped storage soul guide 24 bridges moonlight night given to him by the master, and the Dragon Abyss boat bought at the auction appeared in his palm with the injection of his soul power. The Dragon Abyss boat quickly increased and returned to its 12-meter length in the blink of an eye. Wow, there is such a good thing. Zensu was surprised, but it can't pass the level of the demon soul great white shark, which is the fastest soul beast in the sea. Tangsen smiled slightly. We have our own countermeasures. The Dragon Abyss boat is shuttle-shaped, as if carved from colorless crystal, with a faint white light on the surface. The entrance and exit are on the hatch above, and there are 12 seats inside. Tangsen squatted down, opened the hatch, entered it, and came to the driving seat at the bow. The rest of the people followed in watching the Dragon Abyss boat slowly sinking into the water. Zensu on the boat stared at the place where they disappeared. After a while, she announced loudly, "Turn around and return." Although there is still a long distance from the Sea God Island, their current location is also unsafe. The demon soul great white shark has a large range of activities. The longer they stay, the higher the chance of being discovered. Under the sea. After trying several times, Shrek and his party learned how to flexibly drive the Dragon Abyss boat. Feeling its speed, Demube suggested rushing directly to the Sea God Island. Tangsen shook his head. Don't underestimate the speed of sea soul beasts in the water. Purple Pearl has repeatedly emphasized that the demon soul great white shark is the fastest soul beast in the sea. They drove the Dragon Abyss boat and advanced a distance from the bottom of the sea. Tangsen took out the Boundless Sea Universe cover point. After using the power of the Boundless Sea Universe cover to displace the seawater, the Dragon Abyss boat completely lost its ability to move forward and bang sank into the mud and sand on the bottom of the sea. Tangsen opened the hatch and walked out of the Dragon Abyss boat. Seeing his actions, the rest of the Shrek people couldn't help but feel stunned. He smiled and explained to them, "Under this sea, the soul power I use with the Boundless Sea Universe cover is almost nothing. It will automatically absorb the energy of the sea, and we can walk directly from the bottom of the sea." Walk from the bottom of the sea. Such a bold idea surprised Amube and Mahanjan, but they soon figured out that this is indeed a simple and feasible plan. The vast sea universe cover can help them isolate the seawater and hide their breath. Even the demon soul great white sharks can't find them. Wow, third brother, you are really a genius, Ningrangrang said with a smile. Walking on the seabed is a bit romantic. Oscar looked at Ningrangrang, and the two smiled sweetly. Damube took Zhu's Yuking's hand. Looking at this scene, Tangsen thought of Xiao Wu and released her from the Ruai treasure bag and held her in his arms. Mahanjan came to Bei Chengxiang. Xiangxiang, can I hold your hand, Bei? Chengxiang snorted and did not refuse. Mahanjan was overjoyed and carefully pulled up Bei Chengxiang's soft and boneless little hand. Tangsen put the Dragon Abyss boat that had turned back to the size of a palm into the 24 bridges moonlight night, wrapped the blue silver grass around the waists of the others, and walked in the front. The azure halo of the brown sea universe cover illuminated the dark seabed. They stepped on the wet mud and sand and walked while enjoying the strange scenery of the seabed. They saw corals of various colors and shapes, crabs walking slowly on the seabed, flatfish stirring up mud and sand to bury themselves, and also saw the demon soul great white shark with 2 rows of white triangular teeth, smiling at them outside the blue light curtain formed by the brown sea universe cover. It seemed that something strange had mixed in. Mahanjan was stunned at first, then reacted and screamed, "Fuck, demon soul great white shark." With Mahanjan's shout, everyone became nervous. They all followed his gaze and looked at the edge of the blue light. A huge shark was smiling at them. Its body was hidden in the darkness, and only a head could be seen. The white teeth had serrations, and there was red flesh and blood on the serrations. Seeing such an abrupt and horrifying scene, everyone felt a chill in their hearts. Even Tangsen felt his scalp tingling. "When did you see it?" he asked with a dry mouth. "I don't know. I turned my head, and it was there. It was even closer just now, almost touching me," Mahanjan said with an expression that looked like he was about to cry. Chapter 262 Prank. As if it saw that it had been discovered, the demon soul great white shark slowly retreated and disappeared into the dark sea point. But before they could breathe a sigh of relief, Yan Jin noticed that Bai Chengxiang clenched his hands and her arms were shaking. Xiang, what's wrong with you? He saw Bai Chengxiang looking up with horror, and when he looked up, a huge smiling face of a demon soul great white shark was above his head. His body suddenly stiffened, and he did not dare to attack rashly, fearing that he would anger the other party. The demon soul great white shark retreated again, and Bai Chengxiang felt that his legs were weak. Tang Sun stared at the great white shark cruising at the edge of the light with a serious expression, and estimated that the other party's size was about 25 meters. Remembering some information that Zhensu told them, he couldn't help but take a breath. This is not an ordinary demon soul great white shark, but the king of demon soul great white sharks. 100,000-year-old beast. They were in a stalemate for a while, and only relaxed slightly when they found that the demon soul great white shark was just circling around and not attacking. By the way, German once said that the Han Heikayang cover was the inheritance of the sea god. At that time, he had not betrayed, so what he said should be credible. The demon soul great white shark is the mount of the sea god. Maybe there is some connection between the two. Tang Sun thought to himself, it shouldn't attack us. Ignore it and let's keep going forward. Tang Sun said. After that, the king of the demon soul great white shark appeared several times, but Tang Sun and his friends were unmoved. Even though its smiley face was almost touching Tang San's face, he still looked calm. It seemed that it could not scare them, so it disappeared in the deep sea and never appeared again. Continuing forward, the terrain gradually rose, and they felt a little happy and relaxed in their hearts. The sea god island was right in front of them. Gradually approaching the sea surface, the surroundings became brighter. When they really left the sea and stepped onto the land, they breathed a sigh of relief, and even Tang San's back was soaked with cold sweat. Although the demon soul great white shark did not really attack them, the psychological pressure it brought was extremely huge. They just pretended to be calm. I was scared to death. What was the situation with that demon soul great white shark? Yan Jin sat slumped on the beach. Maybe just a prank. Tang Sun forced a smile. Hey, you are here. A young man in a sailor's uniform and with an ordinary face suddenly appeared in front of them, greeting them as if he had seen an old friend. Tang Sun frowned and became alert. He remembered this young man. He was an ordinary sailor on the clean ship. You are still alive. Yan Jin smiled and greeted. Just as he was about to step forward, he was stopped by Dame Yubei. Fatty, think carefully. In that situation, can an ordinary person survive? Recalling the scene of the deep sea demon whale king smashing the ship with water flow, Yan Jin's eyes also sank a little. The young man raised his right hand, picked up a pair of crystal textured monocles from the void, and slowly embedded them into his eye sockets. He adjusted the position of the glasses to make them in the most comfortable area for him. The scene of the young man wearing a monocle gradually overlapped with a figure in his memory wearing a black classical robe and a monocle on his right eye, and a horrifying thought exploded in Tang San's mind. Amon. This is Amon, the thief emperor. He has been following us and watching us secretly. Tang Sun was shocked beyond words, with a trace of fear in his eyes that he could hardly detect. He took a deep breath and tried to say in a calm tone, Amon, well, you guessed it, it's me. The young man pinched the monocle and answered very naturally. That look, as if they were not enemies. I am a little surprised that you can go through so many difficulties and experience the traps set by German without losing any personnel. Amon said with a smile. Tang San's face was solemn, and he asked in a low voice, since you have been on the ship, why don't you work with German? Amon answered casually, because it is not necessary. German doesn't like me to interfere in his affairs. If you appear in front of German alive, I don't know what kind of expression that arrogant guy will show. It should be very exciting. After all, he rarely makes mistakes. Then I can laugh at him. Well, this is a very interesting thing. The appearance of the young man glowed red and turned into a mass of squirming flesh and blood like plasticine, and then these flesh and blood quickly deformed into the image of Amon, who was more familiar to Tang San, wearing a classical robe and a pointed soft hat. Looking at this weird and somewhat terrifying scene, Tang-san took a step back. Daemubei and Zhu Zuking looked at each other and saw the shock in each other's eyes. Daemubei asked coldly, "Where is my father? What did you do to him?" Amon glanced at him and smiled warmly. "It's Mubei. Are you and Zuking getting along well? When do you plan to get married?" Mubei froze. This was what his father had said to him. During that time, he rarely felt a father's love from his father. Now, watching Amon say the same words with the same expression and demeanor, he felt a chill in his heart. The warm smile on Amon's face gradually turned playful. "Well, do you feel familiar? Actually, I said this originally. Your ruthless father would never say such a thing, so you should thank me. After all, I'll let you experience the care and warmth from your father that you have never experienced since childhood." "Why do you do this?" Daemubei squeezed out a sentence from his throat. "Why? Do you mean to replace your father, or to give you fatherly love? Or both?" Amon replied calmly, "Because it's fun. There is no need to say more about replacing your father. I think many people have this wish, to be an emperor for a while, and it can bring me some benefits. As for giving you fatherly love, it's purely because it's a very interesting thing. Look at your expression now, doesn't it make people feel happy?" He showed a bad smile, which made Daemubei's anger rise continuously. German once said that Amon was a person with a lot of bad taste. It turned out to be true. Tang-san had a deep understanding of this at this moment. "Asshole, I will kill you." Daemubei couldn't help but summon his martial soul, and the white tiger possessed him. Stripes appeared on his body, his hands turned into sharp claws, and after a tiger roar, he rushed towards Amon. His fifth soul ring lit up, emitting a deep light. Under the amplification of white tiger demon transformation, he was improved in all aspects and his speed was much faster. The sharp claws slapped towards Amon's chest, and a transparent light curtain suddenly appeared between them. With a bang, Daemubei's claws slapped on the light curtain and could not be stored. Amon said with a relaxed look, "Don't be so irritable. This is an island where gods once lived. It is better not to use force. We should respect gods. Don't you think it's ironic to say this from your mouth?" Daemubei said in a deep voice. "Irony? I don't think so. I have always respected gods." Amon touched the bottom edge of his monocle and said with a chuckle, "Boss, calm down." Tang-san pulled Daemubei back with the blue-silver grass and stared at Amon. "It's probably useless for us to kill him. If I'm not mistaken, this should be just a clone. Although German betrayed in the end, many of the things he said before should be true. As a member of the blasphemer family, he didn't dare to come with his real body." Amon said TSK and shook his head. "How can you be sure that what German said is true? It is also possible that what he knows is false. Of course, these are irrelevant. The most important thing is, do you have the ability to kill me?" The soul power of up to level 80 surged from Amon's body. Tang-san smiled slightly. "We are not standing still." As he said, he released the soul power that was also close to level 80, not far from Amon. The two momentums collided in the air, making the rest of the people couldn't help but take a step back. Amon raised his eyebrows. "You are almost soul Douluo. It seems that you have made rapid progress in this period of time. This is indeed a bit beyond my expectations. Humph, you have no idea what kind of hardships I have gone through to get to this point now." Tang-san said coldly. Thinking of Zhao Wu's sacrifice and Daming's sacrifice, Tang-san felt a trace of sadness in his heart, but this sadness was quickly suppressed by him. "Stop." A voice came from a distance, stopping the two people who could break out of a conflict at any time. Along with this voice, there was also a title Douluo level pressure. Amon shrugged, retracted his momentum, turned around and looked at the newcomer, as if he was not worried that Tang-san would attack him. Tang-san's eyes flashed, and he also retracted his soul power. "It's just a clone. It's useless even if he kills it." The figure who stopped the two people flew across hundreds of meters and came in front of them. This is a man in black clothes. His eyes are sharp, like a sharp knife point. After scanning a few people, a strange voice mixed with the sound of sea waves sounded. "Are you land soul masters?" Amon nodded and answered politely, "Yes, I came here to accept the test of His Majesty the Sea God and become a Sea Soul Master." Seeing Amon's attitude, Tang-san's face was strange, and he also nodded slightly and replied, "Your Majesty, we are the same." The Sea God Island does not allow casual fighting. Don't destroy the atmosphere of unity in the Sea God Island. If you have grievances, you can solve them outside the island, or go to a special duel arena. The man in black said with a warning. Chapter 263 Divine Punishment. The warning from the title Douluo made Tangsun and others feel a chill in their hearts. At the same time, they also had more, or for Sea God Island. It had only been a short time since they landed on the island, but they actually met a titled Douluo. Amon smiled slightly. I'm a peace-loving person and never take the initiative to fight with others. I wonder what your majesty's name is. The man in black glanced at him and replied, just call me Seahorse Douluo. I'm one of the 7 guardians of the holy pillars on the island. Sea God Island does not welcome land soul masters. The test of the Sea God is not that simple, especially for you land soul masters. It can be said to be a life and death struggle. If you want to retreat, it's still not too late. You can leave the island on your own. I ask you again, do you still want to participate in the test of His Majesty the Sea God? Listening to his sincere advice, Tangsun and others felt a little favorable towards this Seahorse Douluo. They all nodded firmly. Yes, we are willing to accept the test. Amon would not change his decision because of a few words from others. He smiled slightly. I'm looking forward to the content of the test. Then, come on, go to the Seahorse holy pillar that I guard, and I will start the God test for you. Seahorse Douluo said lightly. Following Seahorse Douluo, they passed through the dense forest and came to a pool of water. This pool of water was like the sea, with waves rising and falling, and it moved automatically without wind. There was a triangular platform in the center of the pool, on which stood a stone pillar engraved with complex patterns. Seahorse Douluo slowly flew to the center of the platform, stood under the stone pillar, and said, before starting the God test, you must first pass through the sea and come to the Seahorse holy pillar. Only by passing my test can you be qualified to start the test of His Majesty the Sea God. A blue halo lit up behind him, and the Seahorse holy pillar also lit up. A deep blue light extended from the bottom to the top of the Seahorse holy pillar, and then spread to the surroundings, forming a light curtain covering the sky above the sea and the sea point. This is used to limit the flight altitude. Before taking the test of Sea God Island, we still need to accept the test of a titled Douluo. Tangsun frowned. Seahorse Douluo explained, you are land spirit masters, and the test you have to go through is naturally different from that of spirit masters born on Sea God Island. Not only do you need to accept my test, but the difficulty of your God test will also be greatly increased. This is in line with the regulations. Now, do you still want to continue? How can I retreat when I'm here? Let me go first. Daimyo stepped forward and summoned the white tiger martial spirit to possess him. His figure became taller, and his body was covered with white skin with black lines on it. His evil eyes turned into azure blue, revealing a hint of fierceness. Daimyo kicked his right leg and rushed into the sea. A tiger roar sounded, and 6 soul rings of yellow, purple, black, and black appeared on his body. The 3rd soul ring suddenly flashed. He activated the white tiger Vajra transformation. Seahorse Douluo waved his hand, and the waves of the sea and the sea became more turbulent, one after another. They were all huge waves as high as 10 meters, blocking all forward space. Daimyo was hit by a wave and plunged into the water. In addition to the few outsiders who participated in the assessment, there were also some local soul masters of the Sea God Island watching around. They originally saw Daimyo's power after showing his martial soul and thought he was a master, but now Wave was silent, and they all shook their heads, thinking that he was a useless show-off. Mubei Zhu Zuking showed a worried look on her face. Don't worry, this wave is nothing compared to what we encountered when we faced the deep sea demon Whale King. Boss Day will be fine. Tangsun comforted. As expected, as soon as he finished speaking, seahorses with a body length of several meters and a cultivation base of about 1,000 years were thrown out of the sea. And the sea point, he noticed that these soul beasts were all seahorses, and the person who assessed them called himself Seahorse Douluo, so he did not kill them, but knocked them out. Daimyo used the method they used to land on the Sea God Island to pass through the bottom of the sea and at the same time explored the dangers contained in this pool for the rest of the people. Not long after, a column of water rushed into the sky. Damube's body shining with a brilliant golden color soared into the air, landed steadily on the central platform, and stood in front of Seahorse Douluo, not but a top-level beast martial spirit, an ingenious way to pass the level. Seahorse Douluo exclaimed. Next came Zhu Zuking, Bei Chengxiang, Mahangjin, Oscar, Ningrangrong, and Tang San. They all showed their magical powers and easily crossed the sea in the sea. Seeing so many geniuses gathered together, Seahorse Douluo thought of the Spirit Hall, the Soul Master organization that had invaded the Sea God Island and dominated the continent, and his face couldn't help but turn cold. He thought that only the Spirit Hall could have so many geniuses, and guessed that they might be people sent by the Spirit Hall. Then he cast his eyes on Amon, but found that the other party had disappeared. As if he had noticed something, he suddenly looked up and looked at the top of the Seahorse Holy Pillar. He saw the man in the classic black robe standing on the top of the Seahorse Holy Pillar, looking at his feet with interest. What are you doing? Get down. This is the Holy Pillar set up by the Sea God himself. If you don't stop your blasphemous behavior, I will let you know the consequences. Seahorse Douluo's face became even colder, and he said sternly, don't be so serious. Look, the Sea God himself didn't say anything. A terrifying pressure filled this small area. Amon activated an ability he had not used for a long time, releasing the expressive power of the soul power stored in the first soul ring, creating a pressure comparable to that of an ultimate Douluo. Shrek and his group once again felt the terror they had experienced in the Soul Master competition. The vast and terrifying aura made their souls tremble. Seahorse Douluo was stunned, cold sweat streaming down his forehead and back. He had only felt this terrifying power from Poseidon Douluo Bosexy. It was a bit difficult to spit out one word. Ultimate Douluo, Tang San immediately reminded Senior Kaba, this is the effect of his soul skill. It gathers the scattered aura to create the illusion of an ultimate Douluo. After Tang San's reminder, Seahorse Douluo also came to his senses and realized that Amon's aura at this moment was indeed chaotic and scattered, not as condensed as Bosex's, but he still didn't have the courage to fight against it. Some things are not something you dare to try after knowing the truth. Your Majesty, who are you? Why are you here on Poseidon Island? Please come down from the top of the sacred pillar first, otherwise the high priest will not tolerate such disrespectful behavior towards the gods. Seahorse Douluo's tone was much more polite, but it also contained a hint of threat. Amon jumped down from the holy pillar and said with a smile, I'm the emperor of the Tudor dynasty. I heard that there is the inheritance of Poseidon here, so I came here to try my luck. Tudor dynasty? Seahorse Douluo looked confused. He had never heard of this country at all. Amon explained, it was the former Luo Empire, but it is now occupied by me. This is a damn liar and thief. Damube cursed angrily. Amon smiled nonchalantly, it's okay to call me a thief. I stole the throne of the Luo Empire. Well, that incompetent and furious person is the former crown prince of the Luo Empire. Seahorse Douluo's heart skipped a beat. No matter what method he used to win the throne, it showed that the person in front of him was not a simple guy. He moved his fingers slightly and slightly touched the Seahorse Holy Pillar with his soul power. He used a hidden and unique method to report the information here to Bosexy in the Poseidon Hall through the Seahorse Holy Pillar. Amon noticed his behavior and chuckled. Emperor or not, it doesn't matter. Can we start the divine test now? Seahorse Douluo pondered for a moment and did not refuse. What kind of test Poseidon would impose was Poseidon's business and he could not comment on it. He walked slowly to the holy pillar with a pious light in his eyes. He raised his hands, palms facing each other half a foot apart, and a faint blue light emerged. At the same time, the same color of light climbed upward from the bottom of the holy pillar. Seahorse Douluo turned around and pointed his right hand at Amon. A blue beam of light fell from the sky and enveloped Amon. Now, the originally clear sky suddenly changed, with thick clouds covering the sun, strong winds, and thunder. This sudden change shocked Seahorse Douluo. This was the first time he had seen such a situation. Could it be that this is the person that Master Poseidon has been waiting for? He will become the new Poseidon. Thinking like this, Seahorse Douluo looked at Amon with a little more respect. Immediately, he felt a strong sense of crisis, and the aura of death enveloped him. His expression changed drastically, and he backed away crazily, while reminding the people around him, "It's dangerous, retreat quickly." Tang San's body went cold. He had felt this feeling before, when he encountered a warning from the deep-sea demonic Whale King's god-killing domain. But this time, the omen was even stronger. He hurriedly activated the soul bone skill teleport brought by the left arm bone of the soft bone rabbit, and dodged several times away from the central platform of the sea within a sea. At the same time, he tied the waists of Damu Bay and others with blue silver grass, and then he activated the flying soul bone skill of his right leg bone and took them away quickly. After a period of brewing, the power of destruction finally gathered. In an instant, a silver-white electric snake descended from the sky, carrying a power that seemed capable of destroying everything. Amon was keenly aware that the lightning this time was different from what he had encountered before when he was studying the Boundless Universe cover. At that time, it was more about the power of natural element, and the divine power only played a guiding role, but this time, it is an attack transformed by complete divine power. It is more similar to the Vulcan strike thrown by the Red Lotus or a chi. This is the power that can dismantle the rules of the world and crush everything. Amon showed no fear when facing this silver-white, surging electric snake, and showed a smile. He raised his right hand, and a transparent light curtain enveloped him. The light curtain firmly blocks the thunder from outside, and no matter how hard it is fired, it cannot be broken. Sure enough, I guessed it right. The power of divine power is more, because it has a kind of degradation and destruction at the level of rules. The pure destructive power is actually not too extraordinary. And my soul bone skill is also at the god level. It has a certain resistance to this kind of regular special attack. Amon raised his right hand and pinched his monocle, looking relaxed. His careless look seemed to anger Poseidon, and the faint thunder in the sky formed a roar that resounded throughout the world. "You damn blasphemer. Be annihilated under the power of God and turn into dust." As she was walking out of the temple and preparing to go to the seahorse holy pillar, Bosake's expression changed. Although it was made of thunder, she could still recognize that it was the voice of the sea god she served. Something existed that offended the gods. An electric ball the size of a house fell from the sky. From the perspective of a bystander, it didn't seem to be very fast, but it covered a long distance in an instant and came to the top of Amon's head. Then, a dazzling light burst out, and the plasma evaporated the entire sea within the sea, turning all the soul beasts inside into dust. The barrier formed by Amon's materialized soul power also broke apart inch by inch, and then his body was swallowed by the current. And cracks appeared on his monocle. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story, and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 264. Where does the curse come from? When the thunder receded and the dark clouds dissipated, the sacred pillars and platforms were not damaged, but everything around them disappeared, leaving only a large flat crater on the ground. The monocle slowly dissipated, leaving a charred human-shaped shadow where Amon originally stood. The fear in Seahorse Douluo's heart gradually faded away, replaced by enthusiasm. God, the sea god he believed in and worshipped, actually showed his power in person, but while he was enthusiastic, he was also a little confused. What just happened? He actually inspired Poseidon to personally impose divine punishment. Is this divine punishment? Tangsen was horrified, shocked by the power of Poseidon. If you have such power, then what does Wuhan Palace mean? What does Amon mean? There was a flash of excitement in his heart. Damu Bei's eyes widened. At this moment, he no longer doubted the existence of God. After a long time, Seahorse Douluo finally couldn't help but ask, what happened just now? What did that person do? He actually offended His Majesty Poseidon. Tangsen smiled and explained, the person who called himself Amon just now is from the Amon family. They are a blasphemous clan. Their bloodline is cursed and despised by the gods, due to Amon's betrayal. Deep down in his heart, Tangsen had a little doubt about some of the things he had said in the past, but at this moment, he had no doubts anymore. Poseidon personally verified the identity of the other party's blasphemer. Even this biggest secret is the truth. so the rest of the words are naturally credible and true. A family of blasphemers? Is there such a blasphemous and ominous family? Seahorse Douluo said with a look of emotion on his face. But I really don't know what he is here for. He clearly knows that his bloodline is cursed, and he clearly knows that he is hated by the gods, but he still comes to take the divine examination. Tang San's face showed deep doubts and confusion. Perhaps he himself was not sure how the gods would react when they met him, so he sent a clone to try. Damu Bei analyzed. It's possible. Tang San nodded, then looked at Seahorse Douluo. Senior, when will our divine test start? It's already like this. Third brother, how dare you take the divine test? Aren't you worried that the angry Poseidon will be struck down by a thunderbolt? Yan Jin said. Seahorse Douluo immediately retorted, don't talk nonsense. How could His Majesty the Poseidon, who is just, fraternal, and majestic, do such an outrageous thing? Only sinners will be punished by His Majesty the Poseidon. Tang San smiled and said, we must believe in the kindness of the gods. A beautiful figure in red clothes came quietly. She was wearing red clothes. Her sea blue hair was spread behind her and down to her ankles. She had a soft face and a warm smile on her face, which was noble and elegant. She held a golden scepter in her hand, engraved with strange patterns. The head of the scepter was raised like a spear, shaped like a rhombus, and inlaid with a golden gemstone. The moment he saw him, Tang San's eyes were slightly dull, not because of the beauty of the other party, but because he felt the unspeakable majesty from her, which was stronger than the aura Amon pretended. He was only in the terrifying oppression that Kai Douluo and the deep sea demon whale king had felt. Poseidon. Douluo Bosexi. This name naturally appeared in Tang San's mind. See. The high priest. Seahorse Douluo bowed slightly. This subordinate failed to distinguish between good and evil, and allowed that unclean person to blaspheme His Majesty Poseidon's majesty, thus alarming your majesty. Please punish me. It's not your fault. If it's really your fault, Lord Poseidon will tell me. Bosexi's beautiful voice sounded. This voice made Shrek's group tremble in their hearts, and they discovered that their own heartbeats seemed to be beating with the rhythm of the other person's voice. Can you tell me more about the blasphemer family you mentioned? I'm very curious about it. Bosexi looked at Tang San and asked. So Tang San told him all the information Jamin had told him, including the threats that the mainland was currently facing, including their purpose of coming to Poseidon Island, but he didn't specifically explain the matter of the Boundless Sea universe cover. I understand. Bosexi nodded slightly with a calm expression. In an unknown place, a huge figure wearing blue armor and holding a trident sat on the throne, holding his chin and thinking. He muttered in a confused voice, a family of blasphemers? A curse from the gods? Why didn't I know about this? And who has the ability to curse a family for generations? That is the ability to engrave one's orders into the rules of the world. If we talk about a curse, only the order issued by the dragon god, that soul beasts are not allowed to become gods, can be considered a curse. Looking at Tang San, Bosexi suddenly asked, my child, can you tell me your origin? Tang San said respectfully, my name is Tang San. I come from the Haotian sect. My great-grandfather's surname is Tang and his single name is Chen. According to my father, my great-grandfather and you seem to know each other. Tang Chen. Tang Chen. Bosexi lost control of her emotions for a moment, tears streaming down her eyes. Your great-grandfather came to Poseidon Island more than a year ago, and he died in my arms. What? Great-grandfather? He came to Poseidon Island and passed away. Tang San's heart was shaken, showing a look of disbelief. Yes. He was seriously injured. After he came here, he was exhausted. He asked me to give this to him. If anyone from the Haotian sect comes here, the look in Bosexi's eyes towards Tang San was filled with tenderness and love. The look he looked at his junior as she spoke. She took out a small golden hammer with black gems embedded at each end. This is the token of the chief elder of the Haotian sect. With it, you can mobilize the elders hall, depose the sect leader, and decide major issues of the sect. Tang San took the small hammer with excitement. Although his father has now conquered everyone in the Haotian sect with his own powerful strength, and has gained a certain degree of recognition from the elders. After all, He is not the sect leader or an elder, so he does not have much power. Those elders still firmly control the power of the Haoshan sect. If they have this, Tang Heo can legitimately control the Haoshan sect in his own hands, with a lot less control. He still has something left. Don't worry about that. You can start the divine test first. Bosaxi said with a smile on his lips. Who among you comes first? Let me start the assessment for you. Bosaxi looked around Shrek and his group. I'll go first. Daemube was still the first to stand up. Poseidon's assessment is very dangerous. He wants to test the situation first. If the assessment is given with no possibility of success, then he will persuade the remaining people to give up. Bosaxi nodded, without any complicated movements like when Seahorse Douluo started the assessment for Amon. He just casually pointed his finger between his eyebrows. A blue light beam shines down from the sky, and 6 black rays of light flash, turning into a 6-sided square light curtain. You can see special golden characters flashing above the light curtain. They are difficult for ordinary people to understand, and do not belong to any country on the Douluo continent. The text on the first light screen is very bright, emitting a slightly dazzling light, while the other 5 are dim, and only some golden light can be vaguely seen. The light curtain converged and disappeared into Daemube's forehead. Then, a black 6-pointed star appeared in the center of Daemube's forehead. Daemube's eyes were slightly dazed. He couldn't help but take a few steps back and sit cross-legged on the ground. Not bad talent. 6 black level exams. Bosaxi said calmly. 6th black level examination? What do you mean? Tangsun asked. Bosaxi was very patient with his old friend's great-grandson and explained in detail. The assessment given by Poseidon is divided into levels. It is divided into 5 types: white, yellow, purple, black, and red. The 9 tests of Poseidon above. There will only be 1 task for the white and yellow levels. The purple level has 2 or 3 assessments, the black level has 4 to 6, and the top level has 7 or 8. The difficulty of the assessment is related to your strength, qualifications, character, identity, etc. But generally speaking, the more difficult the assessment, the better your qualifications. Of course, there are also extremely evil people, and the difficulty of the test is greatly increased because of their sins. These people often die during the test, or they are punished by Lord Poseidon because they fail the test and are wiped out. Tangsun thought thoughtfully. Then Amon is the most evil person. The corner of Bosaxi's mouth twitched, thinking that it was no longer a heinous crime that could be described. Didn't he see that Poseidon didn't even give him an assessment, but directly sent down divine punishment? Before she could answer, Tangsun asked again, then what's going on in the 9th Poseidon examination? What does that mean? At this moment, he had some vague guesses in his mind. Bosaxi smiled softly. Actually, this test is the inheritance of Poseidon. If any of you can pass the 9th test of Poseidon, it means that Lord Poseidon believes that this person has the qualifications to inherit his divine position. After passing the 9th test, he can become the new Poseidon. That's it. Tangsun nodded. Then, after completing the examination, can I take the divine examination again and challenge it with a higher level of difficulty? Daemube stood up at some point and interrupted. Bosaxi shook his head. There is no such precedent. In the Poseidon assessment, everyone only has 1 chance. That's it. A look of regret appeared on Daemube's face. Although judging from Seahorse Douluo's shocked expression, it seemed that the 6th black level exam was not bad. But after all, before the 9th Poseidon exam, he was no longer qualified to inherit the divine throne. He said to Tangsun and others, my first test is to travel through the Poseidon's light. It feels a bit baffling, so I'm not very good at judging the difficulty. Tangsun showed a smile. No matter what happens in the test, we have no retreat. If we don't inherit the divine throne, we can't defeat Amon. Yan Jin said. Boss Day, you have already accepted the assessment. How can we back down? Afterwards, Bosaxi started the assessment for them one by one, which was not much changed from the original work. After Baichengxiang gave Yan Jin a kiss, he completed it on the spot and was illuminated by the light of the Poseidon and was promoted to a level on the spot. Yan Jin pretended to be facing the statue of Poseidon bowed 3 times, and bowed 9 times, and shouted, "I, Yan, will be a loyal believer of Lord Poseidon from now on." This kind of assessment made the rest of Shrek a little stunned, and suddenly felt that this Poseidon's assessment seemed a bit unreliable. As for the people on Poseidon Island, they are not surprised by this. What kind of weird assessment have they not seen before? Bosaxi also had a smile on her face. As the high priest of the gods, Poseidon would occasionally respond to her. Various signs showed that Poseidon seemed to be a more, well, less serious god. Seeing that none of his friends could start the real divine test, Tangsen showed a trace of worry on his face. Bosaxi looked at Tangsen and said, "My child, it's your turn." Tangsen nodded. A blue halo appeared on Poseidon's fingertips, which turned into a stream of light and sank into Tangsen's body. Blue, white, yellow, purple, and black lights flashed quickly, followed by a rich red color that shot up into the sky. The entire sea god island trembled, and 7 beams of light rushed up into the sky from 7 different holy pillars, converging at one point, forming a dazzling golden light. The surrounding sea water suddenly surged up, slapping the coast with a clatter, as if celebrating something. The dazzling golden light quietly floated in the air, illuminating the entire sea god island. Forests, hills, rivers, cities, everything was dyed with golden brilliance. At this moment, the guardians of the holy pillars and the other 6 places all widened their eyes, looking at the holy pillars that had moved in a daze and astonishment. They had never seen such a situation before. The golden light ball exuded endless majesty and holiness, and then it dispersed into 9 smaller light points and fell, finally stopping in front of Tangsen. Chapter 265 The Successes of the Throne. These 9 light spots turned into a 9-sided square light curtain. Just like Damube's, the golden text on the first light curtain was shining, while the rest looked dim. Then, these 9 light curtains flew into his eyebrows, pouring a large amount of information into his head, and Tangsen's expression changed slightly. He crossed his legs and concentrated, beginning to digest the information. The light that filled the entire Poseidon Island dissipated, first at the seaside, then in the forest, and finally near Tangsen's body. The golden light converged on the center of his eyebrows, leaving a golden trident mark, revealing a noble and majestic atmosphere. 9 exams, 9 exams, third brother, he succeeded. Ning Rang Rang shouted excitedly. Tangsen slowly opened his eyes, and his blue eyes looked even clearer. If you look carefully, you can vaguely see a trace of restrained golden light flowing. Bosaxi took a deep breath to calm down the surprise in her heart. Originally, Tangsen said that they came here for the Poseidon's inheritance. She also felt that these young people didn't know how high the sky was and how they could get the Poseidon's inheritance if they wanted it. But the result was far beyond her expectation. She didn't expect that someone could actually get Poseidon's approval and start the Poseidon 9 exams. Tangchen, your great-grandson is as good as you. She thought to herself, "Mistress, it's the 9th exam. Congratulations." Damube smiled sincerely. 9 exams? A relieved smile appeared on Tangsen's face. In the past, his partners had started the assessment one by one, but none of them got the 9th test, which made his heart sink little by little. If they all fail, it means they have lost hope of defeating Amon. At this moment, things turned around, and things were developing in their favor. A smile appeared on Bosaxi's face. The last item of the divine test required the high priest to sacrifice his body. After Tangchen died, she no longer had the faith to live. Life or death didn't matter. She was happy to use her life to pave the way for Tangsen. This not only fulfilled the mission entrusted by Lord Poseidon, but also took care of Tangchen's descendants. Very good. Congratulations. It's the 9th Poseidon exam you've been waiting for. It seems that you are the one I'm waiting for. Bosaxi's strange title-like voice sounded, and this time, Tangsen was not moved at all. He found that, after receiving the Poseidon inheritance, the rhythm in Bosaxi's voice seemed to have no effect on him. Thank you, Poseidon. Thank you, High Priest. Tangsen bowed slightly and thanked him sincerely. If I fail to start the divine test, I really don't know where to go next. It has nothing to do with me. It's all because your qualifications are good enough to be recognized by Lord Poseidon. Bosaxi smiled. But You can't relax because of this. The 9th Poseidon test is not at the same level of difficulty as the previous tests. You must work hard and don't let down Lord Poseidon's expectations. I will. Tangson nodded. Point then. Bosexy looked at Seahorse. Douluo, Eurasia. Pass on my order. From now on, these 7 people are the honored guests of this island. No one should be neglected or offended. In addition to not helping them complete the test, their needs should be met as much as possible. Call the remaining 6 people. There will be a meeting at Poseidon Temple tomorrow. Yes. Seahorse. Douluo, I replied with great respect. Bosex's figure suddenly disappeared without a trace. I sent people to contact the remaining 6 sacred pillar guardians, and at the same time personally guided Tangson and his party to Seahorse City. After settling them, I rushed towards the Poseidon Temple. At the door, he met Sea Girl Douluo and Sea Dragon Douluo. What happened? The High Priest summoned all of us. The Sea Witch asked in confusion. Have you noticed the abnormal behavior of the previous holy pillar? That is the successor of Poseidon. Someone has been recognized by His Majesty Poseidon and started the 9th Poseidon exam. If he passes, he will become the new Poseidon. Oh, you. Ya had a pious expression on his face. The heir of Poseidon? The Sea Witch was stunned for a moment, then her eyes shone brightly. We are about to welcome a new god, soon. After everyone arrived, Bosexy stood at the front holding a golden scepter, and the 7 guardians of the holy pillar were on both sides. High Priest, are you calling us here because of that god's successor? Sea Dragon Douluo asked. Bosexy smiled and shook his head. That's not it. You just need to do your job well before he passes the assessment. He is just an assessor and does not have much influence. Our topic today is blasphemy. Amon, the blasphemer. Sea Dragon Douluo, Sea Star Douluo, Sea Spear Douluo, Sea Ghost Douluo, and Sea Fantasy Douluo all looked thoughtful. But the Sea Witch became extremely excited at this moment, with a hint of ferocity and murderous intention on her face. High Priest, did you just say the name Amon? Where is he? Bosex's expression was slightly calm. After you reported to me what happened to the mermaid clan and Amon's weirdness, I also sent people to find out about this person, but nothing was gained. I didn't hear this name again until today when a group of mainland soul masters came to take the assessment. He also came to take the assessment, and Lord Poseidon personally sent down divine punishment to destroy him. But it seemed to be just a clone. The person who started the Poseidon 9 exams came to find the Poseidon inheritance just to deal with him. Amon, he usurped the power of the Star Luo Empire, became the emperor, and renamed the empire the Tudor dynasty. I doubt he will give up. We may face the army sent by the Continental Kingdom, so I summoned you to prepare you. The war may start at any time, except for Ouya, who already knew this. The other guardians of the Holy Pillar were shocked and silently digested the information revealed in Poseidon's words. Keywords such as blasphemer, divine punishment, emperor, and war were deeply ingrained in their hearts, making it difficult for them to recover for a long time. I guessed that something big would happen when I saw the movement of the Holy Pillar before, but I didn't expect it to be related to the life and death of the Sea God Island. Sea Dragon Douluo said in a deep voice. Wuhan City, Douluo Hall. The Douluo Hall is located at the top of the Divine Mountain in Wuhan City. The hall is repaired by simple rocks, which looks ancient and heavy. The hall is empty. Only on the 3 high walls in the direction of the entrance, there are hundreds of golden plaques hanging. They are the titles of all the titled Douluo. Since the establishment of the Douluo Hall. In the center of the hall, there stands a statue. 3 pairs of wings, holding a golden sword, with a faint golden flame on the sword. This statue is the same as the one in the Elder Hall, but it gives people a feeling as if it has a soul, exuding endless majesty and holiness. Even the plaques of hundreds of titled Douluo around him seem dim in front of him. Kan Rink soon knelt in front of the angel statue, with her hands in a strange posture in front of her chest. Her thumbs were clasped together, her index fingers were touching each other, and the other 6 fingers were like open wings, like the open wings of an angel. Her eyes were closed, and there was only calmness on her delicate face. Her body exuded a faint golden halo, echoing the angel statue. Xiaoxu, it seems that your heart has calmed down, Kan. Douluo's figure appeared between her and the angel god statue, with 3 pairs of wings stretched behind him. With his appearance, the glory on the statue became stronger. He slowly spoke, "Xiaoxu, I will start the angel god's test for you next. I hope you can become the chosen one." A golden flame came out from the golden sword in the hands of the angel god statue, covering Kan Rinxu's body. She stood up slowly, uncontrollably, and 9 golden light screens appeared in front of her. There were complex and mysterious golden words on them. The first one was bright, and the rest were slightly dim. Looking at the 9 light screens, Kan Douluo smiled. "Angel 9 tests, Xiaoxu, you did it. The person that countless generations of Douluo palace masters have been waiting for has finally arrived. The glory of the angel god will reappear on earth." Kan Rinxu looked at Kan Douluo, who seemed a little excited, and was quite surprised. She had never seen her grandfather like this. Kan Douluo replied, "If there were 8 light screens in front of you, then you would take over your grandfather's position and become the next Douluo palace master. But now there are 9 light screens in front of you. This means that the angel god has chosen you and believes that you are qualified to inherit his throne and become the new god. Next, you have only one task, that is to complete these 9 divine tests with all your strength and ascend to the divine realm. By then, no one on the Douluo continent will be your opponent, whether it is Amon or Yan Jin. If you like to rule, then everyone will have to bow down to you, even the 99th level extreme Douluo." Kan Rinxu's eyes showed a different brilliance. She had unprecedented confidence in her heart. "Tang Heo, Tang-san, you wait for me, and Amon, Yan Jin, Lian. I will be the final winner," she thought in her heart. In the Pope's palace, Bibi Dong opened her eyes at this moment. Her eyes were blood red, as if they were about to drip blood. The nails on her hands were all black, 5 inches long, and they were particularly eye-catching against her fair skin. Her face seemed a little distorted, with faint traces of blood, like cracks in a porcelain bowl. A phantom whose appearance could not be seen clearly was swaying behind her. Purple light surged, black smoke circulated, and the hideous and terrifying appearance gradually faded away, and Bibi Dong returned to her original beautiful and cold appearance. "The test of the Rakshasa god is coming soon. It's coming soon. When I ascend to the throne of God, I will make you angels pay the price." Bibi Dong murmured to herself. The black shadow that disappeared before suddenly appeared behind her, making a terrifying laugh like a night owl. Yan Jin sat up from the bed sleepily, picked her ears, and she faintly heard something calling her, rubbing her eyes. To make herself a little more awake, she yawned and held her chin to think for a long time. Then, she walked towards the kitchen. Chapter 266. Cooperate with the Spirit Hall. In the previous war, the Douluo Empire annexed 2.5 principalities of the Xiandao Empire. Half of them were captured by fighting, and 2 were ceded by Zhu Beng on the condition of a truce at the negotiation table. However, the transfer of the 2 principalities was not that easy. Before the transfer was complete, the Douluo Empire changed and was controlled by Amon. Amon chose the right time to restart the war against the Xiandao Empire with Lei Yin as his general. The Xiandao Empire's national strength is declining, and a large number of soldiers were captured in the Battle of Night Capital, so it is difficult to gather enough troops to resist. So Zhu Beng issued a nationwide conscription order and began to compulsorily recruit young people of appropriate age into the army. At the same time, food was collected from civilians like a fish. Forcing civilians to join the army in order to have a bite to eat. Jelung brought a patchwork army to the border and set up camp in a valley, facing the Xingluo army across the river in front of the valley. Lei Yin was a little worried. He looked at the person next to him and asked, "Mr. Amon, what do you mean by this? What does it mean to let the Xiandao Empire feel full pressure, but also leave a glimmer of hope to the other side, so that the war will not end so quickly?" On his side, a man with purple hair, a killer haircut, and metal punk style clothes picked his nose. "Who knows? This is your job, not my business." That look, that expression, that tone all aroused the flames in others' hearts. He seemed to have the provocation and ridicule engraved in his bones. Lei Yin's eyes twitched, and he suppressed the faint anger in his heart. "Rommel, you still deserve a beating." Rommel shrugged. "I have restrained myself a lot. if I hadn't been too far behind you and worried that you might kill me casually, do you think I would be so restrained? Why did you come to join the army? Lei Yan asked. Captain, no, His Majesty asked me to come. He said that if anyone wants peace talks, let me handle it. This is not what you are good at. Rommel replied point after a brief pause. He continued, to be honest, from now on I will be the Minister of Ceremony and Minister of Foreign Affairs of the Empire. I'm not good at it. Are you good at it? What result can you get from talking to others? It's good if you don't talk things over. Lei Yan rolled his eyes at this point. He was suddenly startled and said with some surprise, you mean that Mr. Amon's purpose in launching the war was not to gain anything at all, but that the war itself was his purpose? Rommel picked his ears and said with a stern face, who knows? Anyway, he just said to let me play freely. Lei Yan narrowed his eyes and his eyes flickered. It was appropriate to let Rommel have free play and negotiate, so in fact, there was no option for peace talks. Damn it, those sects and colleges, how dare they refuse to respond to the Empire's call and contribute to the Empire? Zhu Beng angrily flicked his sleeves and knocked over everything on the table in front of him. You felt that it was hard to calm down, so he kicked the table over again. There was a loud bang, frightening the maids and guards in the palace into silence. What can you do? Zhu Beng asked towards the empty place behind him. I'm only responsible for ensuring your safety and not being quietly replaced by Amon. War or anything like that has nothing to do with me. The figure of German Sparrow emerged from the shadows. If this continues, he doesn't even need to replace me. He only needs to let the army attack, and the entire Xiandao Empire will fall under his control. Zhu Beng's eyes were filled with blood and turned red. These days he just felt that everything was not going well. Recruitment did not go smoothly and was changed from voluntary to compulsory. Raising military rations was not going well, so officials were not allowed to appoint officials to go from house to house to collect grain. Asking for help from various Soul Master forces in the country did not go smoothly, and almost no sect was willing to help him. Even the Kibeo Glazed sect, which had always supported the royal family of the Xiandao Empire, gave very limited help this time. They only sent a sum of money and never mentioned sending disciples to the battlefield. In fact, Ning Fengzi initially wanted to support Zhu Beng as before, but the attitude of other forces made him hesitate. Not only those Soul Master academies and sects were unwilling to obey Zhu Beng's orders, but even many nobles and officials were extremely passive when facing Zhu Beng's orders. Zhu Beng's improper access to the throne and the shortcomings of seizing the throne in a rough way were revealed. When he is strong, others are willing to bow down and submit temporarily, but as soon as he shows a slight weakness, they immediately turn away. There is no cohesion or loyalty at all. The Haoshan sect, which had high hopes from Zhu Beng, did not respond for a long time because Tang Hao had not returned. Zhu Beng's hoarse voice revealed a bit of hysterical madness. Listen, we are unanimous on not letting Amon's ambition succeed. If the Xiandao Empire is finished, you will not be easy either. Goran has made it clear that he can't rely on that improvised army for long. We have to figure out a way before then. German seemed to be convinced by him and began to think seriously. After a while, he slowly asked, what did Yu Xiao Gang say? Zhu Beng immediately replied, he is lobbying the Blue Lightning Tyrannosaurus Rex family and Shrek Academy, but the results are not ideal. Speaking of this, Zhu Beng looked very indifferent. He originally thought that Yu Xiao Gang's weight was very important, but at this critical moment, the other party seemed to be of no use at all. After Tang Xin left, Yu Xiao Gang could not exert influence on the Haoshan sect through him, nor could he use the Haoshan sect's power anymore, and became insignificant again. Although Ning Fengzi gave Yu Xiao Gang enough respect was respect. When the situation was so unfavorable, he was not willing to let the Kibeo Glazed sect end up casually. The Blue Electric Tyrannosaurus Rex family is still afraid of Amon's power and dare not antagonize him. The only one who still supported him was Liu Erlong, who was devoted to him. Even Flanders, the dean of Shrek Academy, became alienated from him for some reason. But Yu Xiao Gang is indeed a good teacher. Although he has been exhausted physically and mentally by a series of blows, and although he knows that he will have little effect if he continues to lobby, he is still willing to run around and be shameless for his second apprentice, Zhu Beng. Visiting various sects and forces, large and small, one after another, Jamin said abruptly, "Have you ever considered the Spirit Hall?" "What? Wuhan Palace?" Zhu Beng was stunned. Kan Ringsu left a lot of psychological shadow on him. Even though he had ascended to the throne, he was still afraid of his former eldest brother. Therefore, when Jamin mentioned Wuhan Palace, he subconsciously wanted to shake his head. Just as he was about to refuse, he swallowed his words again. Zhu Beng's eyes narrowed slightly, and his originally crazy look gradually calmed down. He vaguely realized that this seemed to be a way out, so he asked, "The Wuhan Palace and I are sworn enemies. Kan Ringsu pretended to be my eldest brother and killed my father. And I also ordered the entire country to ban the Wuhan Palace, which caused them a lot of losses, although Emperor Zhuyi died at the hands of members of the Haotian sect commanded by Zhu Beng. When he announced it to the outside world, he placed this crime on Kan Ringsu." Jamin maintained his usual aloofness and said in a cold and calm tone, "There are no eternal friends, only eternal interests. Although Wuhandian has conflicts with you in the past, they should be consistent with you and me when it comes to facing Amon. They don't want to see the emergence of a unified empire, so they will definitely intervene. If you ask them for help and are willing to pay a certain price, they will not refuse." Zhu Beng was moved, but still a little worried. Not only Amon has the ability to replace others, Kan Ringsu also has it, even if the other party's methods are not as weird and terrifying as Amon. Since the other party can replace his eldest brother Zuking, he can naturally replace himself. With the help of the Wuhan Palace, Kan Ringsu's disguise was enough to control the Xiandao Empire, even if it wasn't perfect. Jamin seemed to notice Zhu Beng's worry, glanced at him, and said in a voice without any fluctuation, "I will protect your life, and won't let others hurt you. Besides, you have no choice." The 4-word "no choice" pierced Zhu Beng's heart deeply, shattering all his luck and illusions. He gritted his teeth and said, "Okay, then let's do this. Contact Wuhan Palace. Who is the best candidate for this job? You." Zhu Beng looked at Jamin with vigilance and suspicion in his eyes. Jamin shook his head. "I can't leave you now. No one knows if there is any clone of Amon lurking in Xiandao City. Let Uzayao Gang go. He seems to have some friendship with the Pope of Wuhan Palace. Let him negotiate, and he can get better conditions for you." The vigilance and suspicion in Zhu Beng's eyes were slightly relieved. If Jamin had agreed just now, then he would have thought that the other party wanted to betray him, betray the Xiandao Empire, and cooperate with Wuhan Palace. After thinking for a moment, he nodded. Apart from Uzayao Gang, there seemed to be no other more suitable candidate. Zhu Beng sent someone to find Uzayao Gang. He adjusted his mentality and expression, suppressed the contempt in his heart, and said respectfully, "Teacher, you." Zayao Gang's face looked a little haggard, and there was a bit of worry in his eyebrows. "I'm sorry, Your Majesty, I have a great responsibility for you." Zhu Beng showed a bitter smile. "Teacher, you have done enough, but Zhu Beng is incompetent. Now, I have one thing to ask you. You." Zayao Gang's expression was solemn. "But it doesn't matter, Jamin. And I discussed it, and felt that it would be a good choice to seek cooperation from Wuhan Palace now." Hearing this, Uzayao Gang's eyes lit up, and he realized that this seemed feasible. Zhu Beng continued, "So I hope, teacher, you can go to Wuhan City for me, and ask Wuhan Palace to help us to fight against the Star Luo Empire together, or let them mediate." You. Zayao Gang pondered for a moment and nodded solemnly. "I will live up to my trust, and give Your Majesty a satisfactory answer. Teacher, the only one I can trust now is you. The empire is in turmoil, and is in danger. Now only you have the ability to turn the tide." Zhu Beng bowed deeply to Uzayao Gang. A look of emotion appeared on Uzayao Gang's face. He felt that the hard work and fatigue of the past few days had disappeared, and a sense of responsibility and mission emerged in his heart. He said seriously, "Leave it to me." Chapter 267 WALTER-039 S Proposal. Wuhan City, Pope's Palace. Bibi Dong stared at the sky in the distance, Thinking in her heart how to complete the 8th test of the Rakshasa God test. She completed the 7th test of the Rakshasa God test some time ago and learned the requirements of the 8th test, deeply participate in a war that sweeps across the entire Douluo continent and create enough evil thoughts such as killing, madness, sadness, hatred, fear, etc. in the war. The Rakshasa God position obtained by Bibidang is not complete and most of it is damaged. This 8th test is not only an assessment, but also a process of repairing the position. Evil thoughts are also an alternative belief. She needs these evil thoughts to make the position complete. After learning about such conditions, Bibidang was a little annoyed. If she had known that the content of the 8th test was like this, she would never have thought of compromising with Dishan when she went to war with soul beasts before. Instead, she would have fanned the flames and expanded the scale of the war. Now, because she is not involved enough in the soul beast war, most of the evil thoughts that appear in the war are not directed at her, so she needs to restart a war led by herself. Your Excellency the Pope, Elder Yu Xiaogang wants to see you. A Pope warrior reported. Xiaogang, what is he doing here? Bibidang was a little puzzled and said, let him come over. A few minutes later, Yu Xiaogang slowly walked in front of her. Seeing him again, Bibidang's heart surged with excitement and joy. She dismissed the rest of the people, looked at Yu Xiaogang, who was tired and haggard, and said distressedly, Xiaogang, are you doing well? Yu Xiaogang forced a smile. I'm fine. His Majesty Zubeng appointed me as the Imperial Master. I'm highly valued by him. Now I have a high enough position to display my ambitions. Bibidang hesitated for a moment and said, get up. You can come to the Spirit Hall. I have taken over the command of all the elders from Douluo, and soon no one will be able to question me or stop me. The Spirit Hall has enough research materials on spirits. Everything is open to you, and there are enough spirit masters to practice your theories. Yu Xiaogang shook his head and refused. Zubeng, that kid, respects me very much. I will not let him down. Zubeng, that villain who relied on despicable means to ascend to the throne. How sincere do you think that kind of person would be to you? Bibidang's eyes were filled with a hint of sarcasm. She knew Yu Xiaogang's stubbornness and persistence, and knew that it would be difficult for her to change his mind. Also, in the Spirit Hall, although she was now in power, she still had to take Douluo into consideration, so she did not mention letting Yu Xiaogang come to the Spirit Hall to serve, but only reminded him that Zubeng was not trustworthy. Yu Xiaogang was silent for a moment. He did not want to speculate on the intentions of his second apprentice with a malicious attitude, and shook his head and said, Zubeng is a good kid. At least, he maintained the orthodoxy of the Xiandao royal family, and did not let some people with ulterior motives succeed. Ah. You accusing me? How dare I? You are now the high and mighty Pope. Being a little angry at Yu Xiaogang's attitude, Bibidang said in a slightly cold tone, yes, I'm the high and mighty Pope. So what is the matter with you coming to see me now? Yu Xiaogang replied, I'm here on behalf of the Xiandao Empire. Zubeng hopes that you can provide military assistance to the Xiandao Empire, or mediate this war. Bibidang laughed angrily. Assist the Xiandao Empire? Did he forget so quickly what order he issued before? Do you think I will agree? Yu Xiaogang's face remained unchanged. The previous targeting of the two empires caused you heavy losses. From this point, we can know that the Spirit Hall cannot fight against a unified empire. The current balance of power is the most beneficial to you. Not only Xiandao needs the Spirit Hall, but the Spirit Hall also needs the Xiandao Empire. Otherwise, when Amon integrates the two empires, who do you think will be his next target? 4. Some previous misunderstandings and the losses caused to you. Zubeng is deeply sorry and is willing to make certain compensation. Bibidang snorted and smiled coldly. What about the Haotian sect? What attitude does Zubeng intend to take towards them? The grievances between our Wuhan Hall and the Haotian sect cannot be covered up with a few words. Yu Xiaogang said in a deep voice, Zubeng will not participate in your struggle. This is a matter between your two forces. Bibidang shook her head. Then our Wuhan Hall will not participate in the struggle between the Tudou dynasty and the Xiandao Empire. This is a matter between your two empires. It's different. The struggle between you is just a struggle between forces, while the war between the two empires still concerns thousands of people. Yu Xiaogang's voice was a little louder. It's all the same. Bibi Dong's expression did not change point after a pause. She continued, the Haitian sect is unwilling to help you, right? It seems that your ally doesn't really care about you, otherwise you wouldn't come to me for help. Yu Xiaogang was silent. Without Tang Heo and Tang San, although there were people like Tang Yuhe who were willing to support the Xiandao Empire in the Haitian sect, there were only sporadic voices after a long time. He promised with some difficulty, I promise on behalf of Zhu Beng that, if you want to attack the Haitian sect, the Xiandao Empire can send troops to assist you. Rest here for a while, I will call the elders to discuss, and I will give you an answer after the results come out. Bibi Dong smiled. This was like a sleepy pillow. Just when she was thinking about how to lead a war and complete the Rakshasa God's 8th test, the Xiandao Empire gave her such an excellent opportunity. Is it God's will? Use Xiaogang's hands to help me overcome the biggest and most difficult obstacle before becoming a god, and let the two of us join forces to break all obstacles. Bibi Dong thought in her heart, with a sweet smile. Arriving at the conference hall, she didn't have to wait long before the elders gathered together. Since there have been so many major events recently, meetings have been held frequently, and they are used to it. Without thinking or curiosity, everyone waited patiently for Bibi Dong to give the answer. Bibi Dong looked around. Jin Crocodile, King Luan, Kan Jun and others were all there, but two people were missing. Kan Daoliu and Kan Ringsu. She frowned slightly. It was a good thing that, if Kan Daoliu was not there, the meeting would basically be hers. But their abnormal behavior made her feel confused and wary. It's just the two of them. Could it be the angel god exam? If Zuir inherited the angelic status, what should I do? Bibi Dong felt a little confused. Seeing that she didn't speak for a long time, Jin Crocodile coughed slightly and reminded, the great minister and the young lady still have some things to do. We can start first. Hearing this, Bibi Dong took a deep breath, gathered her thoughts, and said softly, I have proposed before that we should destroy the Haitian sect, kill Zhu Beng, and seize the imperial power of the Xiandao Empire. Now, an excellent opportunity is right in front of us. Zhu Beng sent a messenger to ask our Wuhan palace to assist them. We can pretend to agree first, and then usurp the throne. Guan asked, but will this arouse opposition from court officials and nobles, and make the people unstable? In the eyes of others, our Wuhan palace is just a non-governmental organization composed of soul masters, just like the blacksmiths union, businessmen unions like that. No matter how unstable it is, can it be worse than it is now? Zhu Beng was originally in an incorrect position and lacked support. Moreover, Amon's behavior of stealing the country has made righteousness lose its previous binding force. People's aspirations may not be driven by great justice. Bibi Dong paused, looked at Walter and asked, do you have anything else to add or suggestions? Although she had many disagreements with him in the past, one thing she had to admit was that he was an expert in conspiracy. Walter thought for a while and said, can His Highness Zhu play the role of the Prince Zhu King again? With a buffer, it will be easier for the people to accept it. We can promote that Zhu Beng is the rebellious minister who killed his father. He tampered with the imperial edict, framed the prince, and assassinated court officials. Prince Zhu King was persecuted and had to flee to Wuhan Palace to seek help from us. With our help, the prince successfully regained his throne. In gratitude for Wuhan Palace's kindness, he established Wuhan Palace for the state religion. A smile suddenly appeared on Walter's face, and he continued with a bit of condescension. Emperor Zhu King married Pope Bibi Dong, and the Xiandao Empire unified politics and religion, and was renamed the Wuhan Empire. Later, it was passed down to their daughter, Kan Ringsu, and the positions of Pope and Emperor were combined. Of course, that's a matter for the future. Bibi Dong, the rest of the elders, although there are many flaws in this investigation, it is feasible, as long as the insiders who are not on our side are dealt with. Ordinary court officials can accept this development, and so can the people. The legitimacy of the empire captured in this way will be recognized, and its rule will be smoother. Walter shrugged and said in a casual tone, of course, this is just my personal opinion. if your majesty doesn't care about the great resistance encountered in the early stage of his rule, and doesn't care about counterattacks and turmoil, large and small, and intends to use violent means to suppress all different voices, then as if I didn't say that. Obviously, he himself did not think that such a proposal had much chance of being adopted. Bibi Dong had a thoughtful look on her face, and after weighing it in her mind, she replied seriously, do you need Zua to cooperate? I will discuss it with her. If she agrees, then I will do as you say. Golden Crocodile Douluo had a look of astonishment on his face. He started to speak, but stopped and then stopped. He opened and closed his mouth twice, but in the end he didn't say anything. Yan Jin and Jiang Mo were stunned. They looked at each other and saw surprise and confusion on each other's faces. The other elders also looked at Walter and Bibi Dong in shock. They were shocked that Walter dared to make such a suggestion, and they were also shocked that Bibi Dong actually agreed to such a suggestion. Chapter 268 Bibi Dong, marry me. In the Douluo hall, Yan Ringsu finished her training, opened her eyes, and looked at the figure in front of her. How did you come? Can't I come and see you? Bibi Dong's tone was much softer than when he treated her before. Yan Ringsu's face was complicated. After all, she didn't call her sister to stimulate her and said, you can just mind your own martial arts hall. I will concentrate on my cultivation from now on. Don't bother me if you have nothing to do. Grandpa won't bother you either. You should be very happy now. From now on, Wuhan Palace will be your one-stop shop, and no one will come to hinder you from realizing your ambitions. Yan Ringsu's words made Bibi Dong's eyes narrow slightly. She was almost certain that Yan Ringsu was recognized by the angel god, because as long as he could enter the god level, everything he had left behind could be easily regained. If it weren't for her Akshasa test that required her to participate in the war and play an important role in it, Bibi Dong would no longer pay attention to the disputes in the world and focus on attacking the divine realm. I need you to do me one more favor. Bibi Dong said. Say it. Yan Ringsu said calmly, marry me. Yan Ringsu looked at Bibi Dong with a strange expression. She felt that either there was something wrong with her ears or there was something wrong with Bibi Dong's brain. Bibi Dong showed a smile. This is Walter's proposal, for you to marry me as the Xiandao Crown Prince Zuking, and our Wuhan Palace will help Zuking regain the throne. In the future, Yan Ringsu, the child of Zuking and I, will inherit the throne and the position of Pope, consolidating power into one body. He will become the next ruler of the Xiandao Empire, which will be renamed the Wuhan Empire. Yan Ringsu pointed at herself, her expression a little dull. I marry you, and then give birth to myself? That old guy can really think of any outrageous plan. Bibi Dong smiled and said, you are the daughter of me and Zuking, and have nothing to do with Yan Zhengji. Your surname is Yan, just to thank the great worshipper for his protection and care, and to commemorate his lost son. Her tone was determined, as if she was confirming something, but also as if she was deceiving herself. Yan Ringsu is Bibi Dong's daughter. Yan Ringsu was stunned for a moment, and then said in a trembling voice, yes, Yan Ringsu is my daughter. She is my daughter. Bibi Dong opened her arms and gently embraced Yan Ringsu. Yan Ringsu shed tears and tentatively called out, Mom, mother, mommy, mommy. Yan Ringsu shouted louder and louder, as if she wanted to make up for what she had lost in the past. After Yan Douluo explained to her the reason why Bibi Dong hated her in the past, his desire for Bibi Dong's love has exceeded his hatred for what he did in the past. And Bibi Dong was also keenly aware of these changes after Yan Ringsu's attitude toward her improved slightly. Her feelings for Yan Ringsu have always been complicated. Yan Ringsu no longer deliberately made her angry, and Yan Douluo's persistence made her develop a sense of respect. In the end, the plan given by Walter jointly contributed to her decision to let go of her inner baggage and accept Yan Ringsu. The plan given by Walter was exactly in line with Bibi Dong's wishes. Her mentality has already begun to change, but rashly admitting that Yan Ringsu is her daughter will make her look strange to the world. Because the seraph martial spirit cannot be fake. If Yan Ringsu is Bibi Dong's daughter, then who is her father? Bibidong's master Kyan Zhengji, or Kyan Douluo. This was something Bibidong couldn't tolerate. Point. If you marry Zuking first, then others will only think that this is Wuhan Palace's conspiracy and a cover-up made by Wuhan Palace to annex the Xiandao Empire reasonably, but they will not really think that Bibidong is Kyan Rinxu, their biological mother. Their attention will be focused on Wuhan Palace's ambition to annex the Xiandao Empire, and ignore other things. They can recognize each other and treat each other as mother and daughter, and Bibidong doesn't have to face the shame of showing her biggest stain in the eyes of the world. The best of both worlds. Kyan Douluo outside the Douluo hall listened to the conversation between the mother and daughter inside the hall, sighed, and then showed a relieved smile. After a while, Bibidong calmed down and walked out of the hall. Kyan Douluo said, I'm happy to see your reconciliation, but Zua is in a critical period now. The most important thing for her now is soul power cultivation, and she doesn't have much energy to deal with other chores. Bibidong looked slightly cold, stared at Kyan Douluo and said, accepting Xiaoxu does not mean that I forgive you, the Angel Clan. Don't worry, it just lets her show up as Zuking. It won't use too much time. Kyan Douluo said gently, don't worry, the last level of the divine examination requires me to pave the way for Zua at the cost of my life. She will be the only one left in the Kyan family. Bibidong's expression froze. I once felt the aura of the Rakshasa god in you. Although he is a mortal enemy of the angel god, you are mother and daughter after all. From now on, Zua will be left to you to take care of. Bibidong snorted coldly, you don't have to worry about what happens in the future. After saying that, she left directly. Bibidong returned to the Pope's palace. At this moment, she had adjusted her emotions and walked up to Yu Xiaogang. Yu Xiaogang's eyes narrowed slightly. Bibidong was a little different now. Although he was still the same person, his aura seemed less cold. Bibidong showed a moving smile and said to him, Xiaogang, after discussion among the elders, we have made a decision and agreed to support the Xiandao Empire with force. A smile appeared on Yu Xiaogang's face. That's good. That's good. This was the only good news he had heard in so many days. Before he could be happy for too long, he heard Bibidong continue to say, but there is also a condition. That is, the Xiandao Empire publicly declares that the Haotian sect is treason, and everyone can punish him and issue a call to jointly eliminate this threat. When fighting against foreigners, we must first calm down at home. Yu Xiaogang's face froze, and he said calmly, I'm afraid no sect will respond to this, right? It won't have any effect if I send it. Bibidong smiled and said, it doesn't matter, our Wuhan Palace will respond, and we will go all out to help you stabilize the front line and get rid of the Haotian sect. Leave those soul masters to us to deal with. The Xiandao Empire only needs to send out troops, block the route, and then kill the ordinary people who belong to the Haotian sect. I want to make sure that no chickens or dogs are left in the Haotian sect. The smile on Yu Xiaogang's face gradually solidified. He didn't expect that Bibidong would be so impatient and couldn't even wait for a moment. He also wanted to deal with the difficulties in the Xiandao Empire in front of him first and postpone this matter until the end of the war. Tang Heo and Tang Sun will deal with it when they come back. He hesitated to give an answer. Why don't you answer me? Xiaogang, didn't you say before that you could agree on Zhu Beng's behalf? Agree to send troops to assist when we attack Haotian sect? Are you lying to me? Bibidong's tone gradually became lower. Yu Xiaogang's expression was unnatural, and he said dryly, it's still a war period, and the empire can't allocate its strength. What I mean is to wait until the war is over before taking action. The Xiandao Empire can assist. You don't need too many people. 300 or 400 people are enough. All I need is an attitude. Bibidong replied. Yu Xiaogang suddenly fell silent. He stared at Bibidong for a long time before slowly saying, Bibidong, you have changed. Bibidong laughed. Hey, yes, I have changed. I'm no longer the silly, easy to deceive girl of the past. As you said, I'm now the high and mighty Pope. Her voice became cold and hard, majestic, solemn, and filled with suffocating oppression. Now, tell me your answer. Don't think about perfunctory or delaying. How did you or Zubang choose break up with the Haoshan sect and choose our spirit hall, or should you still cling to the Haoshan sect that is ignoring you now and give up asking our spirit hall for help? You. Xianagang didn't answer for a long time, then turned and left without saying a word. He couldn't harm one disciple for the sake of another, and Tangsen had a closer relationship with him. When he reached the door, Xianagang stopped and responded, I can't give you an answer. I'll discuss it with Zubeng myself. In other words, the promise you just made to the Xiandao royal family to send troops to assist when the Wuhan palace attacks Haoshan sect is false, and you just deceived me? Bibi Dong's eyes were filled with coldness. Sorry. After Xianagang uttered such a word, he left without looking back. After he left, an inaudible voice sounded in the hall. Feel sorry, Bibi. Dong watched Xianagang leave with deep eyes. She was also deceiving Xianagang. She had no intention of cooperating at all. Killing Zubeng and letting Zuking take over was more in line with the interests of Wuhan Palace and more in line with her requirement of deep participation in the war. In the 8th test point, the figures of Yuguan and Ghost appeared behind her, and the three of them walked out together. Do you want to call Walter? Yuguan asked. Bibi Dong hesitated slightly and nodded. After she took over the shrine, Walter also began to be loyal to her, planning for her seriously, and no longer acted openly or secretly. Then Bibi Dong discovered that Walter was really easy to use, much better than Yuguan and Gui Mei, two guys who only knew how to fight and kill, but also pretended to be titled Douluo, and didn't even bother to do despicable things. Many of his plans and suggestions were spot on. The ghostly figure suddenly disappeared, and he went to call Walter. When they arrived at the gate of the Pope's palace, Kan Jun, Jiang Mo and Kan Rinxu were already waiting here. Ghost and Walter also arrived quietly. Bibi Dong nodded and said softly, then let's set off. A group of them flew into the sky and quickly flew towards Xiandao City. Among them, Kan Rinxu, the weakest among them, is already a Contra and possesses the Seraphim martial spirit, and his flying speed is even faster than many titled Douluo. That night, they came to Xiandao City and arrived at the palace quietly. Walter came to the top of a building and spread the thread. These threads can help him monitor everywhere. They can also be used to restrict and interfere with enemies when necessary. They are also a weapon for killing people. Yan Jin and Jiang Mo stood beside him, wary of their surroundings. Douluo Yuguan and Ghost. Douluo Ghost followed Bibi Dong and Kan Rinxu to Zubang's palace. Zubang woke up when he heard the noise. He had been sleeping lightly these days, and the slightest movement could wake him up. He saw the wide open door of the dormitory, and the cold wind rushed in, making him jump. Who? He asked coldly. Through the moonlight cast from the door, he saw clearly who was coming. Walking in the front was a beautiful, noble, and majestic woman. And slightly behind her side, there was a beautiful woman who was somewhat similar to her, and equally cool and beautiful. Seeing these two beauties, Zubeng had no intention of flirting with them, because he knew the person in front of him. He had the honor of meeting her several times. This was the supreme ruler of the spirit hall, a figure standing at the top of the spirit master world, the contemporary Pope Bibi Dong. Chapter 269 I-1039, T. Let anyone hurt you. Zubeng was startled at first, then a look of joy appeared on his face. You have met my teacher, right? You came here at his invitation to discuss with me about jointly dealing with the Tudor dynasty, right? Kan Rinxu slowly said, my good brother, you are still so stupid. The voice was not Kan Rinxu's cold and pleasant female voice, but the gentle and magnetic voice of Zuking. Hearing this voice, Zubeng widened his eyes and looked at her with fear. You are Kan Rinxu, the daughter of the previous pope. He had not seen Kan Rinxu's true appearance, but only heard Tang San's description, so he did not recognize her at the first time. It's me. Kan Rinxu responded. Is it incredible? Since you dare to cooperate with the spirit hall, it is not difficult to understand that you will meet Zuking again. You didn't consider this situation at the beginning. This time, she used her original voice, a cold female voice. Protect the emperor. Protect the emperor. Herman, save me. A shadow suddenly rose from the ground, twisting and squirming into a human figure. The shadow gradually became three-dimensional and full, and finally turned into a cold and sharp man. Pointy stood between Bibidong and the avalanche, and his eagle-like eyes swept over the form of this look that seemed to be able to see through everything, reach the bottom of people's hearts, and hit the soul. Made Bibidong feel a little uncomfortable. She frowned and murmured, "Herman. I seem to have heard of this name somewhere." Then, she remembered that this was the person who looked exactly like Amon in the Killing City, mentioned by Hulina. Bibidong's eyes condensed slightly. "Are you Amon or Herman? Herman. Are you Nana's teacher?" After Herman answered, he asked back in a calm tone, "It's me. Is she okay?" "Very. But I miss you a little. She mentioned something about you to me. Since you are alive, why don't you go find her?" Bibidong asked. "Because, Amon. I wasted too much time in the city of slaughter, which made Amon grow up. I'm no longer his opponent. If you have anything to do with me, Nana will be noticed by Amon and become the object of his use." German responded with the answer he had prepared long ago. Bibidong shook her head slightly. "Since she is my apprentice, she is destined to be unable to stay out of trouble. If you have time, go find her." Zhu Beng felt more and more disappointed as he listened. "No, why are you still chatting? Gelman seems to have an ambiguous relationship with the Pope's apprentice." "Then I'm finished, right?" German pondered for a moment and nodded slowly. Bibidong cast his eyes on Zhu Beng. "I want to kill him. Will you stop me?" German took a step back and protected Zhu Beng behind him. "I will not let others hurt His Majesty Zhu Beng." Bibidong's face sank slightly, and the breath on his body began to become deep and terrifying. Zhu Beng breathed a sigh of relief, and then his head suddenly exploded. His skull flew up, and red and white scattered all over the ground. His voice came again. "I'm fed up with this idiot. If I wasn't worried that Amon would replace that guy and unify the world easily, how could I have tolerated this guy for so long?" German said to himself in his heart, "I didn't break the contract. I promised not to let others hurt you, but I'm not someone else." Bibidong's face looked much better, and the breath on his body became peaceful. "I will take over the Xiandao Empire. If you want to deal with Amon, you can join forces with us." German nodded slightly, looked at Khan Ringsu and said, "It is almost impossible to kill Amon now, but with this angel, maybe we still have a chance of winning." Bibidong responded, "Don't be too pessimistic. Even if Amon has many clones and his whereabouts are uncertain, as long as we lock onto his body, we can surround and kill him. Although he can kill Dishan, his strength is indeed very strong, and he has the help of Yan Jin and Lei Yin, two grown-up geniuses, but there are only 3 people after all, and the number of elders above the title Douluo level in the spirit hall is more than 10. German stared at her for a while, then slowly said, "It seems that you haven't discovered the horror of the fate Trojan horse." "That's right. As the Pope, the strength of the people you come into contact with will not be too low. It's normal that the disturbance of fate can't interfere." "Abnormal fate? What does it mean?" Bibidong's face showed a trace of confusion. German didn't think much and replied, "Go back and find the Soul Saint, the people above the Soul Saint, and the people below the Soul Saint to ask them about their views on the Tula dynasty. Ask them who changed the name of the Xingluo Empire, and who is the person who rules that land now. I believe they will give different answers. Of course, it is also possible that Amon has ended his replacement of Dai Chenghua's fate and directly stepped onto the stage in his own identity. If this is the case, you probably won't get any results." Khan Ringsu thought for a moment and interrupted, "You mean, Amon did something to replace Dai Chenghua's identity, and because of his special soul skills, people above Soul Saint will not be affected. People below Soul Saint will regard him as Dai Chenghua and subconsciously ignore the abnormality." German nodded slightly. "That's right. If Amon replaces someone's identity, if your strength is one level lower than his, then you will not be able to detect the abnormality. Even if he stands in front of you in his original appearance, you will regard him as the one who was replaced. But he cannot replace someone of the same level or higher level than him. How can there be such a weird and terrible ability?" Kyan Rinksu was shocked. Bibidang said in a solemn tone, if you want to lock Amon's body, sufficient manpower is indispensable, but his ability makes low-level soul masters useless, and we can't have so many high-level soul masters to find him, so as long as he doesn't make mistakes, then we have no chance at all. Yes, maybe he will mix in with the soul masters you sent out to search for his location. Chat and laugh with them, eat together, travel together, and complete the tasks assigned by the spirit all together, and your people don't notice it at all. German described vividly. Listening to his description, an indescribable chill rose from Kyan Rinksu's back and rushed straight to her head. Cold sweat flowed down her forehead, and she felt horrified. I will confirm this. Bibidang's eyes were filled with worry. The reason why Amon reminded Bibidang of this was because Tangsun and Kyan Rinksu's progress in becoming gods was slightly accelerated due to his influence. In this comparison, Bibidang was a little behind. It was necessary to give her some sense of urgency and speed up her progress. For Amon, the most ideal situation would be that the time difference between the three of them in the last item of the god test was not large. Because he did not dare to guarantee that he would succeed in one try. If he failed, he would definitely face the counterattack of the person he chose as the target. The best way to be hunted by a god is, of course, to become a god himself. If the time interval between the last item of their rituals is similar, then Amon can make a second attempt soon. But if the interval is too long, then Amon will have to avoid a god for a long time, and during this time, the one who becomes a god first may interfere with the other two targets, causing him to lose the opportunity for the second and third attempts. Bibidang changed the subject and asked, do you know the distribution of the Haotian sect's disciples in Xiandao City? What do you want to do? Oh, of course, let them pay with blood. Kyan Rinksu interrupted, when Zubeng came to power, they helped Zubeng kill many of my men. How can we just let it go? Bibidang nodded and said, yes, the grievances between Wuhan Hall and Haotian sect have been going on for a long time. It's time to put an end to it. I only know Yuxun. It was opened by Tang Hao's sister. It was originally a place to cultivate the etiquette of the children of the rich and powerful. Later, after the Haotian sect was invited by Zubeng and sent disciples to Xiandao City, this place became the residence of the disciples of the Haotian sect. German responded smoothly without hesitation. Bibidang suddenly spoke, and her voice spread with the vibration of soul power. Walter, you and Yan Jin and Jiang Mo go to Yuxun and deal with the people sent by Haotian sect to Xiandao City. After dealing with them, return to the palace and we will go to Haotian sect together. Yes, your majesty. Walter's fingers moved slightly, and his body flew into the sky. After they arrived at Yuxun, a black translucent ball of thread suddenly appeared in Walter's hand. He waved his hand in the air and threw the ball of thread. In an instant, countless black translucent lines were drawn out of the ball of thread, forming a hemispherical shield that enveloped the entire Yuxun, isolating the inside and the outside. Walter did not deliberately hide his actions, but his movements were still silent, and the soul power fluctuations emitted were so weak that the guards at the door did not notice it at all. Tang Yuhe, who was on the top floor of Yuxun, frowned slightly, and a sense of uneasiness rose inexplicably in her heart, as if some disaster was about to happen. The figures of Yan Jin and Jiang Mo slowly emerged at the door and walked forward calmly. They were originally unwilling to participate in such disputes, but the powerful strength displayed by Bibidang convinced them. In addition, the chief worshipper also expressed the hope that the worship hall would obey Bibidang's orders in the future, so they didn't mind following orders. Stop, who is it? The two guards at the door saw Yan Jin and Jiang Mo walking slowly and shouted arrogantly, this is the headquarters of Haotian sect, and the outsiders should retreat. We are not wrong. Jiang Mo said calmly, since the decision has been made, we can no longer tolerate it. Yan Jin said coldly, today, I will take your lives. You will not be alone on the road to the underworld. Don't forget our names. Yan Jin, Jiang Mo. As they spoke, they each summoned the Panlong stick, holding the center of the stick in one hand and pointing one end forward. They said in unison, the one who takes your life. Chapter 270. Yan Jin in a golden robe and Jiang Mo in a red robe did not show too strong soul power, but their indifferent eyes made the gatekeeper feel inexplicably cold. "I'll go inform the master." The man on the left wanted to run into the house, but before he took a few steps, a sweeping stick smashed his head. The two guards were killed almost at the same time, and the headless bodies fell heavily to the ground, and blood flowed along the ground. The two brothers did not look at the bodies under their feet again, and walked forward on the blood. The movement outside the door attracted the attention of the disciples of Haoshan sect on the first floor. "Who is it, he?" was responded by Jiangmo's plain stick. The chest of the Haoshan sect disciple was hit and sunken, and he flew out, knocking down countless tables and chairs along the way, and lost his voice. "How dare you come here to make trouble?" The disciples of Haoshan sect showed their Haoshan hammers one after another, and attacked Yan Jin and Jiangmo. Facing these ordinary disciples, the two of them did not change their expressions. They simply swept, smashed, and stabbed them, using the simplest and most direct way to kill them. No one could survive a single move under the terrifying Panlong stick. More and more people gathered in the hall on the first floor, but the number of people who could stand decreased instead of increased. Yan Jin and Jiangmo walked forward slowly but firmly, leaving corpses along the way. Tang Long blocked their way, looking at the miserable scene behind them, his eyes red. "Who are you? Why do you do this?" Seeing that the man in front of him seemed a little unusual, Yan Jin pointed to the Wuhan Hall logo on his chest. "Are you blind? You can't see it so obviously." "Wuhan Hall." Tang Long gritted his teeth and whispered. He stared at Yan Jin coldly, summoned the clear sky hammer, and began to use the chaotic cloak hammer method. As the third generation chief disciple of the clear sky sect before Tang Sun returned, he naturally knew the skill. Yan Jin didn't rush to interrupt, watching the other party's movements with interest. When fighting with Tang Hao and Tang Xiao, they didn't dare to hold back, and didn't dare to have extra thoughts to learn this Haoshan sect's unique skills. But facing such a little guy, there are not so many concerns. Even if the opponent fully demonstrates the power of this move, they are sure to block it. The Haoshan hammer, which was swung by Tang Long and rotated in circles, brought a gust of wind. The sharp wind cut the wall like a knife. The tables and chairs were blown away and collided with each other, making a clang sound. When Tang Long felt that he could no longer control the Haoshan hammer, he shouted, jumped up, and smashed Yan Jin from top to bottom. Behind him, a faint shadow of the hammer appeared. Yan Jin used a stick to lightly push away the hammer that was smashing down, and then swung it. At the critical moment, Tang Long barely took back the hammer that was blocked, and held it horizontally in front of him. Using the hammer as a buffer, he was swept away by the blow. His internal organs were displaced, and he spat out a large mouthful of blood, but he did not die after all. He struggled to stand up from the ground, with a bit of horror in his pupils, and uttered a word with difficulty, titled Douluo. "You can take my blow without dying. Among the disciples of your generation of Haoshan sect, you should be among the best. Unfortunately, it ends here." Yan Jin swung the stick again, and one end of the stick hit his chest, and the force shattered his heart. You leave first. I will stop the enemy." A middle-aged man wearing grey clothes, with a straight nose and eyes like grey rocks on the fourth floor, said. Tang Yuhua nodded. "Be careful. If you can't fight, leave quickly." She flipped out of the window, tapped some raised exterior decorations of the building with her toes, and landed on the ground. Yan Jin and Jiangmo sensed her movements, but did not stop her. The surroundings had been closed by water, and it was not so easy to escape. Tang Yuhua ran a distance, and she suddenly stopped, not standing still. The sense of crisis from the front faintly stung her skin. She stretched out her hand to try forward, and felt a slight sting on her hand. She retracted it, and saw that there were several blood marks on her fingers. Looking at the blood slowly oozing out of the wound, her pupils shrank. The wound was very thin, but very deep. Just a slight touch cut the skin. If she hadn't stopped just now, but rushed over, then she would probably be cut into pieces. When she thought of such a result, she couldn't help but feel cold in her heart. "Ah, you Tang Hao's sister?" A slightly old and peaceful voice sounded from behind. "Who?" Tang Yuhua turned around immediately and looked vigilantly at the old man in front of her wearing a white robe embroidered with golden cloud patterns. "My name is Walter." Unfortunately, Tang Heo died before you, otherwise I would have wanted him to taste the pain of losing everything. Walter said calmly. What? You said that my second brother died? This is impossible. He is so strong. Tang Yuho retorted without paying attention to her own dangerous situation. Yes, he died. I killed him myself. Walter smiled before Tang Yuho's worry, suspicion, shock, fear and other emotions burst out. The expression on her face froze. Walter cut off her head with a silk thread. He kicked the head aside casually and looked at Yuxuan. Yan Jin and Jiang Mo were walking slowly from Yuxuan's direction. Cleaned up, Yan Jin said. The silk thread squirmed, crawling across every floor of Yuxuan like a small snake, exploring every possible hiding place. After confirming, Walter nodded. There is no living person in the palace. A burst of golden light suddenly bloomed from Yan Rinxu's body. The light was so dazzling that it was impossible to look directly at it. Her breasts slowly contracted, her body frame became wider, and the lines on her body became smoother when the light dissipated. She transformed from a stunning beauty into an elegant man with average to above average looks. She picked up a set of clothes and walked to another room to change into them. When she came out again, she was the gentle and jade-like Xiandao Prince Zuking again. King, from now on, we are lovers, Bibi Dong said with a smile. Zhu King's face froze, and then he also showed a smile. Well, Bibi Dong, let's go, to take back what belongs to me. Not too long has passed since Yan Rinxu's identity was revealed, and she was driven away from Xiandao. Zhu Beng did not clear out too many people, but only drove away those people who were obviously affiliated with Zuking. There are still many guards and maids in the palace who know him. Therefore, when Zuking appeared again, everyone's face looked confused and at a loss. Yan Rinxu ignored the ordinary palace people, but used her soul power to spread her voice. The sinner Zhu Beng, who killed his father and usurped the throne, has been rectified by me. I, Zuking, am the legitimate heir of the Xiandao Empire. Now, with the help of Wuhan Palace, I'm back. All the guards in the palace, please come to the main hall immediately. Gather at the door. The first thing he has to do is to take the Xiandao royal guards into his own hands, which can be used to maintain order. Not long after, a man wearing armor and a silver white helmet hurried over. Your Highness Snow, you are finally back. I have been waiting so hard for you. Before the man arrived, he started shouting from a distance, his voice full of joy and excitement. Yan Rinxu felt that the voice sounded familiar. The man ran up to Zuking. From the fluctuations of soul power emanating from his body, we could tell that he was a soul master. Perhaps because he was too excited, he was already out of breath by the time he ran. He took a few deep breaths and performed a soul master salute to Zuking. You are. Yan Rinxu was a little confused. It's me, Dennis. Dennis took off his helmet, took out a monocle, and slowly put it on his eyes. His action made Bibi Dong's heart tighten, and the expressions of Yu Guan and Gui Mei who were following her changed even more, and the spirit power of title Douluo surged out. After learning about the strange and terrifying ability of the Trojan of Destiny, they became extremely wary of the name Amon and things related to him. Dennis was so overwhelmed by the huge soul pressure that he knelt down, his face full of horror. Only then did Yu Guan and Gui Mei realize that Dennis was wearing the monocle on his left eye instead of the right eye that Amon was used to. They regained their momentum. Yu Guan said with a trace of apology, I'm sorry, I reacted too violently. Bibi Dong didn't say anything. For a moment just now, she was shocked. Yan Rinxu looked at him for a long time before finally recognizing that this was Dennis. He had once been loyal to her, but was later left by her to take charge of the overall situation in Xiandao City. He disappeared during the coup launched by Zhu Beng. But at this moment, Dennis's image changed drastically. He lost the elegance and calmness of the past, and became a bit more vicissitudes of life, so much so that she almost didn't recognize him. A smile appeared on Yan Rinxu's face. She quickly stepped forward to help him up and said, I'm sorry, Your Majesty Zhu Douluo and Your Majesty Ghost Douluo didn't mean it. Dennis, you are still alive, which makes me very happy. Thank you for your hard work. How have you been spending this time? Dennis replied, after the coup happened that day, I sensed something was wrong and escaped through the tunnel. Later, I thought that His Highness the Crown Prince would definitely come back, So I changed my identity and sneaked into the bodyguards, hoping that one day it would come in handy. You did a good job. Kyan Rinxu nodded and then asked, since you are in the team of royal guards, you should also know people, know who are Zubeng's die-hard loyalists, and who can fight for it. Of course, that's what I mean by lurking, Dennis said with a smile. Then, I'll leave it to you. Take control of the palace for me in the shortest possible time. Be careful not to destroy the basic order. Kyan Rinxu said point after a pause. She promised, I will double your compensation for what you lost in the past. You will get more. Dennis's face showed joy, and he said with some hesitation, Zubeng has placed a lot of cronies. Most of them hold important positions. I need manpower to help deal with these guys. Kyan Rinxu said to Douluo, Elder Jew, please go with him. Yes. Yugwen bowed slightly. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 271 Wore It in the Wrong Place. With the help of Douluo Yugwan, Dennis quickly eliminated the forces loyal to Zubeng among the Shandao royal guards. Through profit promises, threats and other means, Dennis controlled a group of people who were not so firm in their stance, and successfully take the palace guards into your own hands later. He used the power of the palace guards to control the entire palace. Dennis sent people to constantly spread the news that Zubeng has been executed, and he is the traitor. He killed his father and usurped the throne, tampered with the imperial edict, persecuted his brother, assassinated court officials, betrayed the frontline soldiers and national interests, and ceded territory to seek peace. This was to highlight Zuking's ability to regain the throne. Legitimacy and legitimacy point under the deterrence of the royal guards and Dennis's propaganda. The Shandao palace quickly stabilized. Although there were still large and small riots throughout the palace, the basic order was guaranteed. After everything was arranged, Dennis reported the results of his work to Zuking. Kyan Rinxu said with a smile in her eyes, well done. You can go to the homes of the important ministers and inform them of today's results and understand their attitudes. In addition, I will send someone to inform the officials that the court meeting tomorrow and the day after tomorrow will be cancelled. They will all come to the palace to participate in the meeting the day after tomorrow. I don't want to see anyone claiming to be sick and unable to come. Yes. Dennis bowed slightly and stepped back. Sitting on the heavy and majestic chair made entirely of gold and engraved with dragon-shaped decorations, Kyan Rinxu sighed. The things she once pursued, longed for, and looked forward to were now in her hands, but she felt neither excited nor satisfied at all. This was no longer her pursuit. In front of that eternal divine throne, all mundane desires and powers seemed so empty and insignificant. She glanced at the side of the hall. Bibi Dang, who was sitting on a chair with his hands on the armrests and supporting his head, moved his butt to the side and patted the place next to him to signal her. Bibi Dang smiled, stood up, walked slowly to her side, and sat down. What's wrong? Zua, call me king. Kyan Rinxu said in a slightly tough tone. Okay, Zua. Bibi Dang said gently. Kyan Rinxu leaned slightly sideways and leaned against Bibi Dang. You know, when I was a child, I was always envious when I saw other children receiving care from their mothers, because I didn't. My mother would only look at me with a cold face, drive me away, and sometimes even have murderous intentions towards me. I didn't know why at that time. I just knew that you were the Pope and you loved the scepter in your hand. That symbolized power more than you loved me. Grandpa told me that because you are the Pope, you are very busy and have a lot of troubles. The two empires are in constant dispute and need you to deal with it. Let me not disturb you. So, I was thinking, if I became the emperor of the empire and solved these things, would you have time to spend with me? Later, my desire for you gradually turned into hatred. The pursuit of the throne is no longer based on the expectation of your company. Maybe I want to prove myself. Maybe I'm addicted to the beauty that power brings. Or maybe I want to go one step further and take what you love from your hands. Perhaps I should thank Tangsen and Tang Heo, who woke me up, and thank Lei Yin, who made me see the gap between me and my peers, and woke me up from my paranoia about imperial power. Bibi Dong was silent for a long time before slowly speaking. It's my fault. It's my mother's fault. In addition, you don't need to remind me. I don't have much desire for the throne of the Xiandao Empire now. This is just a way to help me achieve other things. I'm Zuking now, not Kan Ringsu. Kan Ringsu said again. Okay, Zua. Zuking can also be Zua. Bibi Dong had a smile on her lips when Yan Jin, Jiangmo, and Walter returned to the palace and came to the main hall. They saw this scene. Zuking and Bibi Dong sat on the dragon chair together. The former leaned sideways and leaned on the latter's shoulder. Both of them had happy and sweet smiles on their faces, like a couple in love. Yan Jin and Jiangmo couldn't help but twitch their mouths. Although they knew clearly that the Zuking in front of them was actually Kan Ringsu, and although they knew their true relationship, they still felt a sense of violation. Seeing a man leaning on Bibi Dong's shoulder. Even Walter, the proposer of the plan, looked confused. Walter calmed down and straightened his expression. No one in Yuxuan is alive, including Tang Heo's sister Tang Yuhua. Bibi Dong nodded calmly, stood up. The smile on her face became restrained, and she regained her majestic and solemn look. Well done, Yan Jin, Jiangmo. You two protect Zua here. Walter, Ju Douluo, Ghost Douluo, the three of you come with me to Haotian sect. Yes, Bibi Dong. I also want to see the last moments of the once #1 sect in the world. Kan Ringsu, disguised as Zuking, seemed to be deeply involved in the drama, calling her by her name directly, as if she really put herself became Bibi Dong's husband. Bibi Dong's eyes twitched slightly, and she said softly, there needs to be someone in the palace to take charge of the overall situation. She looked at Walter and knew that he had a blood feud with Tang Heo, and she would definitely not leave him behind when it came to destroying the Haotian sect. Then he looked at Yu Guan and Gui Mei again, sighed, and shook his head slightly. Elder Yan Jin, Elder Jiangmo, could I trouble you to stay in Xiandao City and take charge of the overall situation? Bibi Dong asked. Your Majesty the Pope, if you have any books or other items from the Haotian sect, please keep them in a safe place. Demon Conquering Douluo said. We are very interested in the combat skills of Haotian sect. Yan Jin said. I know, people will pay attention. Bibi Dong nodded. Regarding these offerings, her attitude is not completely commanding, but she still maintains great respect. Because of the inheritance of the Rakshasa god, her strength is temporarily limited, and she is unable to attack with all her strength. Her strength is not much stronger than Yan Jin and Jiangmo combined forces. Kan Ringsu said to them. Grandpa Yan Jin, Grandpa Jiangmo, if there are any problems in Xiandao City, Dennis can handle them, and he will maintain order. But I also hope that you can provide some help when he needs it. The royal guards may not be able to do what they want. Don't worry, Miss. Jiangmo replied. You should do your best. Yan Jin said. Bibi Dong, Kan Ringsu, Walter, Yu Guan, and Gui Mei left the palace. After leaving Xiandao City, Kan Ringsu also returned to her original appearance. 3 pairs of wings spread out from behind, and her speed suddenly increased. In the vast darkness of the night, the 5 people galloped towards Haotian sect. In the palace, Yan Jin and Jiangmo stopped staring at the night sky, and they called Dennis. 2 adults. Do you have any orders? Dennis asked respectfully. I can't tell you the instructions. His Highness Zuking asked us to stay and help you maintain order in the palace in Xiandao City. He doesn't want to cause too much turmoil. In addition, if you think there are any unrest, you can also tell us, and we will take action. Yan Jin replied. I know. Dennis raised his left hand and pinched his monocle. Yan Jin's face stiffened, then relaxed again. Kan Ringsu mentioned this to them. Dennis was her old subordinate for more than 10 years and had always had the habit of wearing a monocle, so she told them not to think too much about it. Jiangmo said in a subtle tone. I think you should change your habit of wearing a monocle. It can easily remind people of some evil person. But you wear it on your left eye, and he wears it on his right eye. Oh, that's it. Dennis took off the monocle from his left eye, wiped it carefully with silk, then put it on his right eye, adjusted the position, and chuckled. Sorry, I put it on in the wrong place. Seeing the respect on Dennis's face fade away, replaced by a look of amusement and teasing, Yan and Jiang Mo took a step back uncontrollably, their minds filled with silence. After a few seconds, Yan asked solemnly, "Are you Amon?" "Yes, it's me." "Are you surprised or surprised?" Dennis said with an obvious smile. "No, this is inconsistent with the intelligence. Doesn't it mean that your disturbance of destiny can only interfere with soul masters who are lower than you? We are all titled Douluo, unless you have taken that step and become a god. Or, the latter part of the information is wrong, and your replacement can be concealed from anyone." Yan Jin frowned and looked at Amon with a bit of fear and fear. Dennis smiled, raised his hand, and pinched his monocle. "Since Yan Rinksu can pretend to be Zuking, then why can't I use a similar method to disguise myself? Do I have to use a very burdensome skill like Destiny Trojan?" Yan Jin and Jiang Mo looked at Dennis carefully, but they never found anything incongruous about him. My heart felt cold again. Not only did I have the terrifying ability to replace someone else's destiny, but I even pretended to be so similar that I couldn't see anything out of the ordinary. They suddenly thought, since Amon had such an ability, could he have sneaked into the spirit hall and disguised himself as a core member? How many people will be trustworthy in the future? Yan Jin and Jiang Mo looked at each other and saw the heaviness in the other's eyes. There is nothing unusual about it, of course, because Amon is not pretending, but parasitizing. He had buried the worm of time in Dennis's body a long time ago, but it had never been activated, and he had not controlled the other party's consciousness. Everything Dennis did was out of his own will, and Amon had just started this casual move just now. Activating him doesn't have much or important significance. It's just fun to scare Yan Jin and Jiang Mo. Under the hostile gazes of Yan Jin and Jiang Mo, Dennis smiled and reached forward to grab. A sleepy-eyed Yan Jin appeared next to him. Yan Jin didn't seem to wake up yet. He rubbed his eyes, yawned and asked, "Amon, who are you beating?" Chapter 270. To the end of Yan Jin and Jiang Mo. Seeing Yan Jin come to them in this way, Yan Jin and Jiang Mo were extremely shocked. The other party's state did not seem to be pretending. He was really pulled over in his sleep, and he didn't even wear shoes. Transmission across space. This Wu Gang Feng Wangling can also do it, but he can only teleport the people around him together with himself, and it consumes a lot of energy. It takes a long time to accumulate power every time he uses that soul skill. Even with so many restrictions, Wangling Douluo's ability still has a very important strategic position in their eyes. Before, Bibidong went to the Xingdao Great Forest to hunt soul rings, and was able to evacuate safely after killing the Titan giant ape, thanks to this. But now Amon pulled Yan Jin, who was unknown, over, but he acted very relaxed. The gap between the two is simply incalculable. Amon controlled Dennis's body, raised his right hand, and touched the bottom edge of his monocle. "These two guys, leave it to you." Yan Jin, Jiang Mo. Yan Jin recognized these two old acquaintances. When they killed Tang Heo before, they ate one meat hot pot together. Seeing that Amon was going to deal with them by himself, Yan Jin instantly thought of what Walter said to him at that time. No wonder the old man refused to accept the soul bone I sent. No wonder he said not to aid the enemy, and not to hold back on the battlefield. It turned out that he had already expected Amon to be hostile to the spirit hall. "Ah, you going to be an enemy of our spirit hall?" A huge soul power fluctuation emerged from Jiang Mo's body. "It is our biggest mistake to allow you to live to this day." The Panlang stick appeared in Yan Jin's hand. Dennis smiled and said, "We are about to enter a hostile situation. Isn't this a tacit fact that both parties have already tacitly agreed to? I just made it clear, didn't you? Make a strategic plan to curb my development at the elders meeting of your spirit hall." Yan Jin's pupils shrank. "You eavesdropped on the content of the elders meeting? You replaced an elder?" He was filled with deep fear and disbelief. "You know, the elders of the spirit hall are all powerful, titled Douluo. Well, except Uzziah Gang and Amon could replace one of them without knowing it. How terrible." Dennis shrugged and did not answer. In fact, he had not done so yet. It was just that a little pet of a saint, a crow with white circles under its eyes, appeared too frequently in various places in the spirit hall, so that everyone ignored it. Even at the elders meeting, no one deliberately drove away this little crow that liked to hide behind the statue of the angel god. The power of the two super Douluos rose in the palace, shocking countless soul masters in Xiandao City. In a building that looked simple in appearance but was actually low-key and luxurious, Saw Douluo Chenxin suddenly stood up. Uncle Jian, what's wrong? Ning Fengzi looked at him and asked softly. That's Qianjun and Jiangmo. The spirit hall even sent them. Chenxin seemed to be answering Ning Fengzi, but also seemed to be whispering to himself. Their auras were filled with fighting spirit, and it didn't seem like they were deliberately sending it out to intimidate the forces in the city, but they really encountered a strong enemy. But who could be worthy of their careful treatment? Chen Xin was about to step forward to take a look, but was stopped by Ning Fengzi. Uncle Jian, it's better for us not to show up for the time being, otherwise we may face a situation where we have to take sides immediately. Wait until we get more information. Saw Douluo nodded. At this juncture, it is better to have less trouble than more. It would be bad to bring trouble to the sect for curiosity. As one of the largest forces in Xiandao City, they naturally could not hide the changes in the palace today. At the moment, when Zuking announced his return, they basically guessed the plan of the Spirit Hall. A strong central government centered on the Spirit Hall will do more harm than good to the future of the Seven Treasures glazed tile sect. He wanted to stop it, but he did not dare to act rashly before knowing the power sent by the Spirit Hall. In his opinion, the Haotian sect would be more anxious than them. After all, the Spirit Hall is the mortal enemy of the Haotian sect. With this idea in mind, Ning Fengzi held back and waited and watched, but the Haotian sect's group of reckless men did not know what happened today, and they did not move. Maybe the Haotian sect secretly sent a few people elder. Ning Fengzi pondered for a moment, called a sect disciple, and asked him to go to Yuxuan to investigate intelligence. Space lock unfolded. Divine domain unfolded. Yan Jin's fleeting terrifying aura moved Jian Douluo. He had only felt such an aura in the finals of the Soul Master competition 5 years ago. At this moment, Yan Jin, Qianjun, Jiangmo, and Dennis, who was parasitized by Amon, were shrouded in the divine domain. The familiar scene came again. Thick volcanic ash, constantly erupting volcanoes, quietly flowing lava lakes, and large rocks floating in the magma. It's this almost self-contained domain again. Jiangmo Douluo stared at the dim sky, and without hesitation, he immediately attacked Yan Jin. Yan Jin grinned with a big smile, and a ball of magma condensed in her hand. She still started with her signature move, Big Fire. A magma fist as big as a house came with a mighty force. Jiangmo's face was slightly condensed, and the fourth soul ring lit up. A purple halo spread from the soul ring, and then condensed on the Panlang stick. He swung the Panlang stick with both hands, and dispersed the magma fist with one blow. At the same time, Qianjun also tacitly attacked Dennis. The latter smiled slightly, did not make contact with him, took a step back, and disappeared suddenly. Qianjun exuded spiritual power and searched around, but still found no trace of the other party. At this time, Yan Jin's voice came. Didn't Amon just say that? Leave it to me to deal with you, so don't look for him. Let's have a good fight. There was an excited smile on her face. Since she became stronger and stronger, there were fewer and fewer people who could fight her happily. Qianjun and Jiangmo are air opponents. Yan Jin didn't like fighting Amon, because the battle with him had no sense of reality at all, and he always got beaten down inexplicably. Yan Jin thought for a while and then said, Amon, you said, leave them to me. You can't interfere until the winner is determined. Heh. Repeated voices came from all directions. It's up to you. I'm not interested in getting involved. The smile on Yan Jin's face became even brighter. Let's have a hearty battle. She stepped on the ground, and her second soul skill lit up. Soul power ejection gave her extremely high speed, and she shot out like a sharp arrow. Qianjun and Jiangmo looked at each other, and understood each other's thoughts. Since Amon's sneaky guy couldn't be found for a while, they should deal with Yan Jin first. Although the situation was very unfavorable for the two of them at this time, they still did not lose their fighting spirit. At least they would respond to her with the same attitude when facing Yan Jin, who was full of fighting spirit. The coiling dragon stick in Jiang Emo's hand bloomed with red brilliance, and the coiling dragon stick in Yan Jin's hand bloomed with golden brilliance. They had seen Yan Jin's black dragon body and felt her terrifying aura. Therefore, facing this young girl who was only in her early 20s, they did not dare to be careless and directly use the 7th soul weapon Soul Avatar. The dragon coiling stick emitting red light swept across, breaking the rock embers at the waist, and large swaths of magma were scattered. Jiang Emo frowned. He had no sense of concentration. Yang Jin grinned as her upper body and lower body were separated. This was her 7th soul skill, elementalization. Although after elementalization, she will still be injured when attacked by a very condensed soul power, but she can element it in advance to dodge efficiently. As long as you take the initiative to turn the hit part into element before the opponent hits your body, you won't be attacked. She was about to punch Jiang Emo when Yan Jin's attack arrived. Yang Jin had no choice but to give up the attack and used his 3rd soul skill, temperature control, to lower the temperature of the magma in his hand. He attached soul power and turned into a hard rock armor to protect himself and block Yan Jin's blow. The demon's jab followed. Yang Jin used soul ejection in the opposite direction to bounce himself away. She quickly distanced herself, the smile on her face not diminishing. Although Yan Jin and Jiang Mo's attacks were not as heavy and powerful as Tang Heo's, nor as powerful as a mountain, when combined, they were like dense raindrops, one after another, making it difficult to resist. I'm not the same person I was last time. I've become stronger again, Yan Jin said confidently. Through the battle with Haoshan Douluo, her control over her soul power has been greatly improved, and she has a better understanding of her strength and body. In addition, she has also learned many fighting skills at this level. Even without her advanced age, powerful and abnormally powerful soul rings and soul bone skills, her combat effectiveness is still worthy of her super Douluo soul power. Yan Jin bent down and slapped his palm on the ground. The surrounding volcano suddenly became more active, and countless volcanic bombs shot into the sky. Meteor shower under the control of Yan Jin. This large volcanic bomb, like a dense barrage, fell towards the place where the 3 of them were. She could not accurately control the landing position of each volcanic bomb, and could only give a rough range. Therefore, he will also be included in the attack range. But she can make herself unaffected by elementation. Yan Jin and Jiang Mo's expressions were solemn. Their 9th soul rings lit up, and a layer of light curtain appeared on the coiling dragon stick, extending all the way, covering their entire bodies. King Kong is indestructible. Their soul skill ability can greatly enhance their own strength and speed, and make their bodies as hard as a coiled dragon stick. Ignoring the falling volcanic bombs, they quickly approached the ash. The latter was slightly surprised, but then advanced instead of retreating, with fine scales appearing on his body. Steel scales. The 3 people fell into close combat, and their attacks fell on each other, making sharp sounds of metal collision and friction. Yan Jin's face gradually lost its usual calmness, and became a bit fanatical. Ha ha ha, so happy. For a moment, the 2 brothers forgot about the dangerous situation they were in, the Amon who was watching in the dark, and the hostile relationship with Yan Jin. There was only a fervent fighting spirit in their eyes as a soul master, especially soul masters like Yan Jin and Jiang Mo who have almost abandoned worldly desires and concentrated on cultivating. It is a blessing for them to be able to fight against powerful enemies. The battle lasted all night, and finally, Yan Jin and Jiang Mo collapsed to the ground due to exhaustion. Jiang Mo gasped, "I haven't had such a happy fight in a long time. This can be considered a good ending, although I don't really want you to die. Since Amon has taken action against you, he must have his intentions, and it's not easy for me to plead for mercy, relying on having a body like a soul beast, with rough skin and thick flesh." Yan Jin, who won the final victory, scratched his head. "No need to die in battle is a worthy death for us," Yan Jin said generously. The figure of Dennis slowly emerged, and he said to Yan Jin, "Thank you for your hard work." Yan Jin felt a pulling force coming from the void, and an illusory hand was placed on her shoulder at some point. She did not resist the pulling force, and let Amon in the palace of the Tudor dynasty pull her back. The bright starlight emerged, and fell into the bodies of Yan Jin and Jiang Mo. Their expressions changed again and again. After a while, the two sat up from the ground, took out a pair of monocles from the void, and slowly put them on their right eyes. Chapter 273 Haotian sect is destroyed. In the dim night, Bibidong and his group rushed from Xiandao City to Haotian sect. They flew quickly from low altitude, and passers-by who occasionally met could only see a few vague shadows floating above their heads when the sky in the east just turned white. Several people came to a cliff of Haotian sect. Looking forward from the cliff, you can vaguely see a small village where the outer sect of Haotian sect lives after they decided to take action against the Xiandao Empire. In addition to Bibidong taking Kan Rinxu to Xiandao City to seize administrative power, Jinyu also took Qingluan, Xiangxi, Guangling, other ordinary elders of the Wuhan Hall, and a group of selected and powerful soul masters to Haotian sect point. It took some time for Jinyu and his group to select soul masters and organize and mobilize them. In addition, the marching speed of these soul masters was not as fast as Bibidong and his group. Therefore, even though it took a lot of time in Xiandao City, Bibidong still arrived faster than Jinyu point. After they waited for a while, Jinyu finally arrived with his people. Pass the order down, rest for an hour, recover your soul power, and launch a general attack in an hour. Bibidong's cold voice sounded, and she stared at the direction of Haotian sect with a deep gaze point. At the same time, a vote was also launched in the sect of Haotian sect. Bibidong led the people of Wuhan Hall to attack us. Should we teach them a lesson or let them be destroyed? Seventh elder raised his hand and pinched his monocle. I want to have fun with them. Fifth elder pinched his monocle. Let it be destroyed. Bibidong needs a stable rear area to devote herself to the war more attentively. The destruction of the Haotian sect will help the Spirit Hall to dominate the Xiandao Empire and integrate its strength. It will better confront the Xingluo Empire on the battlefield. I think we should still resist symbolically. We have to let them have some combat experience. I don't know if the Spirit Hall will take prisoners. Xingluo is very strong now. In order to better balance the battlefield, we can also join the Spirit Hall as prisoners and as a supplementary force. This is our Haotian sect's business, so don't let the other Amongs get involved. Initiate a vote. Let the Haotian sect vote to confirm the result. This regional Among referendum is recognized by all Amongs. But there is a prerequisite, that is, the overall personality deviation value of the Amongs participating in the referendum in this area does not exceed 1% compared with the main body point, otherwise it will be judged invalid. Because it is too independent point, all the disciples of Haotian sect had gathered in a square. They were either standing alone or talking in groups of 3 or 2. Then, as if they sensed something, they all raised their heads and looked in the same direction, adjusting the monocle on their right eyes in different postures. The second elder smiled. Here we come. Walter took the lead and flew over the village. With a black ball of thread in his hand, he waved his hand, and the ball of thread scattered, turning into a hemispherical cover woven from countless threads that covered the village. In addition to preventing people from entering and leaving, these threads also have the function of shielding soul power fluctuations. Teams of soul masters, led by the captains of various soul saints, searched for disciples of Haotian sect everywhere in the village. Walter's thread also swam around like a little snake. But the final results showed that there was no one in the village at the moment. Report this information to Bibidong. After hearing this, Bibidong immediately issued an order to march into the mountain without hesitation. On the road from the village to the Haotian sect, there is a nearly vertical cliff. Walter almost instinctively smelled the danger, and he flew to the top of the cliff. For the title Douluo with the ability to fly, this kind of cliff is not an obstacle point, but for ordinary soul emperors and soul kings, this requires some effort. If there is another attack on the top of the cliff at this moment, it is likely to cause casualties. He came to the top of the cliff and was immediately attacked by the Haotian sect members guarding their point. Dozens of huge Haotian hammer phantoms hit him, and Walter was smashed down with almost no resistance. He fell from the air, his body disintegrated and turned into flying silk threads. This is a puppet. With Walter's cautiousness, how could he go forward to explore the way by himself? Be careful, there are people up there. Walter reminded Point it seems that seeing that the ambush was discovered, the disciples of the Haitian sect above performed the chaotic cloak hammer method together and smashed it down at the foot together with a loud boom. The cliff collapsed, and countless rocks of different sizes fell from the air. If the cliff collapsed when the spirit masters of the Wuhan Hall were halfway up, it would be difficult for them to dodge in midair, which would definitely cause considerable casualties. But at this moment, they had just started climbing, and the height was not high. They could jump down directly, return to the ground and dodge Point except for a few unlucky people who rushed too fast and climbed too high and were buried by rubble. Not many people were injured. Walter's figure appeared at the top of the cliff again, and this time, there was no attack. The people of Haitian sect seemed to have evacuated after the previous attack point without obstruction. The steep terrain could not stop this elite spirit master team composed of Pope warriors. They quickly climbed over the cliff and moved forward. Finally, they stopped in front of a mountain stream because there was no road. When the people of Haitian sect evacuated, they cut off the iron chain bridge originally set up here. Across the bottomless mountain stream, Bibi Dan could clearly see the expressions of the people from the Haitian sect on the opposite side. Some relaxed, some alert, and some fearful. She sneered. "Ha, do you think this little trick can stop us, Gwen?" And Gimli understood and flew to the sky. The other title Douluo also reacted and stepped forward to clear the way. Golden crocodile, blue Luan, lion, lightwing, Gwen, Gimli, demon bear, ghost leopard, Tuobazi, 9 titled Douluo lined up in the air, and powerful soul power filled the mountain stream. The world was quiet, and there was no sound. Even the people on the side of the spirit hall swallowed unconsciously, shocked by the 9 figures in the sky. Wow, 9 titles. A disciple of the Haitian sect pinched his right eye socket. So scary. Who dares to offend our Haitian sect? 6 old men rushed out from the back. Each of them looked solemn, and there seemed to be a flame of anger burning in their eyes. Wuhan Hall. The second elder with long eyebrows and white hair said solemnly, if you want to blame someone, you can only blame yourself for being nosy." The sect suddenly reopened its gates. Last time, I could still regard the incident of Haitian Douluo and Haitian Douluo making trouble in Wuhan City as their personal behavior, but they dared to blatantly interfere in the political affairs of the Xiandao Empire. It's simply courting death. Bibi Dong said coldly. Her attention was not on these 6 people, who were not worth worrying about, but she kept paying attention to the surroundings and guarding against Tang Chen mentioned by Kan Dao Liu. That was also their personal behavior. What did the things done by Tang Hao and Tang Yuhe have to do with our Haitian sect? The 7th elder said very dissatisfiedly, if you can't even manage your own disciples, then I will clean up the mess for you. Kill. Bibi Dan ordered. The 9 titled Douluo and the air attacked together, and the terrifying attack shook the mountains. The 6 elders of the Haitian sect were angry and went up to meet them with fearless fear. The 2nd elder also shouted, "Everyone listen to the order, retreat quickly and escape as many as you can." Elder, the faces of the disciples of the Haitian sect showed grief and anger. However, there were also a few disciples who failed to control their facial expressions. After all, there are differences between disciples and disciples. Their personalities, ways of thinking, etc. are more or less different. Don't even think about running. Bibi Dan waved her right hand. Walter suddenly jumped up and shot into the air. The pure white silk thread, like a giant python, stretched out from the cliff where the people of the Wuhan Hall were, crossed the mountain stream, and was built on the side where the Haitian sect was, building a bridge made of silk threads with the help of Walter. Korean Manos have been promoted to Soul Saint. They have worked under him for many years and have a good understanding of Walter's style of doing things. They jumped out the moment the silk thread bridge was built. They were the captains of 2 teams in this operation, and the team members followed closely. Seeing someone demonstrate, other soul masters also put aside their concerns about the reliability of the bridge and rushed forward. The elders of the Haitian sect seemed to want to stop them when they saw this scene, but their number was small, and there were super Douluos such as Golden Crocodile, Blue Luan, and Lion among their opponents. Once they were distracted, they were caught in the flaws and fell into crisis. The elites of the Wuhan Hall were like wolves entering a flock of sheep, slaughtering the disciples of the Haitian sect. There were screams. Walter frowned. For some reason, He always felt that these Haitian sect disciples were a little strange, but he couldn't find any violation for a while. After killing all the people of Haitian sect, Bibi Dong walked slowly across the 4-line long bridge and said indifferently, "Search for me, leave no one alive." Looking at the tragic situation of Haitian sect, Walter felt a sense of pleasure in his heart. He spread the silk thread, and then his expression became strange. He heard the urgent crowing of chickens, and the barking and whimpering of dogs. "Monos, what are you doing?" Kari asked. "Follow the order, leave no one alive. The overall situation has been decided." Bibi Dong ordered Gimli and Yugwen, 2 elders, "Please pack up the classics of Haitian sect and then hand them over to Yan Jin and Jiangmo, the 2 worshippers." "Yes." Yugwen Gimli bowed respectfully. Bibi Dong stood on a rooftop and stared at the mountains. The mist rose from the mountain stream, making the mountains look hazy and mysterious. Is Tang Chen dead, or is he somewhere else? Bibi Dong flashed a trace of worry. Until the end of the battle, the Haitian sect was massacred, and the great enemy mentioned by Kyan Douluo did not appear. However, what Bibi Dong was worried about was not the possible revenge of Tang Chen in the future, but the difficulty of becoming a god. Even the genius admired by Kyan Douluo, Tang Chen, who once dominated an era and was amazing and talented, died in an unmanned corner. Is it really so difficult to become a god? Bibi Dong clenched her fists, and her eyes became firm again after a slight confusion. No matter how difficult or dangerous it is, she will cross it. Kyan Rinxu came to her side. There is a sense of unreality. I didn't expect that the world's #1 sect was conquered so easily. Bibi Dong shook her head and laughed. That's because their opponent is us, the Wuhan Hall. Chapter 274 Uzaya Gang. Bibi Dong is getting married. When everything was settled, Bibi Dong, who had not slept for 2 consecutive days and 1 night, also showed a slight tiredness in her eyes. After leaving the subsequent finishing work to Jin Crocodile, she took Kyan Rinxu and others back to Xiandao City. After sleeping in a room in Haitian sect, Kyan Rinxu transformed into Zuking again. She asked Dennis to spread the news that she would marry Bibi Dong, and sent invitations to the leaders of various sects and forces. This news caused an uproar, and there was no good banquet, but no one dared not go. Whether it is Wuhan Palace annexing the Xiandao Empire, or Xiandao Empire annexing the Wuhan Palace, the merged behemoth will definitely greatly squeeze the sect's living space. This makes many people worried. At the same time, Amon also quietly removed his responsibility for Dai Chenghua's fate, and ascended the throne in his original appearance, known as the Blood Emperor. On the day he ascended the throne, he killed many people who opposed him. It is said that the blood flowed from the main hall to the entrance of the palace, so it was publicized by interested people, and he got such a title. Originally, the fact that Amon ruled the Star Luo Empire was only seen clearly by some high-level soul masters. At this moment, he took off his disguise and let everyone clearly realize that the ruler of the Star Luo Empire had changed. There was an uproar among the people, and these voices from the lower classes were heard by the leaders of some big forces, and they finally woke up. Only they were aware of the fact that Amon had usurped the throne of the Star Luo Empire before. Common people and even many low-level soul masters had no such awareness at all. That's why Tudo Empire replaced Xingluo Empire so quietly, so peacefully and naturally. The high-level soul masters were horrified to find that their perceptions seemed to be different from those of the lower-ranking people around them. Are you crazy? Are everyone around you crazy? Or is the whole world crazy? The extremely strong sense of fragmentation and distortion made them feel inexplicable awe and horror towards the source of this abnormality. Blood Emperor Amon pointed is precisely because of this that the sects and forces whose leaders are above the Soul Saint feel that it is not that bad for the Wuhan Palace to take over the Xiandao Empire. At least it is much better than the weird and terrifying Emperor Amon. On Poseidon Island, Shrek's group, who were practicing under the light of Poseidon, all except Tangsun suddenly trembled. They felt that the whole world seemed to be slightly different, and the sense of tearing and distortion of fate was restored. Damu stared blankly into the distance. At this moment, he truly felt that his country and his father were gone. Tangsun also opened his eyes, stopped meditating, and asked, "What's wrong with you, Day?" Nubei replied, "I understand. It turns out this is what happened. Xiazan, although you and Jamin said that there was a problem with our cognition, I just accepted this out of trust in you. But even after you pointed it out, I still can't figure it out. I just feel it's very inconsistent. I still subconsciously feel that the person sitting on the throne of the Star Luo Empire, which was renamed the Tudor Empire, is still my father. Even if Amon's clone confirmed this before, I'm still at a loss. You tell me, reason tells me that my father has been replaced by Amon, but I can't recognize this anyway. This keeps me in a very contradictory state. Just now, this feeling suddenly disappeared. Rational thinking and intuitive cognition were unified. I clearly realized that the Star Luo Empire was renamed the Tudor Empire, which was a very abnormal thing. Then it's definitely not something my father would do. Tangson held his chin, pondered for a moment and then said, if this happens, it's probably because Amon has finished taking over your father's fate. Maybe he feels that this method is no longer needed, and he comes with his true identity, the throne. Fengzi looked at the invitation in his hand with helplessness on his face. I originally thought that Wuhan Palace just wanted to support a puppet, but I didn't expect that their appetite was so big. They wanted to directly annex the Xiandao Empire in this way and become a puppet, the ruler of the Xiandao Empire. I'm sure that after that Zuking comes to power, it won't be long before he dies of illness or is seriously ill in bed, and then Pope Bibidang will take over the power. Sort. Douluo Chenzhen said solemnly, what should we do? One thing I need to remind you is that before there is a strong person who can compete with Kai and Aoliu, we must not be an enemy of Wuhan Palace. For a strong man like him, numbers have lost their meaning. Even us titled Douluo won't have much resistance when facing him. I heard that when the Soul Beast besieged the city before, not even Super Douluo could set foot on the battlefield between him and the beast god Dishan. Fengzi said, I have a vague feeling that Wuhan Palace sees the Xiandao Empire in such a hurry to deal with the Blood Emperor Amon. Have you heard the news from the north? There are also anomalies in the Stardao forest. I'm afraid this has something to do with Amon. The news from the Northland. Are you referring to the battle between Dishan and Amon, causing the entire Northland to fall into darkness? Sword Douluo raised his eyebrows. Fengzi nodded. Yes, although there is not enough evidence to prove that they were responsible for Northland falling into darkness, but judging from the time, this possibility is very high. After that, there was no news about Dishan, and the Stardao forest became empty without any soul beasts. I have reason to suspect that Amon killed Dishan. He was also responsible for the incident in the Xingdao Great Forest. The Spirit Hall may have realized how terrible he was, so they took the lead in seizing the power of the Xiandao Empire. I think in a few days, at the wedding of Bibidang and Zuking, if they want to gain the support of the major sects, they should reveal something. It may not be a bad thing to have the Spirit Hall presiding over the overall situation now. If the two empires are conquered by the Blood Emperor Amon, and everyone lives under his rule, that would be a nightmare result. Xianagang returned to Xiandao City with an unconcealable fatigue on his face. In order not to waste time and let Zubeng know the result of this mission as soon as possible, he did not even ride a horse, but relied on his own soul power to rush all the waypoint. After he entered the city, he found that the streets and alleys were talking about the wedding of Zuking and Bibidang, and his face showed confusion and astonishment. What are you talking about? What Zuking? What wedding? He grabbed the shoulder of a peddler who was discussing this matter with others and asked excitedly. The vendor wanted to curse, but he swallowed the curse words when he felt the momentum of Xianagang's soul power scattered because of his out of control emotions. This is a soul master, not someone a small vendor like him can mess with. He had to tell everything he knew. Zuking returned and killed the traitor Zubeng, who killed his father and usurped the throne. Bibidang and Zuking are about to hold a wedding. The Xiandao Empire may be renamed the Soul Martial Empire. Yuxun, the headquarters of the Haoshan sect in Xiandao City, was massacred by unknown people. One thing after another touched Xianagang's nerves, especially the wedding of Zuking and Bibidang, which made him feel uneasy. But didn't Xiaosun say that Zuking was actually a woman? He should be pretended by Kan Ringsu. The Spirit Hall wants to annex the Xiandao Empire in this way. Yu Xiaogang guessed the purpose of the Spirit Hall at once, but he was still uneasy. What if Zuking was real? Who can guarantee that what Kan Rinxu said to Zhaosen was true? Maybe there are two Zuking. One is Kan Rinxu pretending to be the one Zhaosen met, and the other is a real Zuking who secretly defected to the Spirit Hall. When Yu Xiaogang thought of this possibility, he felt so heartbroken that he could hardly breathe. How could Bibi Dong? How could she marry someone else? No, rumors in the market cannot be believed. Yu Xiaogang hurried back to Shrek Academy, wanting to find Flanders to confirm the situation. As soon as he entered the gate of the academy, he saw Liu Erlang. Liu Erlang also found Yu Xiaogang and walked over with a smile, just like a wife welcoming her husband home. Xiaogang, you are finally back. Yu Xiaogang was concerned about Bibi Dong's upcoming marriage, so he casually said a few perfunctory words and asked, "Where is Flanders? I have something to ask him." "You mean what's going on in the city?" Liu Erlang frowned. "It's the same. If you ask me, he doesn't know more than me. The situation in the city has changed suddenly in the past few days, and no one dares to approach the palace rashly. Is Zhu Beng really dead? Bibi Dong is going to marry Zuking." When Liu Erlang heard this, her emotions suddenly burst out. "Okay, Yu Xiaogang, you are thinking about that bitch in your mind. She can tolerate everything about Yu Xiaogang, put aside everything, and accompany him regardless of everything, but she can't tolerate Yu Xiaogang still loving Bibi Dong and thinking about Bibi Dong." "What do you mean? Are the things you said to me all these years false? Didn't you say that you and her are no longer strangers? Why are you so anxious that she wants to get married?" Yu Xiaogang has been under a lot of pressure for a while, and Bibi Dong's matter has made him anxious. Under Liu Erlang's aggressive attitude, he finally couldn't control his emotions and yelled, "Shut up." As soon as he said it, he regretted it in his heart. His expression eased, and he wanted to apologize, but he saw Liu Erlang crying and turning away without looking back. As she ran, she yelled hysterically, "Go find her. Go find her. Don't worry about me. Go find your old lover." Yu Xiaogang stretched out his hand, but before he could grab Liu Erlang, his arm froze in the air, and then he let it go, letting out a heavy sigh. Liu Erlang thought about her dedication to him, and thought about how she had been silently supporting him, accompanying him, and encouraging him all these years, but in the end she got such a result, and she felt so stupid. Tears blurred her eyes. She didn't pay attention to the front for a moment, and bumped into someone, stumbling. "Erlang, what's wrong with you?" A gentle voice came. Liu Erlang looked carefully, and saw that it was Flanders. She threw herself into his arms and sobbed, "Boss, Flanders, Xiaogang is still thinking about that bitch." Flanders showed a helpless smile on his face. "Xiaogang is like this. He handles his emotional affairs in a mess." Liu Erlang hugged Flanders and cried endlessly. Flanders said, "Erlang, maybe you should calm down. I have something else to do. Can you let me go first?" "How can I calm down? Boss Flanders, do you even dislike me?" Liu Erlang cried. "Just calm down like that." Flanders calmly took out a monocle and pressed it into Liu Erlang's right eye socket. Chapter 275 Wedding and War. At the border of the Douluo Empire and the Xiandao Empire, the two armies were facing each other across a river almost on the same day. There was a riot on both sides. On the Xiandao Empire side, the news that Zhu Beng was killed and Zuking ascended to the throne caused turmoil in the army. In order to stabilize the morale of the army, Marshal Zhelong immediately issued a gag order on the matter, requiring the entire army not to discuss the matter, and those who violated the order would be punished by military law. He himself was also solemn and worried. At this moment, the change of the artifact had a catastrophic impact on the battle line. In addition, he was also worried about what attitude the new emperor would take towards himself. A figure with grey hair, but not old, but energetic, appeared in front of Zhelong. "Your Majesty Walter." Zhelong showed surprise on his face. When the Bear King invaded, the two had fought side by side, so they had a good relationship. Walter smiled and said to Goran, "His Highness Zhu asked me to tell the Marshal not to worry about the capital's affairs." your status remains unchanged, and you are still the pillar of the Xiandao Empire's army. He hopes you can hold on for a while longer. When he finishes dealing with the affairs over there, reinforcement will come. In addition, I will also assist you on the battlefield during this period of time. I understand. Thank you, Your Majesty. Thank you, Your Majesty. Goran bowed slightly to Walter on the other side. The people of Tudor's army were at a loss, because the disturbance of fate was corrected. It turned out that the Empire was no longer the Empire, and the Emperor was no longer the Emperor. Hey, even I feel that morale is very low, don't you care? God of War. Lei Yin. Rommel stretched out his tone. Lei Yin rolled his eyes. I don't know where this nickname came from. I just followed Mr. Amon's orders in the Soul Beast War. I'm not completely ignorant of leading troops in battle, but I know how good they are. As for morale, that thing is not important. It's meaningless anyway. If necessary, my sister can deal with more than 100,000 people on the other side by herself. If I want to do it, it won't be much different, just a little more troublesome. This is what the captain said about the great power returning to oneself. Rommel smiled. Then I won't worry about it, as he said. He used his martial soul to condense an ergonomic recliner, lay down comfortably, closed his eyes, and rested. Ripples were rippling in the space, as if a small stone was smashed on the calm lake. Yan Jin's head suddenly emerged from the ripples and pressed against Lei Yin's shoulder. Then she looked around, and then the whole person walked out of the ripples in the space. Lei Yin. She happily gave Lei Yin a hug and rubbed his head. Lei Yin had no expression on his face, and his head swayed left and right with the force of Yan Jin's hands. Sister, did Mr. Amon ask you to come here? Yan Jin smiled and said, yes, he asked me to come here to play. Lei Yin stared into her eyes. You came here by yourself. Don't worry, even if you don't come, I won't kill Walter. Stupid brother has grown up. Remember to take good care of Mori and the others in the future. Well, there is no need to take care of them too well. Just help them when they are in trouble. Yan Jin pulled his cheek. Yan Jin walked out of the tent, made a hemispherical stone house with magma, then took out a soft big bed from the space, threw himself on the bed, covered himself with a soft quilt, and said, call me when the fight starts. Lei Yin yawned, seemingly influenced by Rommel and Yan Jin. Since the top commander did not take action, the soldiers of the Tudor Empire naturally would not have too much fighting spirit. Of course, Lei Yin and Yan Jin didn't need them to have much fighting spirit. They just needed them to watch from behind while they were fighting, shout your excellency is mighty and so on, and fight a favorable battle when defeating the enemy. In Xiandao City, there were lights and decorations everywhere, and the whole city was hung with red ribbons symbolizing joy. Zhu King set out from the palace in a bright red groom suit and a white horse. Bibi Dang rode a red carriage decorated with gold patterns and headed for the palace from the city gate near the spirit hall. Behind them, there was a band of musicians. The place where the two teams met happened to be the street in front of the main gate of Shrek Academy. Originally, because of his feelings and guilt for Liu Erlong, Yu Xiaogang had finally convinced himself not to meet Bibi Dang, but when he saw the carriage Bibi Dang was riding in front of him at the door, he finally couldn't help it anymore and rushed to the front to stop it. Bibi Dang, come out to see me. Yu Xiaogang shouted. Bibi Dang, who was sitting in the carriage, heard this voice and trembled in her heart. She took a deep breath and calmed down. At this point, why do we still meet? It's meaningless. A soft and calm voice came from the carriage. Hearing this familiar voice, Yu Xiaogang thought of the innocent girl he used to be. Her voice of calling him Xiaogang. Xiaogang echoed in his mind. His face lost color and turned pale. The sound of thump thump of horse hooves sounded, and Zhu King rode over on horseback. He was handsome, dignified, and heroic. The whole person showed a vigorous vigor and determination. Master, please get out of the way and don't disturb the wedding process. Zhu King spoke softly, but with a hint of hostility. Yu Xiaogang was unmoved, but looked at the carriage with some loss of heart. He felt that his heart, which had finally healed, was broken piece by piece again, and it was so painful that it was difficult to breathe. At the entrance of Shrek Academy, Flanders leaned against a pillar, raised his hand, and pinched the socket of his right eye, watching this scene with interest. Interesting. Zhu King frowned, and his voice became a little more majestic and solemn. Since you are the honorary elder of Wuhan Hall, I won't care about you this time. Someone, drag him down here, before anyone from Zuking could take action. Liu Erlang ran over from the side. She hugged Yu Xiaogang's arm, and pulled him to the side. As she walked, she said, Xiaogang, don't think about this stinky woman. What's so good about her? Let's get married another day. How about tomorrow, or the day after tomorrow, when? No one noticed. The corners of her mouth curved slightly. Yu Xiaogang didn't resist or speak, and allowed her to pull him away. Liu Erlang's voice was not loud, but Bibi Dong could hear it clearly. Her expression froze, a look of pain appeared on her face, and she murmured in her heart, I'm sorry, Xiaogang, I have to do this. On the border battlefield, Lei Yin finally decided to launch an attack. The melodious horn sounded, and the troops of the Tudor Empire lined up neatly and marched forward in unison. Although it's hard to say how good the combat effectiveness is, at least the military appearance is neat and uniform, which looks quite intimidating. When the generals in the Xiandao Empire army saw this scene, their faces showed solemn looks. At a glance, they judged that this was definitely an elite. I'm afraid that compared to their Xiandao First Army, they were no worse than the Xiandao Royal Knights. At least more than 90% of the troops in their Xiandao Empire cannot be so unified. It doesn't matter, they don't have the tools to cross the river. It's not easy to cross. We just need to hold on. Zhelong used his soul power to spread his voice to boost morale. When they arrived at the river, the Tudor Empire's army stopped, and Yan Jin slowly walked out of the crowd. Seeing the woman in red, Zhelong's face became much gloomier. According to the Xiandao Empire's intelligence, Yan Jin's ability is terrifying on the battlefield. They specifically analyzed Yan Jin and found that her soul skills efficiency in using soul power reached a rather extreme level. The 2 points of controlling heat loss and controlling the flow of lava allowed her to produce almost no waste. Even if the lava bomb didn't hit anyone at the beginning, it can still control its flow back again, using the least consumption of soul power to produce the greatest results. Yan Jin originally wanted to rush over and kill everyone by himself, but a meteorite would end the war. However, Amon's voice stopped her, asking her to only attack the enemy's masters, or appropriately block the opponent's army. When the situation was unfavorable, Yan Jin came to the river, slowly squatted down, and put his hand into the water. The Ice Emperor and Snow Emperor's soul bone skills were activated, and the extreme cold erupted, freezing the entire river in an instant. Seeing this scene, Zhelong opened his mouth wide, with deep horror in his eyes. What kind of power is this? Yan Jin raised his head and grinned in the direction of Zhelong, smiling very cheerfully. After feeling slightly surprised, Walter nodded to Yan Jin with a smile. It is the glory of his master that his disciple can grow to this point. Even if he had to stand on the opposite side due to his position, he still felt very gratified. The thing he was most proud of in his life was accepting Yan Jin as his disciple. The thing he regretted most was that when Amon revealed his intention to become a disciple, he refused. In fact, after seeing the power of Yan Jin in the Black Dragon state, and learning that Amon had helped Yan Jin hunt down Nishan and turn it into a soul ring, Walter was no longer optimistic about the chances of the Wuhan Palace side winning. Given Amon's nature, if he is willing to leave this kind of soul ring to Yan Jin, it only means that he has a better one. Amon's strength will only become more terrifying and terrifying. However, he did not switch camps because of this. After killing Tang Heo, he no longer had any obsession in his heart. Yan Jin had surpassed him as a master and did not need him to worry about it. He only had Wuhan Temple, the faith he once had. Although he gradually gave up this belief in the past due to Bibi Dong's leadership and the hatred in his own heart, but after the Soul Beast War, he picked it up again, because of the large offering. Later, Bibi Dong also changed slightly, and the structure of the entire continent changed suddenly. He found that compared to the Wuhan Palace under Bibi Dong's rule, the two empires were even more corrupt. As for the Tudor Empire that was later transformed from the Star Luo Empire, it was not a normal country. Look what kind of thing is its ruler. Therefore, even though the Wuhan Palace was still led by Bibi Dong, his faith gradually became firmer. He is willing to fight for this, even if he and his apprentice are facing each other, even if the final outcome is to die together with Wuhan Palace. Walter slowly floated into the sky, and under the tug of the silk thread, he flew away from the army. Come here, let's have a good talk. Yan Jin showed a big smile. Hey, old man, will you fight with me? I won't lose this time. End of this chapter. Thank you very much for reaching the end. Don't forget to like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription, or donation encourages us to continue. Thanks to everyone. See you in the next video.